up old four-door, me and you. Yeah, we're dumb and dumber, sun-kissed at the beach all summer. I want it so bad I had to go and get it. I need it, oh yeah, just wait until you feel it. Punching the waves like we're 16. You're reading Bukowski while you're feeling my heart. Is it love or just caffeine? Is it the end or is it just the start? It's all under some of our parts, but my darling, we're falling apart. Punching the waves like we're 16. You're reading Bukowski while you're breaking my heart. Stalling, it's 1993. Just call me, leave a message at the beep. I was all in, carved our names into a tree, but we're falling in and out of reach. I want it so bad I had to go and get it. I need it, oh yeah, just wait until you feel it. Punching the waves like we're 16. You're reading Bukowski while you're feeling my heart. Is it love or just caffeine? Is it the end or is it just the start? It's all under some of our parts, but my darling, we're falling apart. Punching the waves like we're 16. You're reading Bukowski while you're breaking my heart. Punching the waves like we're 16. You're reading Bukowski while you're feeling my heart. Is it love or just caffeine? Is it the end or is it just the start? It's all under some of our parts, but my darling, we're falling apart. Punching the waves like we're 16. You're reading Bukowski while you're breaking my heart.
Listen up, got no time. Gonna get it all, gonna get what's mine. Tell you what, no surprise. Try to push me down, but I'm gonna rise. There's no way now. There's no way now. Get away now. Nobody can tell us what to do. We do what we want, nothing to prove. Yeah, nobody can tell us what to do. 'Cause we do what we want. Don't give up, take your time. Gonna get it all, gonna get what's mine. Keep it shut, gotta realize. Try to push me down, but I'm gonna rise. There's no way now. There's no way now. Get away now. Nobody can tell us what to do. We do what we want, nothing to prove. Yeah, nobody can tell us what to do. 'Cause we do what we want. The joke's on you. The joke's on you. Nobody can tell us what to do. We do what we want. Yeah, nobody can tell us what to do. We do what we want, nothing to prove. Yeah, nobody can tell us what to do. 'Cause we do what we want. breathing. You have the red hot blood running through my veins to keep me breathing. Just like a lightning strike flashing through my brain, you got me dreaming, keep me believing. You're like a free fall flight from a lunar height, just like a downhill ride on a ray of light. Just like a lightning strike in the darkest night, you got me dreaming, got me believing, to keep me breathing, to keep me breathing, to keep me breathing, to keep me breathing. You keep me breathing. You keep me breathing. Nothing feels better when the sun goes down. Darkness heightens senses, sweeten touch and sound. Minutes turn to hours, you let go and lose count. Living in the moment, float with the current of the ocean.
Give me a baseline popping, stuck in my head, no running away, no running away. Sink into the groove, let your body move. You don't need to know the tune, I'll show you the way, I'll show you the way. High on life, cut the brakes,
Let the night take over.
take a dive, ride the wave.
Take one more step closer. Go with the flow and follow your heart. Leave your problems at the door, they won't bother you no more. Tonight is the night, there's no better time to start. Take my hand and jump in, I wanna let loose, get up to something.
Give me a baseline popping, stuck in my head, no running away,
No running,
no running away.
no running.
Sink into the groove, let your body move. You don't need to know the tune, I'll show you the way, I'll show you the way. High on life, cut the brakes,
Let the night take over.
take a dive, ride the wave.
Ride the wave. Take one more step closer.
High on life, cut the brakes,
Let the night take over.
take a dive, ride the wave.
Take one more step closer.
I'll come back again, like I always do. This is the next generation. This is me breaking through. And I don't really care if you're talking me down, 'cause you don't know a thing. And I don't really care if you don't like my sound. You're not ready for it. Oh, you're not ready for it. Just like a bullet plane, tearing up the sky. I'm not slowing down, I'm just flashing by. You don't wanna miss this. Watch this as I steal the show. Watch this, got that shine like gold. I'm starting up now, gotta let them know. Watch this as I break the mold. I've been low before, this is me rising up to take the center stage, to take the trophy cup. You don't wanna miss this. Watch this as I steal the show. Watch this, got that shine like gold. I'm starting up now, gotta let them know. Watch this as I break the mold. You don't wanna miss this. You don't wanna miss this. No. as I break the mold.
Hey baby, won't you come with me? I got money like it grows right off the trees. I said no, I won't go. Hey darling, won't you join our clan? We're gonna fix you up, take you to the promised land. I said no, I won't go. And I'm ready for it all, but my heart knows I can't take a fall.
for the goals. You can feel the pressure, bring it everywhere we go. And I deal with the highs, the same way I treat the lows. Oh no, don't close your eyes, I'm taking everything you owe me.
It is time for the OCS of Stage 2. That's right, we've already concluded Stage 2. It feels like we only just started it, but we're here for what is, I would say, culmination of what Oceanic Siege is. Yeah, we got OCL teams, we got OCM teams, but more importantly, we got some banging talent with us. We do have Mandy, and we also have Proto. Proto, I'll go to you first. How are you feeling, mate? It's nice to work with you finally.
It is. It's been a long time coming, but I'm happy to be here, and obviously I'm excited to see all these games. OCL versus OCN. It doesn't get much better.
No, it really doesn't, Mandy. I think for the Oceanic region, this is probably the biggest and widest scope that we have for tournaments. So how are you feeling coming into this weekend? I know that this has technically kind of been like your first stage with APAC South and OCN. So how has everything felt leading into this tournament?
Yeah, everything's pretty exciting, still fired up. It's always good to see OCE get challenged by such a big bracket, a lot of stamina going through this weekend, and especially that best of 1 to best of 3 format is something that we don't see a lot in this region, so it's always a big hectic weekend.
Right, it is, and a big hectic weekend needs some big hectic teams. Let's have a look at all the teams that will be participating. Proto, when you look at this list, I mean, it's a lot of teams. It's 16 teams, so I'm going to throw you under the bus here. But what team are you looking at overall? Probably, I guess, from OCL to make some waves. Do you expect any of them to be able to stand up to the might of OCN?
There's two teams, the Pick Manic, Circular Spheres and Get a Grip, two teams that have had an exceptional Stage 2. I mean, especially when you compare Stage 1 sort of outcomes, especially for Get a Grip. I mean, they finished towards the bottom end, finishing in the top 2. This stage definitely had a little bit of a glow up. So those are the two I'd probably put my money on if I had to pick, but Circular Spheres obviously looking to make some waves.
Now, I don't mean to separate the OCL from the OCN. You know, I feel like already the divide is there. But Mandy, I'll ask you, who are you looking at for this tournament to be the number one?
Oh, to be the number one, I feel like Knights are in really good form. They always go into this pretty hard. They play their best no matter what tournament it is. And they just look like they're in such good form at the moment. I expect them to come out on top, trying to contend with the wildcard team who have seemed to have fallen from grace as of recent.
Yes, it definitely has not been internationally great for them, but obviously domestically they're still held up with some of their results. But speaking of results, let's go and have a look at how OCL panned out for those of you that may not have kind of kept up with the almost Kardashians, I would say. Proto, do you want to run us through how this has kind of looked? Is there any team in particular that has maybe exceeded your expectations?
Well, as already mentioned, yeah, Get a Grip. Last stage, I believe, finishing 7th overall, and now finding themselves in 2nd place below Circular Spheres. Circular Spheres went from 2nd to 1st, obviously with Kraken promoting to OCN. They had that top spot sort of ready for theirs to be taken, and indeed they did. And yeah, other than that, I reckon everything else has been sort of what we expected from the rest of the roster. 1620 had a pretty good stage as well, but other than that, Get a Grip, probably the biggest glow up in terms of the standings at the end of Stage 2.
And for those of you that did not keep an eye on OCN, we'll show you how that one panned out as well. It's a bit of a fight for the top spot there, Mandy, but overall, Knights do finish up on top. I believe it was due to head-to-head. But is there anything of note that you really want to touch on here?
A big thing that I want to touch on is, I guess, the bottom 4 of this ladder. Kraken, especially, they came in and they had such an impressive run through this bracket. They even started out the season without their core roster, but they're sitting on the top of the bottom 4 spots, and they're almost able to contest with the Chiefs as well. I think that's just such an impressive showing from your debut season into OCN. The Chiefs as well, falling from grace once again. They've had a pretty tough year overall, and Team Bliss is another one that I'm surprised we're not seeing in that top 2.
Yeah, well, I guess, you know, job technically done for them in terms of the APAC South relegations promotions, but definitely with the one league, we kind of expected them to punch a bit higher than what they have. Although, you know, 15 points, they've only technically lost 2 games throughout their campaign in Stage 2. However, let's keep our attention here and now. The OCS bracket, the 2 days full of jam-packed action of Oceanic Siege. This is how it's all going to pan out. You're seeing all the way down best of 1s from the round 16 to the quarterfinals. Then it turns best of 3s from there on in. I do feel as though there are a couple of teams that we could probably write straight into the quarterfinals. But what matchups are you looking to specifically here, Proto, that you might say are the spicier ones of the lot?
Definitely looking towards that Circular Spheres Ground Zero match, Dynasty Kraken if I had to pick another one, and Get a Grip versus Hungry Lions will probably be another spicy one as well.
And sorry, I think I might have mentioned a best of 3 grand final. It's definitely a best of 5. So thank you to Pride for correcting me there. Which I guess, you know, when we look back to the grand final of last year was very lackluster from Bliss's perspective. And Wildcard were definitely out on top. But Mandy, overall, now that we've seen the bracket, now that we've kind of set the tone, like, if we were to look at a team, I know you've kind of lent into the Knight storyline, but do you think that this could be an opportunity for a team maybe like the Chiefs, maybe even, I mean, if I'm to talk about an underdog story, teams from OCL, potentially ground zero, do we think that there is validity when it gets to those best of 3 stages for them to push on through?
I think it's a big test for most of these teams. Like, for almost every single team in this region, they're not normally tested this much in stamina. So I think by sheer experience, I'm looking towards the OCN teams to just push it out and have that mental, I suppose, the mental capacity to push through the entire weekend. Whereas the OCL teams, it's a big test to see if they can run out of steam quickly or if they can continue to match up with the pacing of the OCN teams as well. I think the reason why I turn a lot to the Knights and Wildcard and the Chiefs is because they've had so much BO3, BO5 experience in comparison to the rest of the league. Whereas the OCL teams, I imagine that they're going to struggle for the first 2 days, but if they do make it there, that's a huge up for them. That is an amazing achievement.
It certainly will be. But guess what? It's time for us to turn our attention to the very first matchup here for the OCS. Always meant to say OCN then. It's just almost rolling off the tongue at this point. Dynasty take on Kraken. This one is probably, I think, Proto, you might agree with this, is probably the most even or competitive game that we'll have in the round of 16 to start with.
Yeah, 100%. Definitely going to be relatively close, given that these two teams have come up against each other in the past. Dynasty finishing top 4 this stage just gone, and Kraken recently promoting to the OCN. These guys know who each other are and have played together before. So, I mean, Dynasty having a really great season after the roster changes. They finished in 4th. Overall, a really great showing from them across the stage with the introduction of Sealy. I mean, their fragging potential has gone through the roof. So if they're going to do damage to anybody, I'd imagine for game 1, Kraken's a good way to start it.
Who is that bloody unit? I tell you what, I did not expect to ever see him back gracing our screens on player cams. A bit of a dirty mo as well to go along with it. Spruce, I mean, I'm just going to go out there and say is probably one of the worst players we've ever had to grace the OCN scene. But, Mandy, again, I'll probably just ask you a very simple question here. Do we expect to see Dynasty stand to Kraken? Kraken's had a pretty phenomenal stage 2.
I definitely think they have a chance coming into this. I think, in general, OCE is pretty evenly matched up. Overall, I wouldn't separate the teams that far. I think they'll be able to take away some rounds, bring it to a pretty close, I suppose, matchup in general. Whether it goes to overtime or not, I feel like is a bit too far to say.
And I probably will go back to you here, Mandy, because Kraken, a team that has made waves, we've said it, really, I think, quite astonishing, surprising all of us with their very first season in OCN. Boy, were they competitive.
Yeah, they had a pretty incredible run through the OCN. They didn't even start with their full Core 5 roster coming into the season. They did lose out a couple games early on, but eventually able to bring back so many points and take it to teams that we didn't expect them to. They had lots of close matchups, especially with teams like Knights and Wildcard, where they could take it to 5 and 7. Unfortunately, not able to close it out or pick up that 6th round. But that's a big showing here for this rookie team that have only just made their debut into OCN.
Well, that's it. The only blemish that we can really look to is more so, you know, the 7-2 from Bliss and the 7-0 that Chiefs got over them. And apart from that, it has been incredible sailings for this roster. It is time for us to turn to the vetoes because, of course, best of one, you know, a very deep veto system. But we do go to Chalet. And Proto, I'll give you the floor here. I don't know a lot about OCL. Is Chalet common down there?
We've seen it a couple times. It's not as common as it was in Stage 1 when Kraken played it all the time. It was the map that you didn't take them to. So allowing it through Dynasty, maybe not doing their Stage 1 homework coming into OCS. Maybe it's a map that Kraken have fallen off on, but Dynasty, I don't really think it'll be a map that will benefit their playstyle. They like to get aggressive, especially now with Sealy in the roster. We see them bring the knock a lot. They try to implement that sort of lurk aggressive style. You play up, play for a pick, and then sort of disappear with it. So if they can get those early openings, I think Kraken will definitely have some issues trying to maybe hold on to the control they want. But if they can dictate the pace of themselves, Kraken, it's going to be smooth sailing. They were the best at Chalet for the longest time, so I would imagine they'll keep that run going. But if Dynasty can definitely come out the gate swinging, we could be on for a long game.
Mandy, what do you think? Are we backing in Proto's prediction here? Are we expecting this to potentially go the distance, or is this Kraken all day long?
I think I would agree with you on that. I think I would expect this one to go the distance. Kraken, they've had a pretty strong showing on it in the past historically, but Stage 1 feels like a very long time ago now. The last time they played it in OCN was unfortunately a 7-0 to the Chiefs. And so in recent form, Kraken haven't looked as good on it. I think, as Proto says, Dynasty definitely have a chance against these guys.
Well, it's time for us to get underway with the very first game for the OCS. And to run you through all of the action, it's a sickly Xenox and a sprightly Guz.
Yes, thanks, Robert. Not 110% today, but that's fine. 100% will do. Guys, big matchup here. Dynasty leading the way for the OCL teams. First up, obviously against Kraken, a former OCL team themselves. A team that also didn't really have the smoothest of runs this stage in the Oceanic Nationals. But in recent times, with the addition of Phoenix, suddenly there's a little bit of an upturn for them.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I mean, you can't deny that Kraken were the best performing sort of tier 2 team in OCN for Stage 2, right? Only bested by Bliss. So you're keen to see what they bring today. Obviously, Dynasty as well, with a couple of familiar names on their team as well, with a lot to prove. And the nature of a best of one straight off the bat in the round of 16 means that this is really anyone's for the taking. Whoever's switched on, whoever's probably got the better sleep schedule is going to be favoured heading into this one. Still quite early in the morning, of course, and a potential long day ahead for whoever gets this win on the board.
Especially on a map like Chalet, which can throw a lot of curveballs, sometimes attacker-sided, sometimes the defenders do quite well. I will touch on the map vetoes very quickly, guys, but Villa almost made it through, and I was having a look at this last stage for the Oceanic Challenger League, and it is Dynasty's best map, their most played map, and where they've had the most success. So that almost getting through could have been trouble for Kraken, but no, Chalet and, well, both teams have only played it once in Stage 2. Dynasty had a win against Zilios. They won that one 7-5, and, well, as the desk brought up, it was a 0-7 for Kraken against the Chiefs, but that was, I think, back in Play Day 3, before they had Phoenix, before they maybe started to fight a bit of their mojo. Ying gets banned out here by Kraken. The Flores, not really too surprised, but the Ying itself, maybe from Kraken, expecting Dynasty to bring some attacking aggression, some blitz attacks, some fast pushes here onto Chalet, and the Ying would be really good for that. So taking that off the board is something. It does leave Finker available, so I'm expecting a lot of LMGs today, and the Clash also gets banned out.
Yeah, just to quickly round out that map veto discussion, this is the only time Kraken have played this map this stage, bar one, and that was against the Chiefs in Play Day 3 of OCN. They didn't win a single round. Chiefs swept the floor 7-0. The Chiefs back then as well, in particular, were in some really poor form, both domestically and regionally in APAC South. So that is a very big red flag heading into this match. Now, of course, Dynasty are not going to be at the same level of the Chiefs, regardless of form. They are not going to be as strong, you would imagine. But still a worrying sign. So perhaps this matchup will be quite close, which would be a great way to kick off the day. Obviously, round of 16, good opportunity to get a feel for how the tournament as a whole may play out. And the nature of OCN versus OCL means that there is obviously that competitive rivalry. Both teams with quite a bit to prove with their own sort of storylines. And keen to see how, of course, it does play out. Basement up first. And Kraken teasing a little bit here. Blitz Nook selected off the bat. And that could start things off in a very explosive fashion.
So Snow Iron is where we go for the first site. Chalet in Oceanic Nationals at the moment for Stage 2. Played 4 times, which I feel like has actually seen maybe more play in stage has gone by. 4 times not too bad. 52% attacker win rate, so that's come down quite a bit. I feel like in the past, probably closer to 55 to even maybe 60% at times. In the Oceanic Challenger League, only played twice, which, as we know, was including a 7-5, but 58% from 2 games played as well, attacker-sided. I'm looking at this matchup. I'm thinking the way that probably Dynasty's going to want to play this. Aggression, be fast, try and get in the face of Kraken. It means that probably attack will be the win condition here for both of these 2 teams here on Chalet. Snow White, a site, though, that defensively for Dynasty to go to first means they're going to have to play the roam game really, really well. The question for Kraken is, what do they do? Do they go for a bit of a snow push early? They've got double hard breach, they've got the Thatcher, so that snow wall's going to get opened up immediately. No questions, it's going to be open straight away. Do you then just rush in with the Finker, with the LMG, clear, go for a plant?
Doesn't look like that will be the play. Snowmobile open, and that's just perceived pressure for the remainder of the round. The rest of the team will now rotate over towards West Main. And this is the biggest weakness of this site, holding West Main. Very tricky to hold, and then very tricky to retake as well once control is forfeited. As shown there by Flux, Seppi to get a pretty easy opening kill. Bandit try as he might to hold that side of the map, has been spotted out and taken down. And now at the man disadvantage, Dynasty will be forced eventually to try and make a play. Bopped over towards Fireplace will be the next in line to try and make something work. But Kraken with the Thatcher, easy as you like. That's now boiler open. With 2 minutes to go, they can start thinking about teasing a plant. They can start thinking about flushing out blue, cutting off Con. They've already got West Main flank up. So this is a very tricky round for Dynasty to win already.
Yeah, the fact that they've already got Snowwall open and Boiler open as well. Quite staggering considering the time left remaining. They already got that kill onto Flux. So Hunter on the drone as well. He was able to get good vision into Wine. So whatever Dynasty was sort of planting here, it's not been the greatest. Now Seppi on site, Sealy getting the kill onto Hunter. Spruce somehow manages to stay alive, but not for much longer. It takes Syra, though, getting the team kill onto Spruce to take him down. 2 versus 2, but play it down. Bolt and Syra in the retake scenario. It's a difficult one to do from here. 30 seconds, not a lot of time to do so. Phoenix still has 2 Adrenal Surges on that Finker with the LMG. What can Syra muster here?
Having to shoulder peek the angles, and Phoenix win that with the LMG in hand. Now bopped in the 1v2, but taken down. It was a valiant effort on the flank. But again, too much control early for Kraken, and it's a good way to open up proceedings.
I mean, there's probably got to be some concern there if you're Dynasty with how quick everything was getting opened up, checklists, etc. I don't think Kraken even really bothered with any sort of vert play, did not care about any potential roam. When we think of Snow Wine defensively on Chalet, defenders will play offside, go above, vert, all of that. And we're seeing teams just ignore it now. I think the way that Snow Wine is being done defensively probably needs to change. Teams have adapted. When we first got Chalet, Snow Wine was never played. And the teams are like, well, maybe we play it, but we'll vert hold. And then it kind of found some success. And now teams are like, you know what? We don't need to really play into the vert at all. We can just go horizontally. We can just open up Boiler. We can open up Snowwall. And then the defenders are just left scrambling. So yeah, I'm a little bit perplexed. I think Bar Games is always the better site here on Chalet defensively. And they don't even go to it here in the second round. Instead opting for Kitchen. So not a good start, I think, for Dynasty. On a map they haven't had a whole lot of playtime on in the Oceanic Challenger League this stage. Only played it once.
Yeah, going basement perhaps before attacker repick would have been an okay site first off the bat, because if you don't bring Thatcher, you can be left a little bit stranded, especially if you don't have Mav. But with repick, the second it gets spotted, Kraken are going to bring Thatcher every single round because it hasn't been banned out, and then it makes it even more difficult to defend. So I find it a little bit perplexing, and I doubt we'll go back there anytime soon. Now, I was going to say not a fan of Kitchen. I am a big fan of Kitchen. I think this side is actually quite strong, and the way Dynasty is setting it up above should render some success, but I think it's going to be about them trying to stall out the entry a little bit. That was a very strong entry from Kraken in the previous round. We'll have to see how good they are in clearing top this time. Castle in tow, Aruni as well, so quite a bit of utility that they will need to deal with. The deployable shield was also placed up above as Kraken look to try and suffocate these roamers. Dynasty not playing overly aggressive at the moment. Instead, just sitting back and waiting for these drones to come forward, and they'll cut them down. Elements here pretty keen, I think, to jump in towards Bathroom, perhaps go for a pre-fire here onto Piano. With that Vault animation, it would no doubt be a very favorable fight Elects not to go for it just yet. There are yellow pings, perhaps waiting for Hunter on piano window to apply a bit of pressure. He does eventually send it, and the double team works. Hunter for 2, Phoenix for 1, and Dynasty again fall apart.
Well, back from Flux, though, pushing back up trophy. Stairs almost got the flick onto Elements as well. We'd see that time and time again on Kitchen Dining when the vert above is not quite going well. The player down below pushes up trophy stairs to try and regain a little bit of solo control. And job done from Flux. 2 kills, 2 critical ones. But so much more work to do. 90 seconds left. 3 versus 2. But at least you still have site control. Spruce on the Echo. Maybe still playing to the Yokai drones. And Hunter pretty low in health. No Adrenal Surges with Phoenix being eliminated. It is somewhat winnable, but they're going to have to play absolutely perfectly from here. Flux so low on health, and at the very least, yeah, the best thing to do now is probably just hide by time. Hunter droning, trying to get that information. There is still time, though, for Kraken, but Spruce with that big kill onto Pluto, and suddenly the round well and truly winnable for Dynasty.
Good information. Yellow pings again, and Spruce good for another. Elements up above, and Kraken without hard breach. A questionable decision here on this attacking setup, and it proves costly. Spruce able to just chill out inside of Dining. Not much pressure from Fireplace, and the pressure that was there shut down immediately. Elements, though, still winnable. Land shot, Spruce and Flux, both one shot.
He doesn't need to pick this from the bomb chassis at all now. Okay, you've been tagged up. You had a little cheeky try there. Spruce didn't work. You know where he is. Trophy stairs, Elements low. He's going to have to push past Flux, and Flux's position has not been spotted. So I think this is definitely a round where Dynasty win 99 out of 100. Unless Spruce goes for another repeat. Not going to happen now. He learnt his lesson. He'll stay backside on B side, and yeah, Elements will obviously die to Flux as soon as he probably walks past. Oh, that's a beautiful shot, though. Now, that's got nothing really to do with Spruce. That's just a great shot from Elements. Time, though, a factor. Elements doesn't have Diffuser, doesn't have Kit, doesn't have time. Really, really well played from Flux. And Spruce, you know, obviously Spruce died in the end, and he was peeking, and he was a little aggressive, but got a couple of big kills on site, held ground perfectly. When Dynasty got obliterated up above, Flux making the play, pushing up trophy stairs, gets 2 kills, and just calmed things down a little bit. So, big round win there for Dynasty.
Yeah, and a really good sign of his composure there in the late round. It would have been so easy for many players there to even just move a fraction. And the moment he moves there, he would have given out the sound cue for Elements. He would have hit that wallbang. He was low. It would have been a free one-shot kill. So really well done to play that out. Perhaps a little bit lucky in the sense that Elements doesn't swing West Main there at the end, but there was no real inclination for him to do so. So well done by Dynasty. Again, though, as I mentioned and I flagged during the round, big mistake from Kraken to not bring a hard breach on that round. Perhaps you can try and get away with pure above control, perhaps Vert then into sight, but as we saw, Spruce was holding Dining without vert pressure and without horizontal pressure because the wall wasn't getting open. The second that Hunter then tried to push the hallway, he got cut down. It's a difficult hallway to push, especially if there was information available to the defense. So I think, honestly, the first 2 rounds have been some pretty major mistakes from the losing team. And as that gets tidied up throughout the rest of the match, I think we'll get a better read as to who the better team actually is.
And it's only a best of 1, though. You don't have much time to tidy things up. You don't get second opportunities. And if you lose this best of 1, you're out of the tournament. So every round, so critical. And that's why when you look at the play there from Flux and Spruce, under the pressure, they were able to stand tall. And it's important here for Dynasty now. If they can find, I think, 3 rounds defensively on Chalet, they'll be very happy with this half. Evidently, when you look at some of the statistics, at least for Chalet, slightly attacker-sided, but not to the degree that maybe it used to be when it first came into the map pool. Good drone work here from Kraken, though, through snow. They'll drone out blue, so Bot will have to push back over towards Library Stairs. Take their time, though, and Kraken have not really been fast-paced in this match whatsoever. I like that, though. It's been good pace control from them.
Kraken now with good control down below. Snowmobile open, Elements on the lurk. Phoenix elsewhere gets a pick.
This guy's nutty.
Yeah, it's been a good start, 5-1. Celia now in the right position of Library to try and re-aggress.
It gives me Jigsaw vibes, guys. Sorry to cut you off there, but it just gives me Jigsaw vibes. It's staggering what an impact he's had since joining this team, and clearly knows what he's doing and is just so confident.
What kind of read did they have, though? Hunter's already got control of the stairs. No one from Dynasty holding Library stairs, and Hunter gets a free kill. Made that look a little bit harder than it should have been. Phoenix with the mud cross now. Dynasty in a pretty poor position at the moment. 3v5, Flux slow. Someone needs to make a play and find a kill, but I think Phoenix here is just going to cut them down. Oh, maybe not.
Well, Silly had the intel. The Phoenix was sitting inside a mud, so pretty easy to hold that angle, wait for him to just rush on out. Spruce is low. Silly finds a second kill, holding this bar position down pat. And again, kind of like the last round when it was a good start for Kraken, Dynasty started to bring it back until Pluto says no. Big round win for Kraken. They were maybe staring down the barrel of 2 round losses in a row after a good start in those rounds, but not this time.
Yeah, Dynasty just giving a little too much map control there. Basement was forfeited from the early pressure that Kraken gave. Then we saw the run up the library stairs, so I don't think anyone was really holding that from Dynasty. I believe all 3 players there at the end were all on site. Obviously, they had to play defensive somewhat, but no one in a position really to make too many plays. Yes, there was that swing over towards front door, but then the basement flank really sealed the fate of the defense. So, again, a good start for Kraken. We go back down below here from Dynasty. Don't mind that they're bringing the bandit this time, so they may be able to try and juggle Snowmobile Wall this time. Expect Kraken, once again, to probably repick onto Thatcher, unless Seppi is really confident in his ability on the Twitch. But again, looking at Snowmobile this time, can Dynasty delay it? And then can their control over towards West Main be a little bit more dominant? They're not extending outside of Boiler, so they are going to try and have to waste time somehow. However, very easy said than done on that particular site. Once you try and control West Main, you are basically cut off from site if played correctly by Kraken.
Yeah, and there's that attacker repick straight away. You mentioned this before, especially for a site like Snow Wine. You just switch straight onto the Thatcher, straight onto the Thermite, the Jackal. When you think of Snow Wine and you think about what operators do you want to bring to clear this site, well, the Jackal's great, clearing roamers above.
Default, guys, default, please.
And, well, you know what? Who cares about defaults? They got the lineup. I think they're going to be able to take this round. We said it before, that Dynasty Snow Wine probably shouldn't go back to it. And they have, and Kraken have the best lineup to deal with it. I get leaving the default up, it's probably not ideal, but at the end of the day, yeah, and if anything, Spruce just almost plays into it. Because you've got the information doesn't necessarily mean you swing lobby entrance. There's got to be a team out there that like just actually baits it by like, we'll leave it up on purpose and see if they swing us.
That would be a shot. I mean, it could work. A couple rounds, maybe. And I guess it worked on this one. Intentionally or not. Bopped again on the roam here for the basement hold, and Elements has a very big inkling that someone's on this side of the map. Sealy aggressing, it's Snowmobile. Hits that shot and the diffuser with it.
Nice, Silly. Good couple of rounds now from Sealy. Elements steps up, Bopped goes down. Sealy on site now on a 1 versus 4. The tag onto Hunter, pushes back through Blue, still has that shield up, and he was looking up, but Phoenix was down with the LMG crouched, and it's a very powerful weapon. You just don't stop spraying. Hold M1, get kills. The LMG or finger, that's literally how it works. 3-1, and Kraken just edging ahead now. Kitchen dining we go. But I can't help but feel, in a best of one, Guz, twice they've gone Snow Wine, and twice it has just not looked even remotely close to the other rounds that we've seen from Dynasty. And that's been the letdown for them.
Yeah, it's just poor. It's poor decision making to be going to that site twice, especially with Thatcher on the board. Kraken, obviously credit needs to go to them. They're repicking into the correct composition for the site. They're getting the work done very quickly. Of course, they left default up that round, but that kind of worked for them because they got those early picks as a result of the over-aggression from Dynasty. But all signs for me at the moment pointing towards Dynasty perhaps not having a very deep objective pool on this map on the defense. Now, that may shift when we go into the second half, right? It could well be very attacker-sided with these bans. So I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves and completely rule Dynasty out of this match, but it is disappointing they've gone to basement twice and lost it. But
well, I'm not ruling them out at all. They've still got 2 more rounds, and they showed us on their kitchen dining they can defend well. And they can even bring rounds back. I think that's one thing that has not gone their way so far in this match. They've not really got out to an early advantage. Kraken just keep getting these opening kills, keep getting these leads, 5v3s. And I mean, obviously it was back in that second round on kitchen dining where Flux and Spruce were able to bring it back. Elements with the quick grapple up onto the roof. Phoenix is the terror right now on this Finca. 7-2, having a field day on Chalet. As I said, it gives me Jigsaw vibes. It's Jigsaw's map and Operator and, well, KD as well.
And he's doing a lot of this work himself, draining the site and trying to find an opening. He spots one on the stairs. He can pressure that from the window. And I think he's really keen at the moment to go for a vault in here, try and get a bit of pressure. Spots the yokai. And now, especially if the default's down, he could really make a play here if Dynasty aren't careful. No one's directly holding West main. A player passive in kitchen, and I think he could get something done here. Obviously, that's Flux on the stairs, pressured. And now he's low. And again, good early pressure here from Kraken, despite not being overly aggressive. As I say, that Hunter drops with the skeleton key, and that's Sealy down.
Shout out to our observer there for following along with that drone work. It really highlights what these pros do with the drone, how much information they get, and how quickly they get it. Just over 90 seconds left in this round. Ping info for Phoenix, but can't find the kill. 4 versus 4. No Sealy this time. Great shot from Elements. Advantage Kraken once again. Oh, there's a player on Trophy Stairs. Does he realize it? Yes. Clears it out. Flux is down. Similar kind of position to what Flux was trying to do last time in that second round. Bot gets the kill onto Seppi. 3 versus 2. It's been this way for a lot of the rounds for Dynasty where they do bring it back, but Phoenix on that LMG cannot be stopped. Adrenal Surge as well. If he does take a bullet, he just heals up anyway. Headshot onto Spruce. And says, go back into retirement, mate. Just keep holding M1. Don't let go.
Yeah, really good round though, again, from Phoenix. And for me, it wasn't even the kills towards the end. It was just the amount of groundwork he did early, especially the pressure here over towards Flux. He would have been given the call relentlessly there to Elements saying aggro solo. They had the play on the rappel as well. Flux was never getting out of that one alive. At that point, the round was over. Player in kitchen can't really trade it. Spruce was still stuck back dining, and despite Kraken bringing the hard breach this time, they didn't even need to use it there on the dining wall. Don't know if it was used elsewhere, but yeah, at the moment, it's tricky to see Dynasty get these rounds. At the moment, the strategy really has to be finding a way to shut down Phoenix, because he's just getting so much work done, not only in the frag department, but just the sheer amount of information and confidence that he has flowing at the moment. Dynasty do have the mute to try and deny a little bit of this intel, but I think a lot of that's being used on the roam. And yeah, it's just very tough to see the defense mount rounds at the moment. However, a 4-2 half, if they manage to scrape this together, probably actually not that bad, all things considered.
It's not a Sens pick, is it, from Pluto that I'm looking at right now? Oh.
Well, okay, so there is a current strat for Sense on this particular side. I'm sure you can highlight it, Sky, the drone hole into dining. They may well prep for a push through fireplace, and there is a drone hole. There you go, thanks, Sky, where you actually throw the ROU through that. That cuts off the kitchen cross, the half wall, etc. And then you go for the plant behind B. However, with the player down, that may well complicate things. That's Elements on any potential rush shut down up above. Phoenix will look to re-aggress again over towards West Main. And if he can feed information to the team and perhaps get aggro for a pick, he could turn things around. The player on the wall has been pinged. Pluto through the drone hole will spot the cross, but no damage inflicted.
Yeah, so difficult to land those shots. You get such a brief window to land any bullets through that drone hole towards the trophy. Shock drone out from Seppi. And for the first time, it feels like in this half, Dynasty with a nice early lead, no trade. Can they find another kill there? It's a Hunter. No, not to be. Stays alive. Adrenal Search from Phoenix gets him a bit of health back as well. A lot of presence down below basement, and Sealy inside of blue might find the kill. He just looked away for that split little second. The timing cost him against Phoenix, and you need every second if you're to take him down. He just barely lives.
2 surges left, perhaps enough to get him up to 2 shots worth of health, but nonetheless, a decent recovery effort here from Kraken. Now it's about finding this opening and trying to utilize the sense for the execute. There is a BPC up though for Dynasty, which can see through
it's going
those sense walls. Bopped with the flank over towards Dining Hallway. Good for one. Sorrow elsewhere as well. Got to pick two. Now Pluto Phoenix left alone. And it's kind of fallen into tatters here. Dynasty doing a good job to recover this half. Seeking comfort on this site. Don't want to count out Phoenix just yet. But with that amount of HP remaining, it's very difficult to see him make another play.
Yeah, and no Adrenal Surge either. Nade falls short, makes the vault into a Westmain. Oh. What a shot onto Siren.
Ooh.
Almost took out his own teammate, though. He's just running that hot at the moment. Even Pluto's got to watch out. Bop, though. Bop's Phoenix on the head. 3 versus 1. Dynasty. 2-4 half. It's not all that bad on the defensive Chalet. You'll take it. And they can then back themselves in to replicate what Kraken just achieved in the first half, but Pluto on the Sens. You can have as many ROUs as you want. I don't think it's going to make a difference here.
Bit of a shame that we didn't really see the Sens fully utilized in this round. Great round for Bopped. Found the open up, found a few more, got the final as well. And I agree with Pluto. Not a bad half there from both teams. I think it started off really rusty. Both teams made some pretty big and major mistakes in the early stages of this match. But again, pretty early in the morning for gamer hours. And of course, the first match in the round of 16. You would expect things to be a little bit scrappy. However, it did tidy up. And Dynasty doing a good job to get a second round there. It really keeps them in this match. If the match overall ends up being as attacker-sided as perhaps it could be with Thatcher up, Hard Breach available, etc. Could make things very, very interesting. And we're going back down to basement straight away. We saw so many issues for Dynasty on this site. Textbook errors made by them and textbook attacks really by Kraken. To their credit, they opened Snow early, they got West Control early. And the main reason for that is they re-picked onto the Thatcher, which made life really difficult for the defense. So we'll see whether or not Dynasty do similar and whether or not the results will also be replicated.
Well, there is a bit of a shake-up, though, in the way that Kraken are bringing their operator lineup. More focus going into the likes of Valve, Oryx, Castle, to wonder what's going to be sort of employed here. Imagining a vertical hold above, get a bit of info.
Hold that thought for a second, right? Look at the attack of Repick. So this is super aggressive snowmobile take. I think Dynasty have spotted this roam and they're going to try and completely ignore it, hit site. Obviously risky on the first attack, but if they can make it work, especially with, I think, only Elements actually on the objective itself, it could well be the play.
But if they go and try and smoke this with the Glass, obviously Elements is going to be so impactful here on site. Have they got anyone else, though, that's there?
Can they get rid of the Mute Jammer, though? I think Bopped is the only one that might be able to get it with the impact, with the lifeline. Otherwise, they can't get it. Maybe a Gon 6 can reach. I don't quite know the range to the drone hole, but their entire strategy might be thwarted by a single gadget.
They haven't just completely overthought this, have they?
We'll see if he hits it.
Oh, no.
No.
Oh,
missed.
no.
Missed.
Oh,
it's
no.
over. The entire strategy is over.
Well, that's just a travesty. I think they've absolutely done what you've said, Guz, in the sense that they've spotted out this roam game from Kraken, and they're so quick to switch their operators in the attacker repick. They did not think as to how they're going to open up this wall if there's some kind of denial.
Now we have to wait and see how reactive are Kraken. Elements was on site. They'll know they can't get the wall. Dynasty, though, still find picks. So the roam has not worked out. A big mistake to kick things off, but Dynasty recovering the round. Hunter now inside of Library. His position known. Phoenix allowed to regress, however, over towards the fireplace stairs. So the momentum now halts. A minute 30 in the round, so plenty of time for Dynasty as Hunter needs to try and get out of this position. He retreats, bopped down, and this has been quite a round thus far.
You got to remember, right? Maybe when there's a bit more time, I'll sort of touch on what I want to mention there. As Sealy gets a couple bullets into the back by Elements, holding Library stairs pretty well. And with Bop down, he's their way back into this round for Dynasty. Hunter drops back towards site. Phoenix as well through West Main. Player just shooting him outside that window. He swings anyway. Phoenix is on another level. And he almost hits that shot as well. He does anyway! Oh, Phoenix! He just shouldn't even be in the lobby. He's too good. He's too good. 14-3 from 7 rounds. There's another one. 15 kills. And what I was going to say, and now I get the perfect segue into saying it, this is almost as if Phoenix is putting on a show reel, guys. For any potential future team suitors for 2023, we'll look at this guy and think we want him for an APAC South team.
100%. Really good job to recover the round, and I don't know how much information is being fed to him here. I can only assume it's minimal. So really having a good feel on this roam, highlighting some really strong game sense. But we saw it in the replay, and we'll cast our minds back briefly. The start of that round for Dynasty, an absolute disaster. The fact that they spotted the roam, yet no one got any inkling there was a mute, and if there was, no one went onto the Thatcher, is a big oversight and a big disappointment for what overall was a great call. There's only one player on site. The push, if they got the wall open, probably would have worked if they played it right. However, they didn't. And Kraken capitalize. A good roam to then recover a couple of those early picks by Phoenix. And now on the precipice of map point in this best of one in the round of 16. Kraken proving at the moment that they are the stronger team.
What a change, though, in meta for this map. We've only gone to kitchen dining and snow wine, except once where we went to 1 bar games. When we think of when Chalet came into the map pool, guys, it was bar games, it was bedroom and offices. Phoenix through trophy. Oh, he just gets shut down. Honestly, a bit of a spray bullet from Flux. Good night indeed. Phoenix not happy with that one. And look, gives Dynasty a bit of a look in now for this round because it's been the Phoenix show for Kraken. But yeah, I mean, kitchen dining, snow wine, 2 sites that did not see as much play when Chalet first came into the map pool. Sealy loses out to Seppi on trophy stairs, finishes them off with the nade, brings it back to 4 versus 4.
Yeah, it's engagements like that Dynasty need to be careful taking. A straight 1v1, Seppi with the high ground, no one pressuring from the solar rappel. Probably not a favoured engagement. Nonetheless, a good showing from Seppi, and this is a round where Kraken proved that they're not a one-man show, right? Phoenix has stepped up on multiple occasions and actually has been bringing rounds back off his own back, really. So let's see what the rest of the team can muster up. Double rappel on Solar here for Dynasty, still trying to clear this position. Spruce swats out Seppi. The cross not covered. A good pick from Seppi, who's still being spotted out, but there's just nothing Dynasty can do about it.
Just over 90 seconds remaining, and Kraken regain the lead. 4 versus 3, edging closer to map point, which would be match point, and it would be a short-lived time in the OCS for Dynasty. Bopped over towards top trophy stairs. Pushing down towards trophy. There's a lot of blue outlines, though, looking in this direction. One even pushes up. It's Hunter. And only Spruce and Flux remaining, one of which is outside looking through this drone hole. Not going to happen, though, surely. And Spruce on the sands as well.
Flux can't find much. I don't think Spruce will either. Match point looking likely here for Kraken unless one of these two can step up. Flux could get Seppi here. Seppi goes for the swing and shut down. 3 versus 2, Hunter low, but Pluto gets the kill onto Spruce. Flux with 35 on the board. Very tricky to win this round back. Valk on the board as well, so information may be fed. Elements, aggressors, has a reading, has an idea, knows exactly where that player's coming from. He's getting a little bit shaky, a little bit nervous, but he wins the fight.
Yeah, I mean, nothing that you can really expect from Flux there, who's done a really good job in this match at just generally staying alive and having impactful moments. I've really liked what I've seen from a couple of members of Dynasty, but it's pretty evident to me that they're just not quite on the level of Kraken. They take the tactical time out, but Guz, what is that, 4 match points? I don't see a way back for them.
Yeah, for Dynasty to bring this map back, they needed to show the same aggressive prowess on the attack that we did see from Kraken and really leaning into the way in which the operator bands played out, but we're just not quite seeing that. Unfortunately, the entry a little bit lackluster, and then even when they have been relatively competitive, just clearing out some of those key positions was difficult. I think probably Seppi and Solar was the best example in that last round, right? He was allowed to contest stairs and no one was on the rappel. Then when there was 2 on the rappel, he was still allowed to cross. It's just little kind of mistakes like that and aggressive positions from Kraken that aren't being punished that I think have cost them in this match. Of course, still an opportunity to mount a couple here and keep it close, but it's very difficult to look past Kraken at this point in time. Eventually, we do go over to bar, so we'll see it played again. Of course, default will be the double shield setup, top library, top mezzanine, and the clear from bedroom across. We'll just eagerly await whether or not Dynasty want to play into that. Flores is banned, so that may be a little bit tricky.
So 6-2 lead now for Kraken. And even though Dynasty have only had the 2 round wins, there's been some moments I've liked from them. I think Sealy, Bot, Flux definitely have shown what they're capable of. They've all had some good moments, but as a collective team, it hasn't quite worked out for them. And yeah, pretty evident to me, Kraken is just further along in their development. You know, a team that, of course, used to be in the OCL, like Dynasty. Took them a little while. They've been grinding for a while. Of course, Phoenix, the addition of him to this roster, night and day. The question is, can they keep him on this roster, though? We've seen in this region, guys, it doesn't take much for players to hop around. It really doesn't.
The poaching grounds, perhaps? Who knows? Are there teams in the market for a new player?
Probably should be.
Information?
Probably should be.
Probably. I'm not going to say who. We're not going to be him anyway.
No. No, he's a good young player, though, and just immediate impact is what he's been able to deliver in OCN, now in the OCS as well. An exciting future ahead. But can Dynasty find an exciting round ahead? Can they get back into this on shallow? They are on the attack, but they do have to get through this bar game's defense, and it looks as if they're going through the traditional route.
Yeah, straight, safe forward. Don't know what that is, but Phoenix still gets a kill elsewhere. Over towards Mez. Elements now stranded. That piano double. Nasili punishes Hunter. Element's able to retreat though, so no one punished from the window. He can retreat to the shield. Sealy low, and his nades will be critical in trying to deal with this. And with those magnets up, it's going to be tricky. Diffuser juggled as Seppi joins in now on the action, and Dynasty finding this roam clear tricky.
So aggressive, though, even without shield at the mezzanine chimney. Look at Seppi. I mean, this is super aggressive. What was that from Seppi? Sends his life out of the window. Elements gets the kill onto Flux anyway. Spruce is low, so is Sealy. Phoenix now, he also gets aggressive. Easy ping. No. Well, he was almost on for 20. He got to 18 in a 7-2 victory. Unless Bots goes for one more here against Pluto in the 1 versus 1. He has a minute, and he has the diffuser behind him. He can play this a little bit differently, but no, he just goes T-hunting. And he catches Pluto. And I think Phoenix will be happy. He can get the 20 bomb.
Just extending the game out a little bit. And it has to be said, I think Kraken were being a little bit cheeky in that round. Elements over towards piano double. We saw the jump out. We saw the re-aggression. I don't know where those yellow pings were coming from. If it was the lobby camera, I'm very concerned for Dynasty, and it probably was, to be honest. Or maybe even top library, I don't quite know. But yeah, just extending the match out a little bit now. And Bopped, to his credit, well played in the 1v1. F2 in hand, had the confidence to go for the pick, and Pluto taken down. 6-3 now the scoreline. We go back down to basement.
Well, I'll get you some live updates, guys. Of course, there's other games happening at the moment. Big Dogs versus the Chiefs. It's a 4-6 scoreline in favor of the Chiefs on Oregon. Ludovica versus 1620 Kings, 4-2 in favor of Ludovica. That's on Clubhouse. And Get a Grip versus the Hungry Lions has just started on Oregon. That would have been a match I would have liked to see. And Ground Zero versus Circular Spheres. It looks as if Circular Spheres did not show up, and so they're out.
I almost thought you weren't going to show up today. You were a little bit late to call time.
Well, I wasn't late. I actually let our producer know I would be 15 minutes behind call time. So if I
So you're
call
late. You're
if I
15
call
minutes
in
late.
to let people know that I'm going to be late, am I actually late, or am I just renegotiating the call time?
Didn't know that was in your contract. I might have to review mine. No. Credit to you, soldiering on. I know you're a little bit unwell, so keep it up. Long day ahead, of course, today. Couple of best of ones and a couple of best of threes this afternoon, leading into the best of 5 grand final tomorrow. Single Elim bracket, of course. These teams battle it out for the prize pool. And at the moment, Kraken looking good. Dynasty don't go for any sort of aggression at the breach like they perhaps wanted to last round as silly aggressors in Library. Saw the vert, but still wanted to contest, and Pluto makes him pay.
Yeah, very stagnant here from Dynasty. And Hunter just waiting for that mezzanine big window vault in, and he will get the kill. Oh, shot early. Doesn't probably need shoot there. Probably can just wait for the vault. Now, sorry, nose. Obviously, for Dynasty, would not want to replay what the last Snow Wine attack looked like for them, but they actually didn't do all that bad in the roam clear. But this roam clear hasn't quite gone as clean until Bopt gets rid of Phoenix. So no 20 bomb unless Dynasty win another round here, which they certainly could. Still a lot of time, 4 versus 4. And a lot of roamers, though, still to deal with.
Ooh. Spruce onto Pluto. Things may be getting interesting now as Seppi also departs. Maybe there's something still left in this match. Elements and Hunt are still kicking about, but Dynasty with a strongman advantage, util, a lion scan, an exothermic. They have every tool they need to go for a push here and claim another round.
Hunter and Elements the last two alive for Kraken. 40 seconds. Hunter gets the kill onto Spruce, but Flux gets the trades back elsewhere onto Elements. And Zara at Library Stairs puts an end to this round. 2 in a row for Dynasty for the first time here on Chalet. And suddenly things get a little interesting. 2 rounds away from a potential overtime. When we think back to that 9th round, that Bar Games round, and Kraken were clearly taking a little bit of the mick. They were having a bit of fun there. Does that come back to bite them? Does that come back to haunt them? 2 rounds away now for Dynasty to send this to overtime.
Yeah, Kraken have got to be careful here. I think the bar round previous to that, they were definitely taking the mick a little bit. And look, obviously it's not an SI qual, but it is still a decent prize pool. If they were to throw away an opportunity like that by being a little bit silly, I think they would be a little bit dirty on themselves. So you would anticipate the next 2 rounds, Kraken will put their heads down a little bit now, sensing a threat. And perhaps this match not being as easy and straightforward as they expected when the scoreline was looking more favorable. We go over towards Dining now for the 11th round in this match. Dynasty clinging on by a thread. Bopt in particular has been stepping it up. The Sense repick again in play. I don't think we've seen a single good Sense play, however, in this match. So I am waiting eagerly for one of these players to be good. We could just keep the overhead here on this drone hole the entire round and wait for the play to ensue. I just want to have a quick look back up above, though, because I believe Kraken have actually reinforced off bedroom here. So typically, you would actually create a line of sight or rotate on that wall and reinforce office. That's definitely the ranked meta, and I've seen it in comp mainly as well. So quite intriguing that they're just completely forfeiting office altogether, and perhaps an inclination that Kraken are going to be aggressing elsewhere.
Three Nitro Cells available for Kraken in this round. Oh, that's an easy kill for Zappy. Never mind. Bopt continues this good run. Big kill onto Zappy after they lost Sealy. Obviously on that buck, now no longer able to redecorate the floor above. Syra with the nade onto Hunter, but there's Phoenix, 19 and counting. 3 versus 3. They'll probably need him to get above 20 kills if they're going to win this match.
don't know if we're going to be getting that ROU, Guz. You probably need a large majority of the team alive and available to make that kind of play. And again, every time we're seeing kitchen dining, we're just seeing trades above.
We sure are, and now we're seeing control. Saro to lead the charge, and he will be uncontested. All three of those blue outlines down below on site. Minute 30. So much time for Dynasty to prepare their push. No pressure from the clock as of yet. They can sit back and wait and perhaps wait for someone to feed a pick. But as the timer continues to tick and no work's being done, perhaps it will become a factor. Phoenix still on site. 19 kills in this match. A couple more here to bag the win. The 20 bomb looming. Dynasty, I believe, rotating to maybe get some West control. Spruce will lead that charge. He'll give away the sound cue, though. Phoenix knows exactly where this player is.
Okay, somehow Spruce got the kill anyway. But Pluto... Oh, no, it's a Frostmat Spruce! He's OCS! Series is done to a Frostmat! The highlighted replay as well. Oh, Spruce. We still love you. But it is Kraken. It is Phoenix that come away as the winners in this game and send Dynasty out of the OCS.
Yeah, really well done there by Kraken. Overall, a solid performance. They did, of course, allow a couple rounds to slip, but I think they were having a bit of fun inside of this match. Of course, big shout out to Phoenix. A huge map from him. Wasn't just the kills, it was just overall the amount of impact that he had in this match. Dynasty didn't start off amazingly, and they were playing catch up for this entire match. Unfortunately, Kraken just a little bit too quick, and they'll progress in the bracket.
Well, a fascinating little game to kickstart OCS, wasn't it? Kraken obviously got out to a very, very big lead, 4-1 to start with, and from that point onwards, I think it was like 3-2 of the next rounds went the way of Dynasty. I thought maybe for a second they might be able to extend the margin a little bit and send this one to overtime. Not to be, though, in credit. Kraken were by far and away the better team. And I think towards the latter rounds as well in that second half, they did start to have a bit of fun themselves. And Phoenix, though, what a performance. From an individual perspective, clearly, night and day, head and shoulders above everyone else in the lobby. And there will be some APAC South teams that will come sniffing, tell you that much. Obviously, that's only the first map, though, for today. We've got a lot more action to come. For now, though, we go back to the desk.
Sorry, there's some APAC South talent as well sniffing around these bushes. I'll tell you what a performance from Kraken. But of course, Phoenix, that was a pretty crazy one. Before we deep dive into anything, it brings me such satisfaction to see, unfortunately, Dynasty bowing out, but with Spruce finishing up on the Frost map. I could not have enjoyed that anymore. What a game this was, though, Mandy. I think more so for the individual prowess of Phoenix rather than any other storyline that we could have followed.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think every single player in this lobby, all 10 of them, even on the Dynasty side, they were oozing with confidence, in my opinion. They were just taking every gunfight. They weren't afraid to re-peak things, take the fights that they needed to, and try and win out their ones. But if you want to win out your ones against a person like Phoenix, who's just so on fire at the moment, in hot form, it's never going to go the way of Dynasty. And Kraken were really able to take those attack rounds and run away with that momentum.
They certainly were, but there's definitely no taking away from Dynasty and their performance here. Proto, I think that we can definitely be happy with the way that, even though it was 6-2 at a certain point, they still fought, they still made it close. And I mean, we could have seen that go to overtime very easily.
Oh yeah, 100%. They started bringing it back. They found a little bit of momentum in the mid-game, but unfortunately, Kraken, given they have a little bit more experience, they've been playing for a little bit longer, they definitely sort of just turned the burners on. They closed it out, and that's what teams arguably at this level should be doing, closing games out, not letting them drag on, especially when they had a lead like 4-1 at one point. But even in saying that, last time these two teams versus, it was a 7-1. So if that was indicative of how it was going to turn out, Dynasty have had an improvement. So it's good to see they're making changes behind the scenes and improving to a degree that is close to overtime, but I think the stats speak for themselves.
Yeah, I think it's Spruce out. Spruce was the problem. Spruce always will be the problem. There's no two ways of putting it. The missus actually heard them talking about Spruce on the cast, came and tapped me on the shoulder and said, is that Spruce playing again? I thought he was washed, and I said yes. He is, and he will stay that way forever and a day. But again, I think congratulations to Kraken. Going to show, Mandy, once again that you know, their performances throughout the season by no means have been flukes.
Yeah, absolutely. Kraken, they seem to look more confident and more fluent every week, I think is the word that I would give for them. It feels like the team is really cohesive, they really come into form, and they know how to enable each other so well, especially compared to, I suppose, the lower 4 teams coming into OCN. That's an incredible debut season they've had, and they've once again proven to us why they deserve to be here in OCS.
I guess it's probably looking ahead for them where we see their biggest challenge yet, Proto. Obviously going up against the Knights, this one's going to be a massive challenge for them. Obviously last time these two teams played it was close. Do you think that we'll see something similar? I
mean, with Phoenix in form like he is today, if they can continue enabling that playstyle from him, the hyper-aggression, paired with a little bit of strategy, obviously Kraken could make some waves. They have looked really, really good in form, and obviously OCN is a great way to sort of set them up for OCS. Coming up against the Knights, though, given that they have looked really, really good, I mean, finishing first is no small feat, but given that that was the performance we just watched from Kraken, I definitely think it could be another close one, maybe even a Kraken victory on a good day, but that's obviously if Phoenix drops 20 more kills, so...
Yeah, it would probably have to be a very good day to see Kraken get that one over the line. But you never know, you know, a win like this, a convincing one at that against, you know, a former team that they're used to kind of, I mean, I would say used to competing against, but, you know, in the same faction for me, it's probably more so the way Kraken have been able to win this out. Mandy, would you say maybe the veto might have favoured Kraken a little bit too much there? I mean, it did feel very comfortable for them on Chalet.
I think I would agree with you. I think that Phoenix, as much as he did really well, especially on that defense half, I feel like Dynasty weren't using the architecture of the map to punish Phoenix for what he was able to do. It just felt like Phoenix was able to make a lot of quick rotations without being cut off by any repels, any windows. Same thing with Seppi. He was able to play around, even like peeking that bathroom repel angle, that kind of thing. He was able to loiter around solo for a long time. It just felt like Kraken were a little bit more comfortable on the architecture of the map, and Dynasty weren't punishing them. When they come up against the Knights, though, the Knights are a much more diligent team, and I imagine that Phoenix will struggle to claim as much space and as much real estate as he had in that matchup.
Proto, if we are to look to a map for Kraken, you know, I'm just kind of theory boarding. Yeah, it's the same word, doesn't make a difference. Theory crafting here as to what we might be able to see Kraken have a decent attempt on. What kind of map would you want to see them go up against Knights on, you know, considering the form that Kraken are in heading into this game?
If I'm being honest, something that allows a diverse roam. I mean, we saw him bringing the Oryx in that map, a Villa would be good. You obviously have the basement to work with, a couple of hatches and 3 different staircases, so maneuverability would not be a question. Also, cutoff points for Villa downstairs aren't sort of very many. I mean, you've got the door and then a couple of the barrels, but that's really it. So Phoenix can be allowed to move through there. Villa could be a good pick. I mean, even one of the newer maps, Theme Park, could even be an interesting one given its introduction. It would be very fun, especially with Phoenix running around on it. So I think if they can throw a bit of a curveball to the Knights, something they may not have pracked too much, more of an expansive map compared to one of the smaller ones, we could see Phoenix run rampant like he just did, but as mentioned by Mandy, Knights are a whole lot more diligent, so it'll be harder to pull the wool over their eyes, I'd imagine.
Certainly will be. Let's have a look at how the bracket stands at the moment. A handful of games have already been completed, whilst a couple more still to go. There you go, Get a Grip and Hungry Lion still playing, as well as 1620 Kings and Ludovica. But this is pretty much the bracket as it stands. Unfortunately, I mean, if you're an OCL fan, you're really riding on those last 2 games to have any OCL representation in the next stage for the quarterfinals. But Mandy, looking at these matchups, you know, we've got Chiefs Ground Zero. Knowing, I think we've got Knights Kraken on stream, so maybe we'll talk about the Chiefs Ground Zero game for a second. Apparently this might be Ground Zero's last game together, so this could be a pretty big hurrah for them if they're able to defeat the Chiefs.
Yeah, it's possible. A lot of the team are sort of looking to find other avenues into the league instead. They might be separating here, so it'll be sad to see them go, but a last hurrah against the Chiefs will be pretty exciting. We saw the Hungry Lions. They were able to take down the Chiefs, and they were like ecstatic about it. It was like Jakenna's best interview, so happy. So I think for Ground Zero to be able to take something against the Chiefs, that'll be a pretty exciting last hurrah. We've also just seen Ludovica come in with their result against 1620 Kings as well, taking them down 7-3.
That's, I mean, again, a bit unfortunate if you are an OCL fan, because now it is well and truly Ludovica and Wildcard going through. Maybe Proto, I don't know if you want to touch on that at all, but I feel like Ludovica's had a bit of a lackluster stage 2 here. Do you think they'll be able to go toe-to-toe with Wildcard?
I mean, they avoided bottom 2 spots. They finished in 6th, so it wasn't the worst of worst could happen. They did manage to find some traction against some of the other teams, but other than going up against Wildcard, I mean, they finished 2nd, and for good reason. They had a great stage, so definitely going to have their work cut out for them in that matchup, but provided they've put the work in, maybe done some homework before coming into this, and some good prac as well, and they have a great day on the frags, they could maybe do some damage, but I highly doubt they walk away with the win, unfortunately, at the end of the day. Wildcard, they finished 2nd for a reason, and I'd imagine they're not going to let that performance slip at any point.
No, they are a dangerous team at the best of times, and I'm sure in the OCS they want to go back to back. But it's time for us to go to a short break. On the other side, we start the quarterfinals.
Punching the waves like we're 16. You're reading Bukowski while you feeling my heart. Is it love or just caffeine? Is it the end or is it just the start? Tired of some of our parts. My darling, we're falling apart. Punching the waves like we're 16. You're reading Bukowski while you're breaking my heart.
Hey baby, won't you come with me? I got money like it grows right off the trees. I said no, I won't go. Hey darling, won't you join our clan? We're gonna fix you up, take you to the promised land. I said no, I won't go. And I'm ready for it all, but my heart knows I can't take a fall. And I'm ready for it all, They're all waiting on me to drop the ball. Got my best dress on and my makeup done. Won't be long till I'm gonna be someone. Climbing up the steepest slope, I gotta hold my breath so I don't choke now. Got my guitar hanging off my shoulder, and each step I'm a little bit closer. Ooh, and since the day I was born, I know it's the perfect storm. It's the perfect storm. It's the perfect storm. I've been searching for an open door, but everybody wants to eat me whole. Oh no, I won't go. Trying to live like I am free under the pressure of society. I know I won't go. And I'm ready for it all, but my heart knows I can't take a fall. And I'm ready for it all, They're all waiting on me
Kraken with a pretty dominating performance, and I mean, you could probably give props to Phoenix for that, near on the 20 bomb on Chalet. But we now move on to the quarterfinals, where we're actually going to get to see Kraken once again. They're going head-to-head with the Knights. We have a couple of old codgers here. Yeah, it's the old duo, Dev and Cthulhu, showing a little bit of love for the old ANZ hoodies. It's been a hot minute. Cthulhu, how you doing, my friend? Did you get to catch that matchup?
Yeah, look, I did get to catch the matchup. It was definitely an interesting one, given that, as even Proto back on the desk alluded, that previous sort of matchup between Dynasty and Kraken back in the OCL days was a rather lopsided one. This time, whilst, yes, it's still an unfortunate L for Dynasty, it was still a solid improvement.
No, and Dev, probably moving forward, this is going to be their biggest test. I don't know if it gets much bigger than this. They go head-to-head with Kraken, with Knights, sorry. We're talking about Kraken there. And I do feel like this is the opportunity for them to kind of, I would almost say, set a bit of a precedent heading into the next year, because we will not see Kraken until then.
If Kraken can win this game, it would be huge, but this is a huge step up from their round of 16 game. Dynasty mid-pack CL team Knights, the undisputed #1, haven't lost a domestic game since Playday 1 of OCN, where they lost to Bliss. They are in hot form. They're going to be ready for this game. They just missed out on the major as well, so there's not even that little excuse of, oh, we're flying out to Berlin next week, so this one's going to be rough. No, just send it, win OCS. Knights failed to do so in Stage 1. This is their chance to come back, so for Kraken, it's going to be incredibly difficult.
You really had to go back there, didn't you? You had to remind everyone at home that Knights are not going to the Berlin Major.
I'm still coming to terms with it.
Yeah, it's a bit of a heartbreak. It is a bit of a heartbreak, but surely this does make things a little bit more interesting across Knights and Kraken. This matchup, last time we saw them play, it was close. There's just a really... I think big kudos to Kraken and how far they've come in Stage 2. We really were unsure on what we would see from them, but they have been nothing short of incredible. On their debut season, I think, is more so the comment that we're talking about. But as for the Knights, I mean, there's not really much to be said that hasn't already been said, Cthulhu. This roster of absolute gamers have really gelled quite nicely together this year.
Absolutely, yeah. Especially after the reintroduction of Styx back into the roster, the new injection of Quiz, and obviously the absolute godly trio of Sajan, Juicy, and Josh, plus now Lunametal as well behind the scenes. Yeah, it is definitely an absolutely juicer of a lineup that, honestly, now give it at least one more season, and yeah, this is where they reach the peak performance and qualify for the top events.
One player in particular that I think has really started to come into his own, Quiz. This stage has felt, maybe it's just from what I've seen, maybe I'm a little bit biased, but I feel like Quiz has really settled into this roster in Stage 2.
Yeah, I'll admit that when this new Knights roster was revealed, Quiz was the obvious kind of the odd one out. And people were thinking, okay, he was great in CL, but is he going to be able to hack it in OCN and APAC South? And at the start, admittedly, the answer kind of was no. And it took quite a while for Knights to figure out, they rejigged their roles a couple of times. We saw Styx go from Hard Breach to now he is one of the highlights on entry and roaming on this team. And Quiz has finally found his place, really coming into his own, playing a Mad Finker game as well. So it's lovely to see finally that young talent proving themselves.
Speaking of young talent proving themselves, Kraken, I don't, again, almost similar to what we were just saying with Knights, I don't know if there's too much that could be said that hasn't already been said. There's really been such a positive light shed on Kraken. Cthulhu, have you seen anything that maybe, we might have missed in our discussions earlier?
Honestly, it's just, I think with Kraken, it was just throughout their sort of initial stage within OCN, it took them just a little bit of a moment to kind of finally move away from that sort of OCL playstyle and to adjust for OCN. It's still very much kind of prevalent in terms of that they have their sort of own kind of niche plays, their own kind of approaches to certain, situations. But I think closer to the conclusion of Stage 2 of OCN, I think they finally found their sort of, you could call it, identity to a certain degree.
That is I think, a more than fair point. Their identity has well and truly been established and could even be reinforced here in this matchup. Let's have a look at where we're going for this matchup. I think, we saw the power that Kraken have on Chalet, and in fact, we're going to have that banned out by Knights in a third ban phase. But we go to Bank. Dev, the makes me think that you're seeing something I'm not.
All right. Okay, Kraken in Stage 2 of OCN played this map twice. Both times they lost it. Well, they played it once in OCN, once in OCS. And both times they lost it to Wildcard pretty convincingly. They managed to push to 5-7 in OCN, but still no points out of it. You compare that to Knights. Last time Knights played this map, it was a 7-0 over Hungry Lions. You look at the time before that, it was a 7-5 over Wildcard. So it's really clear that Knights are the better team here on Bank. But I think from the Kraken POV, they're probably thinking, look, obviously it's going to be hard going up against Knights. Clearly, just overall a much more advanced team than us. So we're going to have to try and trust ourselves, go to a map that we think we're all right on, manage to push Wildcard to 5-7, we'll take the gamble there. But I don't care how good Kraken are on this map. Like, if Knights are as good as the stats say, this is going to be really hard, even if Kraken are confident.
What do you make of it, Cthulhu? Do you think Kraken are going to be able to take in the distance, or is this going to be done nice and quickly?
Look, I reckon now with Kraken's sort of experience in OCN and knowing how top end of OC do play, I think Bank could be actually a good map, because it was one of their kind of surprisingly good maps back in OCL, albeit, again, it was quite a while ago, but they were absolutely able to thrash teams and make them fall apart. So to a certain degree, whilst yes, Knights are absolutely a dangerous entity, and against a team like Kraken, it would still be an uphill battle. But I'm feeling close to even something like a 7-5, maybe even a cheeky overtime.
Well, I would actually be on for overtime. I'm not going to lie. That I think would be a fitting way to end this. Dev, do we take any weight from Phoenix's performance on Chalet? I know it's one player, but one player can make a hell of a difference.
Yeah, 19 kills across 11 rounds is nothing to scoff at. Phoenix has been popping off Kraken as a whole since they finally got that roster that they were waiting for. Like, they were waiting a bit of time till they could get their full 5. They played a bunch of their games with subs. Now that they finally have that, we can see the raw talent on their roster, and I wouldn't be surprised if next stage maybe some of them start to get looked at for positions on other teams. But at the end of the day, Knights is the best team in OS right now. You look at APAC South, Knights was 2 rounds away from making the major and making top 2. The other 2 OS teams in the league were the bottom 2 teams in the league. So if anything, if Knights doesn't win OCS here, that's a huge failure and a huge disappointment on their side. So I think that not only should Knights win this game, but they should really win the whole tournament, and something's wrong if they don't.
Just let us know how you really feel, Dev. 2 people I'm sure are going to let us know how they feel. It is Blue Panda and it is Proto. Enjoy Bank, fellas.
Thank you so much, Merrick. Definitely looking forward to a matchup like this. Of course, Proto coming into it, there is a bit of history. Kraken, they've had a few upsets on this map in, previous stages of OCL, but now they're OCN ready. I mean, with Phoenix heat up, you've got to imagine that this is likely to go the way the Death thought. Overtime on the cards.
It definitely could be. I mean, with Phoenix as hot as he is today, I would not expect anything less from Kraken. They're looking sharp. They're looking ready to play. We even look at the scores. Unfortunately, last time they played it, they lost 7-5 to Wildcard. This is Bank. With Knights winning their last Bank appearance 7-3 to GZ. So anything is on the card. But yeah, I definitely think overtime is viable here, given that Kraken have looked so good.
As we load into the server, of course, I mean, the biggest question I think on everyone's mind, having a look at the desk, when is Dev's, the rest of his facial hair going to load in as well? He was sort of out of place in the middle between the other two, full beards and then just the mustache to go. Getting into the op bans, Kraken starting off on the attack, Knights have the defense. I mean, who do you reckon has the favoured side, especially with a ban like that to kick it off?
I would have to say Knights probably going to have the favoured side coming into this Bank, given it sort of saw a couple of minute changes here and there and then was reintroduced into the competitive pool. Does favour the defence a little bit more. Some positions have been made a little bit more defendable. I mean, we saw the changes to downstairs, we saw the changes to the mid floor as well. So in saying that, given with the Hibana ban and the Finka ban, Knights definitely in good position, obviously with that Hibana utility off the board, but the Goyo to go, that's going to hurt. Downstairs now going to be a whole lot harder to hold, even open area. So Maestro may come into effect, I'd have to say, if I had to pick one defender we should see from both of these teams in this matchup, given that he is a very prominent, and final is Valkyrie, no surprises. So Mirror to come through. Maestro as well, a possibility. I mean, Panda, Thatcher even stands. There is a lot in play here after this ban phase.
Interesting. Obviously, a bit of homework being done here by Kraken coming into this matchup. Down to the basement to start things off, and with that Goyo ban, they're going to have to obviously figure out how they want to hold this one. So far, the lineups looking as you would expect. Yeah, the last minute switch off from the Mozzie to the Kaid there. But it's Sage on the Oryx that I'm keeping an eye on this round. Obviously, being able to get up on that roam, being able to affect. I mean, you talk about the late round pinches through hatches that could happen. Kraken need to be keeping their heads on a swivel.
Yeah, especially with no Nomad and no Gridlock. We don't really have any dedicated flank operators being bought. Obviously, drone work isn't going to be a question at this level of competition. These teams, you know, drone work is one of the basics, and they would have got that down pat a long time ago. So maybe not required. They do kind of have the Zero, and I guess he does come into his own, but at the same time, easily removable. They don't necessarily prevent flanks. They're more of an indicative feature. You sort of pay attention to them, watch them. It's essentially a mobile drone. But in saying that, Kraken on the attack, a hyper-aggressive team, they don't really leave too much time to be desired for roamers to get behind them. So if Knights can play into that hyper-aggression, play to get an early pick on the board, maybe deal some early damage, they could be on for huge things. And as you said, paired with the Pulse, they got Sage in as well. Big things.
We'll be going this round. Obviously, look at the presence already upstairs. Josh takes a bit of punishment, spotted early on the drones. So they were trying to clear him out, trying to clear some of these off-site players early. And you can see Phoenix already warmed up off that last map. He's going to be coming into this, all cylinders firing. And that could be a problem for the Knights who had to buy in the first round.
Yeah, it could. But Seppi opens it up, and finding Cade, I mean, all you really lose is a Nitro there after that. But that's still a big kill to find, especially with Sage going down too. So a lot of that roam presence that we talked about, the maneuverability that Knights had, has been taken off the board, as well as forfeiting a lot of control. Open now, up for grabs. You've got top floor starting to lose the integrity that it did have. And I mean, Kraken have really opened themselves a good door.
Massive miss drone there onto Josh, sitting in stock, gets himself back to safety as well. He's down and open. I say safety relative at the moment compared to where he was. And all of a sudden, this lack of information just punishing a little bit. Josh does get the cross off, clears out another drone. We'll be able to pop the hatch and open, but this might just be a bait. No, spotted through the hatch element's not going to let him slip out.
Starting to see some good changes made up here by Kraken. Other than that one missed drone there from Phoenix, there's a reason that he's the fragger. And look, again, misinformation. Quiz finds one, but trading that out, losing the pulse before going into the late part of the round, it leaves it all up to the smoke. 3 toxic canisters is a lot of denial to work with, but now being spotted out, I mean, Kraken, it's going to be a relatively easy cleanup, I'd imagine.
Can the Don clutch up? I mean, they are separated. There is a possibility here. Minute spots elements, but no, Kraken does push through for the cross and shuts it down. Kraken with a very, very big word here in the first round.
Especially being that we thought that defense was going to be a complete shutout from the Knights. That first round, a little bit shaky, but I mean, Panda, we briefly mentioned that Knights did get the bye in that first round. Kraken have just come off the back of an absolute heater as well. I mean, Dynasty did give them a good fight. So OCL showing up a little bit there for them, but for us even as well, being the OCL stand-ins. But besides that, Kraken come into this hot and ready. Knights come into this as their first game of the day, and it definitely shows. I mean, that round one from them, while yes, they might be the best in OC at the moment, was definitely not the best round we've seen from them. So Kraken doing well to find rounds early, but Knights, a couple of big mistakes from them in that round.
I mean, it's that glaringly obvious talking point coming to this competition. First 2 rounds of play, best of ones. So there is no safety net, no do-overs. You got to make it into, you know, the quarterfinals to be able to make... Oh, sorry, semi-finals, that's right. Semi-finals, best of 3, grand finals, best of 5. So there is a very real possibility Knights find themselves knocked out if they don't play their cards right here on bank.
Oh, look, I mean, if Kraken can keep that up, provided Phoenix doesn't miss drone every round, I mean, if they can get him into the building and start dealing some big damage, keep in mind, it isn't just the Phoenix show. We do have very capable fraggers. We've got Elements. I mean, we see him doing that right now. Sagen, again, caught lacking, one of the first picks to be found, and it might not be as sort of harmful as it was the first time losing the Oryx, but losing a Mute is still pretty big with the Nitro, the shotgun. You lose a lot of that rework ability, so that's a big loss for Knights.
Indeed. Especially given, you know, Sage and his history in this region in terms of impact in games. Right now, you can see Knights hesitant. They've already pulled back a lot of their players from the second floor. And it's early work being done. Hunter, the follow-up, the Nook out of the equation, courtesy of Quiz, who a standout gunner formerly of the Oceanic Challenger League himself. Josh holding these stairs. The main stairs could be where they start to mount a real resistance. But even at 4-4, I think Kraken still come out on the better end.
Yeah, Kraken, the trades they found, I mean, even with Seppi now finding another, they are getting a lot of these nice opening kills with Thunderbird on the board, even though Quiz takes a lot of damage there. Obviously, will be able to get himself back up to full HP, but the control that Kraken hold, I think, is going to be beneficial for them. They have a lot of sort of people over towards open, bottom square. So they're looking to sort of start getting ready for this execute, I'd imagine.
And you look at that Juicy off the board early. Could be a problem. The Maestro looking to deny the plants, but you have to remember, not even that far back, of course, Stig's on this site. His ability, his insane ability to clutch up on open area could come into play at the end of this round. Ready Phoenix, bottom square, has support rapidly approaching so they can make this execute theirs. Ready to go. You see the shots coming out. They know that there is possibly presence, and Knights trying to figure out how they want to approach this.
Yeah, the Knights, I mean, they've sort of fallen back to secondary positions, looking to bunker down. Kraken looking for an avenue onto the side. I mean, Phoenix hasn't been able to find the sentry here, but if Kraken can find an opening kill and give themselves some leeway, Phoenix is opting to just sort of go for it. He checks close close right. He knows it's clear and he might be able to find this opening, but that is what Knights are not hoping happens, and there it is.
Pluto taking Stigs out. That star factor no longer in the round. It's going to be on Josh and Quiz. Phoenix falls the flank from Blue Stairs. Back to the 2 versus 2. The Kona Station's getting Quiz nice and healthy, but they are separated. They are isolated. If Kraken can play for the 1 versus 1, never mind. I was going to say dual swing, but it doesn't matter. They do take down Quiz, looking for the plant and Josh. They know where he is, but there's little to no coverage. So they know Josh is going to be swinging from here. Yes, they do. Elements luckily in the right place at the right time. That could have been hugely disjointed, but no. Kraken, a 2-round lead to start bank off.
That's big for Kraken, especially on the attack. I mean, this map is... Interestingly, it can be 50-50 at the best of times, but Kraken have been getting in off that hyper-aggressive playstyle that they so enjoy and have been finding a lot of very pivotal opening picks. I mean, we see 2 go early there, and it was off the back of some insane gunplay. I mean, they had great drones up inside of office, which allowed Elements to get straight into the building and start doing damage, finding that opening pick, opening the door for Kraken to really start pinching down on the site, putting pressure on the Knights, which is where they sort of start to falter a little bit. They make some mistakes. We did see some good height there from the flanks coming out. They were making those clutch plays in that sort of latter part of the round, but Kraken were so ready for it. They locked it down. They played for the post plant. They had the crossfires set up. They knew where he was coming from and were able to close it out relatively convincingly. So the more rounds they find on this attack before going over onto their defense, Knights are going to be in trouble, especially if Kraken find a 4-2.
Exactly. That momentum has to be a little bit jarring for the Knights, of course. Kraken, they will just keep looking to right. I mean, the fact that Pluto and Elements together have yet to die and have found 8 kills between them is I mean, uncharacteristics from the Knights. Traditionally, you would have expected them to figure out some way to shut down those players. But retrying the site, Kraken opting for a different approach, bringing the OSA into play. Look at that. Synchronization. A frame off, but it is what it is. Pluto coming down on the lurk through that dirt tunnel early on. And there may not be any info on this play. What? Okay, no, they're already in square as well. They're just straight taking it.
Okay, yeah, Kraken just absolutely sending it. They have so much control in the first 30 seconds. I mean, Phoenix has walked into archives, largely
my
uncontested, and he finds a kill like that, but the trades are there, so Knight's at least able to consolidate that loss. But I mean, again, a Nitro off the board early, especially with the gun that Quiz brings. I mean, an insane fragger. That is big pickings for both sides.
What a shot it was, though, Hunter, with the smokes, trying to set them up through the holes in the top of the reinforcements. Trying to dissuade and dispatch Juicy there to try and resist Seppi punching out the barricade as the Selmas are going off, and so they will open that angle. Juicy now slightly exposed here. Spots the gun barrel. Pluto caught looking in the complete wrong direction. Juicy in a hell of a lot of trouble, though. We'll have to rotate and back to get the Kona station support. But that kill, Pluto definitely caught lacking in that situation, gives Knights an avenue back into this.
The issue that Kraken now face, obviously, is taking control as quickly as they did. They don't really have too prominent upstairs control. We see Elements now trying to rectify that issue, but even saying that, Knights, being as smart as they are, you know, they've got the experience. Sage not revealing himself to Elements and just holding onto that control, because Knights know that if they hold that, there's a good chance that they can make this happen. But with Seppi finding that kill, I mean, this might force Sage to have to try and make that flank play. And there you go. Caught out. Kraken waiting.
Just
and they're rewarded.
aware. Elements 100% on the ball with that. They spot the Evil Eye, but they know that they've already taken Juicy out of this equation, so they can look to go for a cheeky plant attempt behind the shield. The impact does not connect there. And with Seppi pushing deep, he should spot the player rotating towards Printer. Can they get the deny? No, not at all. And Kraken, for a third round in a row, have punched into the site with some success. Stigs finding Seppi to bring it back to the 2 versus 2, but the plant's already down in a very favourable position for Hunter right now. Elements there as well. They've got everything they need for this post plant. The overstim to come through from the Knights. They find the Kona stations, looking for it, but Stigs gets the trade off, but Elements, he's watching. Overwatch there for him, and it will pay out 3 rounds in a row here for Kraken.
With little to no control of the top floor, no vertical presence whatsoever over open area, Kraken were able to not only punch into square at the start of the round, but play arguably almost a perfect post plant. I mean, you know that you've got your denial off the board, you get the shield down, you get the bomb down. Knights weren't even really moving on the fact. I mean, the bomb was pretty much planted by the time we saw them looking to re-aggress. Seppi was deep. They had so much in the hands of just locking out the Knights. I mean, we even had E1Ds in play from Elements still. And just him at the top of square single-handedly was arguably one of the big linchpins in that post plan. I mean, we saw him take out Sage on that attempted flank from the top floor. We saw him lock down the end round with the final kill onto the possible defuse. I mean, Kraken are playing a different bank right now to the one that the Knights are playing, and they look a little bit flustered. Yes, obviously finishing first in OCN, you do have to regard them as one of the best, but right now, Kraken are just sort of, well, as I said, throwing that curveball that is making them struggle a little bit here.
Oh boy. Could you imagine the, as the OCN boys like to put it, best team in OCE being knocked out in the best of 1 round by Kraken? Would be a huge telling point, of course. But, I mean, this is sort of the Kraken roster the results we expected them to have, with Phoenix finally joining, them no longer having to play with Tiltek, who at that point was a sub in the roster. And it's just going from strength to strength. They've looked insane.
Yeah, Phoenix is nuts. And, I mean, 20 kills in that last game definitely highlights it. But Kraken, unfortunately, losing Phoenix, they're not going to have him around for very long. And in saying that, I mean, Nice are just playing trades right now, and they've come out on top. Kraken, that is the issue that they have. You meet aggression with aggression, and things start to get a little bit difficult. So Knights seem to have cottoned onto that finally, and are now doing some really big damage in the opening part of round number 4.
Well, I mean, it's also, we're experiencing a bit of a slowdown here in the 4th round. We've gone from straight bum rush towards the site and look for kills where you can find it, to that slow-ish approach towards this top floor. And I suppose it's that problem that you have at approaching the 2nd floor. Yes, you can jump straight into the site, but there's little to no security in it. So you got to take through Stark Stigs with a
Okay.
jump out. What a spray! Of course, the transfer to come through. Just this is why he is one of the best players in our region.
Yeah, it's just reinforced by that fact as well. And I mean, look, Panda, we were waiting for it, but the Knights, they've returned in round number 4. They give us something to hope for. And Kraken, I mean, the first 3 rounds, really, really good. But with a team as diligent as the Knights, they make changes on the fly without question. They've read into it now. They've seen it for a few rounds, and they've made the relevant changes. Fight fire with fire, get aggressive, go for those early peaks, play for those initiating gunfights. I mean, we saw it there. Juicy lost out at the top of square, but at that point, Knights had already traded 2 out for 1, and all they lost was a Nitro, whereas they'd taken the Yana and I believe the Ace off the board at that point. So, Twitch and the Yana off the board. So 2 of your entry prowess operators gone immediately. That is a trade that in any day favors the Knights. And we saw it carried as such. I mean, kill after kill, Knights found them all, and Kraken crumbled. But that is what happens when you fight aggression with aggression. But again, Knights making the changes they need to make, that's what we're expecting to see.
Well, Knights opting to head back to Staff and open once again. Elements this time going to deviate away from the Yana. Going to pick up the Nook instead. I mean, it's an operator that he played plenty back in his time in the OCL with Kraken, of course. He was an absolute powerhouse. Stiggs again, taking some early punishment, wanted to get aggressive outside the electrical door. He's going to head to the basement this time, and no presence there on that lurk from Kraken. I mean, last time they set up the claymores down on that CCTV door. This time, they've gone a completely different direction with it.
Yeah, they have, and I'm surprised we haven't seen another attempt at downstairs, but Kraken are doing some good damage early here with the elevator wall opened up. Kanto is now a point of contention. They're locking down the hallway, so rotate's going to be somewhat difficult here for Josh, as he has 2 fronts to fight on, and unfortunately, with Phoenix coming in on the buck, he opens it up, Seppi as well, but there is a trade from the Knights, so it's not complete losses here. For them, they do manage to find at least 1, but in saying that, look, Kraken have still had a really good opening. Echo down is big in this 5th round, especially for an open area defense.
The unfortunate problem being, of course, there are Kona stations in play. What a shot onto Elements from Sage. He does get away. We'll have to find some regen. And there it is. And this is the power of the Thunderbird in play. Those early gunfights that we saw from this roster have completely been turned around.
Yeah, indeed. And the insane start of the round that Kraken did find is suddenly crumbled into not too much. I mean, Hunter looking at 1 bullet and he's done. Seppi and Pluto, we do still have Hard Breach and Denial on the board, so Kraken do have pretty much everything you need to attack this site. They've got some Soft Breach, they have that Hard Breach for the wall over by Quad, but Knights, they've been able to heal themselves back up to full potential. They still have Quiz alive, Sagion as well. I mean, even Stiggs, 3 insane fraggers for this roster that have been doing big things on Bank so far, and I think Kraken are just looking to play for a pick right now, which is arguably what they need. Again, we saw it come down to this position last time we saw open area, but with the lack of the OSA this time, Kraken are going to be struggling, I'd imagine, to get this plant down unless they can find at least 2 kills.
Pluto almost punished there by Siege timing. Looking to swing the double. There's a player close behind the desk set up, and the swing to come through from Sage, shut down by Seppi on the cross. And they may have just played into Kraken's hand, but no, Stig's good for 2. Quiz for the final. Knights, they bring it back from the brink. They play their own game and punish Kraken for theirs.
That was insane from Stiggs. But I'd imagine not having the OSA there was a big issue for Kraken. We saw it be such a determining factor of that plant. They got the denial off the board, and then they could plant behind the safety of the shield. This time, it was not there for them. They had to play for trades. They opted to go for the walk-in. They found the opening, but Stiggs just quicker off the mark. And 2 quick kills for him, Quiz with 1 as well. And that was all she wrote. Kraken just could not get that execute down, unfortunately. But the hope of the 4-2 is still alive. It's 1 round. The final round for Kraken on the attacking side. Knights, if they can equalize 3-3 going on to the attack, I mean, could be indicative of the result. Last time these two teams versed, it was a 7-5 Panda. It wasn't on bank, but still a 7-5 means that if we're being completely honest, this one could go the distance. We could see overtime, but we could see that flipped as well. I mean, Kraken 7-5, we never know. But at this point, both teams sort of having their moments, I guess. Kraken with a stronger start, but Knights now in the latter part of the first half definitely looking a whole lot sharper than they did in the first 3 rounds after some changes.
Well, I mean, the scary prospect coming into this matchup, of course, it's been one of the longest running talking points for this Knights roster is their stamina in the region. They're one team that can go the distance, and in a format like this where, you know, overtime doesn't really change the outcome. It's win or loss at the end of the day. They would quite comfortably go to overtime knowing full well that the longer these matches go, the more the Knights tend to find success. Crack and want to close this out as quickly as possible. And Elements up on the second floor, player in stock once again. The drone work needs to be on point. They do get him, and they do get the kill to boot. Stigs out early.
In saying that, though, compared to game number 1, Phoenix is not having the greatest of times. DBNO at the moment, but even then you look at the scoreline for him, 2 and 5. It's a stark difference to almost 20 kills that he dropped in game number 1. But you look at the opponents, I mean, the Knights, one of the teams that is doing insane so far, or at least did do insane in stage 2. So no real surprise, but he will be returned back to the fray. Sage is looking to try and confirm, but given that Kraken are starting to fall in on this top floor, there's a lot of information being relayed. They are looking to get this execute down and clear this player out before they make their way to the site, and arguably, it's probably what they should be doing. Bank is an extensive map and requires extensive clearing. Elements doing just that.
Phoenix, though, will fall to Quiz in the end, finally finishing that kill off, but it's an interesting situation you find yourself in. Kraken, absolutely nothing to lose and everything to gain currently. Offered this matchup against the Knights, especially with a juicy, trying to make this just that little bit harder. Kraken losing Pluto, a ripper of a headshot there to boot. The Ying, we're not going to get to see used at all.
Bit of a shame, really. Great utility board. I mean, smokes, flashbangs, really the whole 9 yards, but with server not being cleared out, this is going to be difficult. That nade, unfortunately, not landing for Kraken means they are going to have to take this gunfight head on, but caught in the switch. Seppi just opts to go for the entry.
Unfortunately, he's traded back. Hunter making it work. He's now the last one up. Then Quiz knows where he is. The only real benefit Kraken have here is that there is time remaining. The Nitro looking to pop that door. Hunter, Elements is just going to skirt away. So they should be able to get the 2 versus 1 here. All they need to do is play for the trade. If they can provide an opening for one, the shots can come through from the other, and Quiz has to know that that is exactly what's happened here. Has to isolate the fight with 19 seconds remaining. Something has to give. Kraken, where do they go? How do they make this one work? Quiz is playing this perfectly. Wants to slow it down, doesn't want to give an opening, does swing out, spots the player, but no, Elements provides from the hatch, and we do get the 4-2 half for Kraken.
There you go. Predicted and provided. Kraken come with the goods. A 4-2, a little bit dicey towards the end on the execute, but perfectly played. Opting to go for the revive, get Elements back into the fight, go from there. I mean, play the 2v1, go for the defuse, force him into that position where he has to get aggressive, and then close it out. A good attempt from Quiz. There's a reason he finds himself on the Knights at the end of the day, Panda, but unfortunately 2 versus 1, especially with hatch control, always doesn't usually end as one would hope. So Kraken do find that 4-2, a ray of hope going into their defensive side now, and they're starting things off downstairs with what I can only see at the moment as a relatively straightforward setup. No Maestro to boot. Fortunately, downstairs, my prediction may not have been completely correct, but reinforcing that hatch with a Shuya gate does make the server hold prospect rather interesting.
I mean, on top of everything else, Kraken showing the Knights how to play the late round revive in those clutch situations. Obviously, historically, Knights not having the greatest of runs with that recently, but Here in the second half, Kraken over to the defense. We see Pluto picking up his smoke, a quintessential operator for him. He's been one of the best anchors to come out of the Oceanic Challenger League as well. And Elements, I mean, Phoenix not having the loudest of games, but Elements definitely making up for that.
Indeed, yeah, but that's... I definitely think Kraken have a relatively interchangeable fragging roster. You see Phoenix taking up the mantle of sort of that hard entry role, but then at the same time, if Phoenix isn't feeling it, or vice versa, Elements, or sometimes even Pluto comes out of the woodwork. Seppi even as well. I mean, on the Thatcher, we've seen him play a lot of those opening picks in the latter parts of the round. So on the defense, I don't imagine it will be much different. We do have some kind of blue setup here for Kraken, but at the same time, no shield, no warden, which is a bit of an interesting setup, but provided Hunter doesn't get too aggressive and lose his life out here, Kraken are playing this downstairs a whole lot more bunkered than Knights were. There isn't as much of an extension whatsoever here from...
It's an interesting transition we've seen from Hunter in this Kraken roster. I mean, their first stage of the Oceanic Challenger League, all he played was shields for the team. That was sort of his niche for the roster. Now he's entered some more of that fragging potential, picking up the entries and playing the Jaeger on the defense as well. Right now the hatches are starting to be opened up. Kraken very much aware that this is going on. We'll pull back and just play it a little bit safer for now.
With no reinforcement on that red single as well next to the rotate, it does open up possibilities here for peaks to come through from both sides, obviously from the hatch above and below. But with Hunter the first to deal damage on the defensive side, Knights now with Juicy on 1 HP, no Thinker obviously with the ban phase and cut off from below, but Hunter actually wins that and opens the door here for Kraken with a huge opening kill. He's looking for more, but the double swing from Knights secures it, and Kraken lose control of Blue Stairs and Server now as Knights make their way towards the site looking for that execute. I mean, the control they hold is insane.
I mean, that's nuts. Hunter should never have gotten away with that. The pinch just wasn't there from Knights. The fact that he got one before falling is absolutely massive and puts Kraken on even turf right now. They are just opening the server wall, though. They have the avenue to go in for that plant. Now comes down to Kraken, how they play that utility. Nade deep from Quiz. He just swings through that door. Elements taking Juicy out of the equation too. Josh might need to be the upset factor here from Elevators, but they've got him locked down as well. Things not at all going the way that Knights want it to, but Josh will win out against Seppi, looking for more spots. The player on the other side, Josh, big kills from him, but with 10 seconds left in the 2 versus 2, it is going to come down to the 1 versus 2. Now the 1 versus 1 as Quiz is on that defuse plant, and he has made all the difference. Takes Elements to boot, and the Knights with a hell of a round 7.
What a 4K as well. I mean, around that Kraken were looking super entitled to win, and from Elevator, dodging nitros and all types of utility. I mean, Josh just single-handedly tearing right through what remained of that defense and really making Kraken pay. The red setup, definitely interesting, but with the smokes from deep, probably a good way to be playing it, given that Knights obviously are going to be going for that server side as opposed to the bottom main push into Archives. But regardless, a huge single effort there from Josh. I mean, single-handedly basically winning Knights that round, and that is going to be painful for Kraken. They do still hold the lead by 1, but at the same time, Knights, if they keep that up, they will be closing fast. It is only 1 round to difference. So, huge round from Josh there for the Knights, but I don't imagine Kraken will be letting that happen again if they're on their toes as much as they were in Game 1.
Bit of an update. Wildcard and Ludovica have started their match. 3-1 currently to the Wildcard. Bliss and Hungry Lions have yet to get any points on the board, going toe-to-toe at the moment. It's a bit of a shame, Proto. OCL not really showing up today. The best we had was an overtime loss from Get a Grip.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame, but I mean, at the end of the day, we did have a few unfortunate pullouts that could have been upset games. We also saw CS unfortunately not able to make it, which I reckon we could have seen them make it through to the second round, but at the same time, Panda, albeit have some insane games ahead of us, and OCL did put up a good fight. So there's that. We take that away. It's positives.
Yeah. Look, we'll look on the positive side right now. Phoenix was down in servers, looking to get a bit aggressive up blue. No one there to receive, unfortunately. Sage should be the first resistance that Kraken meet. I suppose the other way around. Phoenix should be the first resistance, but no, it's a two-man pinch through the basement. They take Phoenix out very early on.
Phoenix, I don't know. We talked about it, myself and Mandy on the desk. If Phoenix was allowed to continue running around like he was in that first matchup, obviously that would be a bit of an issue. But with Knight being the team that they are, not allowing Phoenix to sort of run rampant as such, they shut him down without any real beneficiaries from Kraken. I mean, there is no sort of supporting roamer. There's no one there to play his trade. He doesn't have any utility really dedicated to his overall safety. So saying that, maybe some issues in terms of util placement and support from Kraken, but at the same time, they have been losing these opening picks pretty much religiously to Knights on the defense so far.
This is the talking point, of course, the longevity that the Knights are capable of. Three quick kills, though, from Kraken, and Josh, of course, going to be the one to bring it back to a 2 versus 2. Dangerous territory, given how that last round played out. Sage looking for the long angle, can't find it. Once again, the Knights are split in this approach towards the site, so it is going to rely somewhat on the solo efforts to bring this one back. Kraken, though, I mean, you got the older 5.56. You got Hunter there with his keeper barricade, so there is a lot of utility that could undo the Knights on this attempt. Hunter in a bit of trouble in the cafeteria, has defuser control as well. And the Knights that playing from the back foot here.
Yeah, it's going to be big. Obviously, having defuser control is sort of a big part that Kraken are looking to abuse, and indeed they will. They find the kill onto Sage. It's all up to Josh. He found 4 in the last round to make it happen. He's not going to find any in this as Hunter finds boot at the end. And Kraken, they lock down their first defensive round to further the lead once more. They're happy. We're happy to see it. But Knights, probably not too happy with how that went. I mean, losing diffuser control like that definitely has to hurt.
To think, Proto. Kraken from OCL last stage to potentially taking down the Knights in stage 2 OCS. It's not over. It is not over by any stretch of the imagination, but with 2 rounds needed for Kraken to win and 2 rounds needed for the Knights just to tie, the advantage is obvious, and Kraken are backing themselves into this matchup.
100%. I mean, if first game, as we sort of already said, if first game was a tell, they're here to play. And we already spoke about the interchangeability between frags right now. We see Hunter and Elements really picking up the mantle over Phoenix, and he does take a little bit of a step back on this downstairs hold. He doesn't play as aggressive as a position as he usually would. But again, probably why we saw them get pretty close to winning downstairs in that previous. Had Josh not gone absolutely insane to find 4, that definitely most likely would have been a Kraken round, given the denial they still had left, relative site setup, etc. So to see them currently in the lead 5-2 against Knights, who previously they lost to 5-7. I mean, if Knights win the next 5, then the Knights win the next 4. Obviously, need a fair, but Kraken are looking good to change history right now.
I mean, it's 4 rounds needed without dropping a single one to risk overtime, of course. Phoenix going to back himself out of open area after trying to resist as much as he could. But it's about burning time, obviously. Trying to deter the Knights as much as possible. Although it would seem an early call for the hunker down onto site.
Obviously, falling back to secondaries on a downstairs bomb site is probably the point of play. Kraken, we already talked about, it is a whole lot more of a bunker down approach as opposed to the roam we saw employed by the Knights. They wanted to get aggressive on the top floor. They wanted to extend their pressure and presence across the floors of the bank. But Kraken, I mean, they played to waste a little bit of time. Yes, I mean, the Knights have taken a minute to get top floor and middle floor control, but in terms of downstairs, they have plenty of time. I mean, opening up the hatches, leaving a round and a half for themselves. The denial game is where Kraken are wanting to play. They've got the smoke. They have a nitro from Seppi. So utility is going to be the main focus here for them, and Knights are going to have to be careful with that.
Stiggs, what a headshot to remove Phoenix, but it's also worth remembering, you know, Josh was the difference maker the last time they attacked this site, pushed in, massive 4K for himself, top blue Hunter spotted. And they really don't want to be risking losing him as well. So makes the call, pulls back just that little bit deeper right now. You can see all, well, 4 of 5 members making their way through towards server. There should be utility to deny if Pluto can position himself, but you look, he's over towards the B-bomb site currently.
Well, this is where Kraken sort of come into their own. They have the whole of Red Hall opened up to allow for that sort of deep throw from the smoke to deny, and the issue that they faced last time was Josh dropped down, found 4 from the back end of things, but that's why we've seen Hunter pull off early. He's on that flank watch. He's playing for that position to pay attention, but Josh is nowhere to be found. Knights are looking for that really heavy push onto that CC side from server, looking to get that bomb down. And Kraken, I mean, they might be sort of spread a little bit too thin here with not too much denial left now, as that is the second to last toxic bait for Pluto.
Josh on the hatch, drops the concussion, trying to cut off Juicy on the plant. Long shots onto Pluto, no more toxic canisters to play. And a 3 versus 5 in the post plant now for the Knights. Josh still above, providing denial. Seppi will find Stiggs, the flanking from, I believe that was towards Elevator Hall. No, through red, came in through gold. In fact, now they've got the numbers down here. Josh really in no position to play for the denial. Hunter goes upstairs, goes deep upstairs. Unfortunately, will be caught out, and Josh going to spot elements in a second too. Unfortunately, this flank has not really worked the way they would have liked. So the Knights will get themselves another round. Oh no, Hunter fell to the Claymore. I didn't even realise that.
Yeah, the Claymore from Josh there. So he picks himself up 2 in the round. And Knights, yeah, Kraken, I don't know. That downstairs hold, I mean, the setup looks good in theory. The way they hold it looks great in theory. But the way that they have it set up to play strictly for denial, relying solely on a smoke, I mean, Maestro's in play. We've got Tachanka Panda after the rework with those Shumika grenades. I mean, he has 15. If I'm not wrong, it's like a minute of denial or something insane like that with 15 of them. It is crazy, whatever it is. So usually we see teams bring both. I mean, Smoke and Tachanka were such a potent combo on that downstairs. I mean, with Tachanka being able to do a lot of the site reworking as well. It's interesting that we don't see that being bought by Kraken, and rightfully so. They're going to opt to go upstairs and not try downstairs once more. I mean, they've lost it twice now. So, respectively, they choose to move on, and Knights obviously find that round. But if it's anything like we saw, Kraken win this, put it on match point, then Knights really have to fight hard. But if they can equalize 5-5, I mean, Kraken really need to be focusing on trying to close this out here, because if they let it go on for much longer, Knights will find the momentum they need and probably equalize pretty soon.
I mean, this is Knights territory. They absolutely thrive at this situation, this deep into a map, of course. They have the longevity to make it work right now. Kraken, they lean into the Thunderbird, which we saw out, you know, plenty of from Quiz for the Knights. So they want that little bit of added survivability. Phoenix going to work with the Oryx is going to heal himself up nicely with one of those Kona stations. But it's also Seppi on the Vigil, which, I mean, we haven't seen too much of here. Can he find an opening for his team?
If he can, that'd be huge. But at the same time, Vigil is Vigil's good in certain situations. And in the hands of Seppi, definitely holds an opportunistic moment, provided he can find the position he needs to be in to find that kill. I mean, Josh on the knock as well is a very similar operator, given what we see, but not too much here in the first minute. A lot of drone work from Knights, which is good to see, looking to enable Josh on this entry, which he's been doing so well for them in this matchup so far, which is arguably all they really need to be doing. Wait for Kraken to get over aggressive and then punish them for it.
They're trying to get eyes on that position up in the elevator hallway, but Stiggs will be the one to force Seppi off the angle. Pluto was down on that first floor, playing towards that Teller's hallway as well, but Hunter unfortunately going to fall. They had all the info they needed. Will open up the opportunity for Quiz to find the headshot. Josh deep in through lobby as well. Knights have found their traction here on Bank.
Indeed they have, and
Oh,
Okay,
Phoenix.
that was an insane shot. Team kill aside, it sounded like him as he was falling. So, look, he almost killed Pluto in game 1. And, look, if Phoenix can hit shots like that on his teammates but not the Knights, it's an issue that they may have to look into post-match. But right now, Knights are 5 versus 3 strong after that team kill. I mean, Kraken are arguably doing half the work for them here.
You got to hope there's some way for Phoenix to make up for it here, of course. They know where Pluto is. They are looking to clear him out. Josh going to head straight down to the basement to try and pinch him out. The barricade there going to cut off his line of sight. No, Pluto. Just no clue that he was being hunted there. 5 versus 2 with help. Elements now going to try his luck lurking down to the basement. Phoenix needs to hit the shot there, but can't. 20 seconds remaining. Juicy's on for the blood. Not a single player to resist on the site itself. This has been a shocker of a round from Kraken. Completely conceding the site, largely off the back of that team kill, and it's going to be, I mean, about as close to a flawless as you could possibly get.
Yeah, without a question. Knights just absolutely rocking the competition, just staunching up, I guess, as some could say, and getting aggressive with it at the right time. I mean, the drone work from Knights is impeccable, but right now on the defense, Kraken are just, I don't know, wavering to some degree. They had a very strong beginning, 4-2. To come into the half, they found the lead at 5-3, and the Knights have brought it back to 5-5 now, with Kraken yet to really make any type of statement in a couple of rounds, especially with the mistakes they've been making. I mean, the team kill from that round in Phoenix, he's gone from almost 20 kills to 3 currently, which, it happens. If we're being completely honest, it does happen sometimes, but you don't want it to be happening against the Knights. And it's hurting Kraken, because they were looking so good in the beginning to now looking like they may even lose the lead. Given that Knights have sort of found their stride, things are getting a little bit more spicy here as Knights begin to sort of push on through to even regain the lead.
Honestly, it feels more like Kraken are playing themselves here, whether they're in their own heads. I mean, you look, Phoenix 3-10 currently after that last map that we saw from them. I don't know whether it's a case of they're overthinking things, maybe, you know, just a little bit of tilt setting, and obviously going from a matchup where you drop almost 20 frags to one that you've barely got 3. It is going to weigh on you just a little bit, but it's not like they're locked out of this entirely. They have the opportunity to take this map for themselves, but likely it is going to come down to overtime.
As if Kraken can make it that far, Panda. They've struggled. As soon as Knights made that adaptation, I mean, it was literally the flick of a switch, and it was a different playstyle from the Knights. But Kraken have not made any real noticeable changes into how they're playing. They're still getting overly aggressive, and that is punishing them. Knights are waiting for them to make those mistakes and then capitalizing on such. I mean, we see Seppi already taking damage. The introduction of the Monty from Juicy as well is just going to help Knights take ground without any real losses, because Kraken, when they face something like a Monty, I mean, it all just sort of grinds to a halt. And, I mean, we've seen that. The last 2-3 rounds from Kraken have been lackluster.
I mean, you say that, but you got to remember Hunter really made a name for himself in the Oceanic Challenger League for this team as a Shield player. So you'd have to imagine that they know the shortcomings of a Monty. They should know how to deal with it, given they've played it so much in their time in competitive ANZ Siege. Of course, right now, Phoenix the first to fall again. Sagion able to catch him out. And just what a turnaround from map 1 of the day from Kraken to this. It's whiplash is what it is.
Yeah, it is. It really is. I mean, it went from stomping grounds, 20 kills for Phoenix, to versing the top team in OC. I mean, look at Quiz. He is just entry fragging right now on Ace. Element's the last to boot for Kraken. He doesn't even have a chance. Quiz with 3 kills, Knights with a flawless round. They now find match point and the lead for the first time in this matchup. And Kraken went from holding a definitive lead at the end of the first half to now staring down the barrel of going home at another 7-5 unless they can win this round and send it to overtime, but rightfully so, they've called in that, get the reset in, have a chat, because arguably this is when they need it. I mean, they are staring down the barrel of another 7-5 loss tonight with a start that arguably should have set them up for the possible win themselves. They look calm and composed, but at the same time, Panda, things have not been going well for them at all.
Yeah, I mean, just the scope of how rough things have been, just putting my mind to it, looking at the numbers that we've had, I don't think Elements has picked up a kill in the last 5 rounds. He was I'm pretty sure he was 11-2 at one point during this map.
Yep.
And the fact that he's just had next to no impact the last 5 rounds is brutal.
Well, I mean, obviously the elephant in the room, Phoenix, after the first match performance coming into this one as well, that's got to hurt. Even just the mental side of things could be playing to some degree, I suppose, a part of how this is. I mean, it would definitely hurt the confidence going from 20 to 3 kills, is it right now? Yeah, 3 kills and 11 deaths. I mean, it's a very stark difference. With a 1.73 KD to boot after the first match. I mean, yeah, very, very different showings here. But Kraken, for what could be their last round, are opting to go downstairs to the basement, which they have now lost twice to the Knights. Do we think this is the smart choice? Probably not. Pulse has been brought in, I guess, in an attempt to maybe play for some extra denial, but even in saying that, the last time we saw the Pulse, he was one of the first to go. So we hope Kraken and openers here that sort of give them a little bit more leeway, but having that reinforcement in red, I think, is going to be a big focus, because Kraken have not been doing that, which has meant red is near unplayable for them. So they give themselves a little bit more walking room. This could be the difference they need on the downstairs to maybe take the round from Knights to overtime.
Yeah, I mean, you got to hope that there is, you know, the Pulse will be the difference maker in terms of info. Obviously, Valkyrie being banned out, Maestro not quite as reliable here. But already Knights getting themselves in the building early. You can see Juicy just feeding info, drone already cutting through open, through cafeteria as well. So they're wasting no time in getting the position to start contesting these hatches. I mean, it's surprising, you know, Mira's in play. Why not bring it out for that basement defense? It's something that, you know, we haven't seen played today, given its availability. Maybe that could have been the difference maker they needed, but they opt out of it. They're going for a different approach. Kraken backing themselves here, and what will be their last chance round. If they miss this, they miss out entirely.
I mean, if Josh finds another 4 kills dropping out, he's got the Ying, it could happen, but hard breach charges instead of the smoke, so that utility will be used to open up the hatches respectively, and that red control that Kraken had set themselves up for with the reinforcement, now arguably a little bit harder given that that hatch has been opened up without any real contest. I mean, we do see Cade, but obviously the electrical is being used elsewhere, it seems, and Kraken now, they still hold 5 alive, but at this point, half the round gone, both hatches opened. They're going to start catching the brute force from the Knights as they look to push down towards the site.
Josh, at the moment, still towards the lobby. They haven't sent anyone to pressure server from Dirt Tunnel just yet. But you can already see Hunter. Yeah, okay, never mind. Sajion is going to be the one heading there. They've pulled Hunter out of his position already. Seppi, though, this position in towards gold with the cardiac sensor could be massive info. And if they can play off that info, they might just be able to bring this one back.
This is how we used to see bottom stairs bank played in terms of the denial before it was taken out of competitive siege. You'd see the Pulse inside a gold vault. You'd have nitros to sort of send out with the mirror. Plenty of other utility smoke as well. So having that extra denial on the board, I mean, we see 2 nitros and 3 smokes here. So it's a lot more to work with for Kraken. But Knights hold a lot more control than needed. I mean, we've got 1 on the hatch, 2 on the plant, and 2 on the flank. So Kraken are going to have to be careful with their spread here.
Or Sage as well. He's relocated towards the parking garage as well. Elements there. Juicy on the plant. Candela's in. Elements that he has no idea Sage is coming for him right now. Looking for the feet. Spotted Elements. Will know now, but he's in a bit of trouble. Big kill from Pluto onto Stigs. The plant was denied. They're looking for the pickup onto Juicy, but Sage clearing out parking garage. They can now look to make the push on in. Try and cut off this smoke player. Nothing there. Joshua Fawley cuts too deep through the site. 3 remaining, but the plant will go down. Kraken now have to play for the post. The toxic canisters just didn't come through in time. Ooh. Phoenix falls to the nade. Another one there as well, but Sage holding fast, gets traded out immediately. 2 versus 2, the health just favouring Kraken right now. Quiz, Juicy set themselves up to hold off on this push. Kraken, they need to play the numbers game. They need to take these shots. Quiz just tucked in, swing for 1, swing for 2. And the Knights will lock it out. Another 7-5. A heartbreaking loss for Kraken, who, I mean, look, they looked like they could take down the Knights here.
They look so good, Panda. I mean, the opening of that game, attacker-sided to say the best, but the Knights answered back with an attacker-siding half of their own. I mean, that nade in the end just pretty much got rid of all the hope there for Kraken, unfortunately, and it looks so good. That change up on the bottom floor, the site, it was just so much better for them. All the avenues in the world, but still not enough to make it happen. Overtime was close, but at the end of the day, the Knights are the top of OCE for a reason, and they prove so once more here. 7-5 over Kraken. I definitely don't think that it... Look, Knights deserved the win at the end of the day. Kraken made too many mistakes, but provided they changed that up, that could have quite easily been an overtime game and even a Kraken win. I mean, yeah, any day of the week. But unfortunately, today was not that day.
Yeah, what a start, though. They started that so well, but unfortunately, when you're going up against a team like the Knights, who just have that longevity, the stamina in this region to go the distance, it was really sort of over once we hit round 9. But that's not for us to talk about. We've got the desk to do it. Let's send it back and see if Dev's finally growing his facial hair out. Take it away, gents.
You may well have shaved it off after that comment, mate. But Dev, I got to ask you, that was a... It's okay. You're friends here, you know. You are getting shamed for that. I don't even know what I'm going to call. I don't think I'm allowed to say it on broadcast, so we'll just move on here. I do think, Dev, this was a great showing from Kraken to begin with, and then very quickly kind of crumbled.
Yeah, a bit of a shame for Kraken after starting so strong. It was 3 rounds in a row. To be frank, these were some really dominant rounds. I think the very first was 2 opening kills just back to back, so quick. Kraken got in the building so quickly. They had these really good pre-placed drones, and they were completely unafraid of taking low percentage plays and fights by just getting in there, and that kind of classic aggression that we would expect from a team like Kraken, which, you know, is not long since they were in OCL. But then Knights started to read into it, and that was when I think they really showed their maturity, and that they are just on another level.
And I think really that kind of goes to show where we've expected Knights to be for such a long time, Cthulhu. It's hard to take away from Kraken, in all honesty, because some of these rounds really did come down to the wire, even in the second half. Even though Knights were looking good, Kraken had a lot backing themselves up, and I think all credit has to go to this roster that has really made waves in OCN so far in Stage 2.
Absolutely, yeah. Look, Kraken 110% managed to mature really, really well throughout their kind of just one and only so far run in OCN. Deep down inside, I'll be genuinely honest, I was kind of slightly hopeful that, yeah, maybe Kraken could pull the big upset, and that would mean actually quite some, you know, big kind of storylines as well to start building up for themselves. But yeah, you boys pretty much basically summed it all up. The maturity, the kind of the history status of Knights kind of came in rather big here, and at the end, yeah, the second half was kind of all theirs for the taking.
I mean, this is again, great showing from Kraken. I don't want to take away from that. But the fact that we've seen Knights, Cthulhu, do what they do best, take control back in this matchup, do you put them in good stead for the rest of this series now? You know, do we look to the semi-finals? They will be taking on the Chiefs, for those of you that are unaware. They Chiefs have gone through against Ground Zero. We'll talk about that in a second. But do you back Knights in for the rest of this stage?
I reckon, yeah, with the way how they've so far got themselves in and going, with the way how just the general sort of pacing has been, I reckon they are in for a really solid long game for themselves, and sort of more so it is going to be a question of how will the endurance kind of work out for the other teams against them.
And as we look back, Dev, I mean, it goes to show, you know, Phoenix, unfortunately, it's got to be highlighted. It has to be talked about. You know, such an incredible performance against Dynasty, and then coming into Knights, we expected maybe that he might have, you know, put them to the test, put them to the chopping block, but it's just not to be.
Look, our job isn't to go and rag on the players, but if we're going to highlight that Phoenix got 19 kills against Dynasty, we've also got to highlight that he went 5 rounds without a kill on the tail half of this game. In fact, that was the comeback from Knights, was 4 rounds in a row. None of those rounds Phoenix even got a kill, aside from a team kill, unfortunately. So
technically
yeah,
a kill.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, there are some players out there that just have so much gusto and like really insane shots, big moments, but consistency is key, because it doesn't matter if you can like knock it out of the park. If you only do that, you know, once in a blue moon, it really doesn't matter. And that's why, you know, there are some, what's the term, like unrefined diamonds. There's some unpolished gems coming out from the OCL and rising up through OCN as well, like these guys on Kraken. With a bit more time, they might be able to really become some of the best in the region. But
some diamonds in the rough. Is that what we're talking about?
That's what I was
yeah.
I was about to say that as well.
Yeah, I didn't want to dive in too soon, but I heard you wrapping up your point, and I was like, we're going to get in there before you finish it off. Certainly some diamonds have come through from the OCL, and Kraken is definitely one of those teams that I think really will keep a lot of eyes toward them, Cthulhu. Do you feel like with the way that we've seen them so far, you know, 2023, should they stay together, this has got to be one of those rosters where they would kind of turn into the Bliss conversation, right? That's would you agree that this is where they're kind of trending toward?
Absolutely, yeah. With the way and the pacing that Kraken have had so far, they could absolutely become kind of the next kind of almost Bliss, yeah. And I mean, even during the cast, I believe Xenox and Guz kind of highlighted that sort of Phoenix gave off those sort of Jigsaw vibes as well. So I mean, the correlation is already there.
Yeah. Jigsaw vibes until we saw him play against the Knights.
Yeah,
I'm not
true,
flaming you, Phoenix, by the way. I'm not flaming. We've just got to make the comment while it's there. So I guess now for, you know, Knights looking ahead, Dev, really probably the favoured team coming into this tournament. Obviously, you have wildcard finish second just behind them, and I think many would probably hope for a wildcard run as they did back in OCS Stage 1. But this is, for the Knights, I think a really dangerous lead-in point for the rest of this tournament. Before we go on with any further conversation, it's time to welcome in Stigs, someone who we very much enjoy welcoming into the interview. Stigs, congratulations on the win. A little bit of a hard-fought one in the end. Were you expecting such a fight from Kraken?
We weren't really expecting that early aggression, but something like that will only last so long before we catch on and start punishing them for it, which we ended up doing. But yeah, it was a good game.
Maybe you can pick that apart a little bit, because yeah, first 3 rounds you guys lost so many opening picks and 3 rounds in a row, but immediately you flick that switch to jumping out windows and stuff, man. Like, what happens in the comms? What's happening individually in your mindset to flick that switch?
Essentially, Sage just said, we can't go into our shells if they want to play this confident and aggressive. We just need to meet aggression with aggression and just fight them on their initial points of contention. And when we ended up doing that on that CO round, I think we got like 3 of the opening picks, and then I just jumped out the window because I was feeling it.
Just to add a little bit of an extra kind of a cherry on top. But
Yeah.
look, I mean, going into the second half, the attack was basically all done for you guys. Was it kind of the intention that basically kind of just tough it out, whatever that was happening on the defense and attack, kind of just to take it on, given that Bank just in general been sort of a pretty solid map for you guys, even in OCN, at least in my memory?
Yeah, I mean, as you said, they were doing most of the work for us. They weren't really contesting our initial points of entry. They weren't really doing much, to be honest. They were giving us all we needed, and for their basement, they were missing their smoke, so we could plant freely and just aggress around the plant. But yeah, it was very different than their attacks because they were very fast and finding them opening picks, and then on defense, they just started playing very scared. So we just took our time and got it done.
Dropped the ball a little bit there, unlike yourself and the rest of Knights, who obviously go on to face Chiefs coming up shortly in a best-of-3. Stiggs, as per usual, I know that we may well speak to you before the end of this tournament, but is there anything you'd like to say before we let you go now?
Just thank you to you guys, as always, for the cast, and thank you to all the fans that have been supporting us, and thank you to my team.
Beautiful. Well, we love your work, mate, and we wish you the best of luck against the Chiefs.
Thanks. See you guys.
Pretty confident at this point that the Knights, again, no matter the adversities that they find themselves in, whether it's round to round, game to game, they find a way to make it work, Cthulhu. And I think the big takeaway here is very quickly they can adapt on the fly, which unfortunately Kraken could not.
Yeah, I mean, that was actually a perfect point that Stiggs made with the fact that, with Sajin kind of, leaning towards, the fact that, look, we gotta change something because otherwise, things will look rather dire. And that sort of adaptation mid-match certainly worked absolute wonders for Knights. Whereas Kraken, look, I mean, there's been the everlasting meme from back in the OCL days where in a BO3 they ended up letting one map slip just because they didn't do a whole lot of warm-up and then ended up smashing out the rest of the competition later down the line. But I think in terms of now OCN competition, that sort of memeing can't really be allowed. Those sort of small mistakes end up outgrowing into the very huge mistakes. And basically, as Stiggs outlined, the second half was basically gifted to Knights.
Too much respect shown to the Knights, I think one would say. So that is our quarterfinals done and dusted. I think there's a couple more still playing in the background, but the upper bracket is now sorted. We are going to go to a break, but on the other sides, it is a rivalry that truly runs deep in OCE. It's the Knights taking on the Chiefs.
I'm not slowing down, I'm just flashing back. You don't wanna miss this. Watch this as I steal the show. Watch this, got that shine like gold. I'm starting up now, gotta let them know. Watch this as I break the mold. I've been low before, this is me rising up to take the center stage, to take the trophy cup. You don't wanna miss this. Watch this as I steal the show. Watch this, got that shine like gold. I'm starting up now, gotta let them know. Watch this as I break the mold. You don't wanna miss this. You don't wanna miss this. No, you don't wanna miss this. You don't wanna miss this. No. Watch this as I steal the show. Watch this, got that shine like gold. I'm starting up now, gotta let them know. Watch this as I break the mold.
Get 'em down, everybody, come and clap your hands. Feel the groove, everybody, get up and dance. Yeah, 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 yeah. Let it go, feel it down in your soul. 1, 2, 3, 4. Turn it up, get on down. Baby, gonna twist and shout. Rip it up, cut the rug. Keep moving 'cause we can't stop now. Yeah, yeah. Keep moving 'cause we can't stop now. Yeah, yeah. 'Cause we can't stop now. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Because we can't stop now. Feel the vibe, everybody swing side to side. Party on, tell your mama you'll be home at dawn. Yeah, 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 yeah. Fly like a feather, whatever the weather coming around. Can't beat this feeling when you hear that sound. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, turn it up, get on down. Baby, gonna twist and shout. Rip it up, cut the rug. Keep moving 'cause we can't stop now. Turn it up, get on down. Baby,
It is semi-finals time here at the OCS. The very first one up on the chopping block is Knights taking on the Chiefs. This matchup truly is one of the best that we have here in the Oceanic region. And to help me run you all through the analyst desk, we got Proto. You saw him a little bit earlier, but we're welcoming Guz for the first time on the analyst desk, and of course he's got a big old smile as he usually does. He can't wait to break down some games for you. Guys, how do you feel like everything's panned out so far?
Kind of expected for the most part. For the most part, there have been a couple of interesting results. I'm sure we'll probably touch on that in a moment, but unfortunately, I think the biggest storyline is that OCL, they're out. So unfortunately, not probably performing as well as we would have hoped, but probably as expected, to be fair, considering OCN is a step above.
Yes, but there has been a major upset outside of any OCL teams, unfortunately not making it through. Hungry Lions have just taken down Team Bliss. This is really concerning for me, Proto. I think maybe I rode the Bliss bandwagon far too hard back in the day, but it feels like the ball has well and truly been lost. Hungry Lions, one of the least competitive teams that we have in OCN, and they've taken out one of the front runners in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, 7th place to take out 3rd in OCS. I mean, where was this in the main season of OCN? From Hungry Lions. I mean, what a time to show up. I mean, yes, but at the same time for Bliss, what a time to fumble the bag. You finished top 3 only to be sent home in quarters by one of the bottom 2 teams. I mean, yeah, it's not the best.
Yeah, let's set the picture for the rest of the audience at home. We'll have a look at the bracket to try and help you dissect what we are talking about currently. Now, as you can see, if you want to look back at the round of 16, the simplest way to put it, OCN up, OCL down. Unfortunately, it's the easiest way for me to say that. But right now, this matchup between Wildcard and Ludovica is currently 7-7. It is going the distance. There could be a world in which, Guz, we do not have either grand finalist from Stage 1 OCS.
Yeah, which is a little bit insane. And I think especially when you consider that Ludovica really dropped off towards midway to late Stage 2. They were just in horrible form. So it seems like they've come out of the gates really strong. Wildcard, of course, have their own woes. And yeah, I mean, as soon as we get that live update as to who ends up winning the round, I'm sure we can relay that. And in fact, right on cue, drum roll, Wildcard have won.
Yeah,
apparently it was a 1 versus 1 as well, so
oh no!
I have no idea if we'll eventually get some sort of replay perhaps of that, or maybe we'll get some of the players tweeting it or whatever, but yeah, a real nail biter, and Wildcard, as you mentioned, do end up surviving.
Yeah, so the champions of OCS Stage 1, they now are still in this, and they go against the Hungry Lions, which I know who I'm backing in a best of 3, but I don't know who I'm backing in our best of 3. Knights and the Chiefs. We have seen these teams go head-to-head on so many occasions, and honestly, I still am never sure. It feels like Knights are ahead, but also you can never count out the Chiefs. I think one of the main storylines we're running at the moment, guys, is Knights are undefeated since the very first playday of Stage 2, which is kind of crazy. That's domestically, I will say.
Yeah, the Knights have looked red hot locally. They continue to improve. Obviously, they had that new roster heading into the year, and it seems like now they're really looking solid. For me, the one player that I continue to, I guess, keep a watchful eye on is Quiz. No doubt he had a rough start to the year, but that was expected, right, with the lack of experience. But it seems like he's really grown into this team, found a lot of confidence. Of course, Stig's rejoining the roster as well, has had some great moments too. And yeah, if those two continue to improve, of course, we can then rely on the old heads of Sage Juice and Josh to continually play well, and expecting a strong result from them over the course of this weekend, and this head-to-head should be no different. Obviously, the last game they played was somewhat close against Kraken, but once they got a read on them, as the Knights often do get a read on their opponents, they were able to shut down their opposition and close out the game.
I wonder if Juicy is a juicer like yourself, Guz. You know, maybe we can ask that question. Maybe it's an homage to the Q, to the big Q. But the big Q for me here, Proto, is the Knights in their current form. Are there any teams that can truly beat them in OCE?
If I'm being completely honest at the moment, it would have to be the Chiefs. I mean, a roster that statistically and even just historically has had pretty much everything they could have wanted. This stage, unfortunately, not the best of showings from them, finishing 4th overall in the OCN. I mean, we do have to take into account they have had some pretty big roster changes recently. Well, I say recently, but you know what I mean. They've changed a few of their players around and even made some sort of swaps in terms of what they've been playing, respectively. So it's no real surprise that we've seen them falter from the top. I mean, they were, what, 3 seasons of OCN, the champions, something along the lines of, and then to come into Stage 2 this year and finish 4th with Knights topping out and being 2 rounds away from Berlin. I mean, the Knights are in impeccable form and they have looked insane throughout multiple games, play days, etc. So regardless of that, I mean, at the moment, Chiefs are the best bet given their experience in the BO3 format, but Knights, given what they're bringing at the moment,
Take another sweep.
He's
Take another
packing
one.
that
You're
water
right
away.
there, mate.
He's putting it away.
Got a hole in your lip or something there, mate.
Oh, no. He's going to need
goodness me. No. Clubhouse is where we go there, guys. Boys are a bit thirsty, and so are we for some hot action. So it's not Clubhouse is the deciding map. Villa and Cafe up first. What do you make of this one?
Yeah, both teams have played quite a bit of club throughout the year. Of course, as expected, the Knights more successful, yet to lose the map this year. So that's a big storyline heading into this one. The Chiefs have actually looked relatively strong recently. However, their only loss, or their most recent loss, was actually against the Knights. It was that 7-5 result towards the Knights in OCN back mid-July. More recently, they did take down Bliss, though. So I think the Chiefs have probably tidied up this map a little bit. There was clearly that period where they dropped off and actually looked really bad on Clubhouse, to be frank. Of course, they've corrected that and made some adjustments with the new roster, etc., and they have looked better. But yeah, again, tricky to look past the Knights. Of course, that last result very close in a best of 1. Perhaps that could flip. We might see that here today.
So, Proto, I ask you the big question here. This is where you make your money. Who are you backing in for this series?
If I'm being honest, I think Knights take it in 2. Big thing to say, but I reckon given what they've already shown in their game today against Kraken, they're looking pretty hot coming into this matchup. So given the old rivalry, given the sweat the Knights are bringing, so Knights in 2, that's what I'm reckoning.
I mean, guys, do we give Chiefs anything here? It's a difficult conversation to have, but have they proven to us enough over Stage 2 that they're a fighting chance in this best of 3?
Well, yeah, like I mentioned, Clubhouse for the decider, I don't think bodes particularly well for them. So even if they extend it to the 3rd, it's still just very difficult to look past the Knights. If I'm being frank, I didn't even get an opportunity to look at what the first 2 maps are, so I can't really comment unless you guys...
Cafe Villa, I think?
Cafe Villa,
Yeah,
okay,
Cafe
so...
Villa first, Cafe second.
Yeah, it's just so tricky to look at the Chiefs in their current form and the way they've looked throughout the stage to be confident in their ability. Wouldn't completely count them out, but the Knights, I think, will be pretty motivated to get this result across the line, knowing that the rest of the bracket now has really opened up, and if anything, the Knights are the best shout to win the entire thing now.
We actually have a replay of the final round of the Wildcard Ludovica match. Sorry to just completely derail that conversation there. I want to see this replay because I want to see how intense it actually was. This is what a top-tier production does for you. Okay, so Kit's already down. Cairo on the attack and is currently sitting in prep. So this Iron Supremacist as well. No. Not like this. How close was it? Oh! No!
That was like
no way!
0.2 of a second, I think. Holy.
Why?
Oh!
Yeah.
Oh, I'm speechless. I'm speechless. And you know what? The best way to end a speechless note is to give it over to the casting duo because it's time for us to rest and relax, take this away for what should be a very...
I'm sorry, there's no way Manic hands it off to us on the back of that. Cairo taking down his former team. Look, the one takeaway I think we can see in that replay is Supremacist not the problem in this Ludovica roster. He almost won it for them.
He almost did, yeah. Look, it was definitely a bit of a nail biter. Cairo nearly kind of handed himself the L at the end of it all, given how close the general matchup was. But look, I suppose at the end of the day, you do take the dub where it is for Wildcard to push onto into the bracket. But for now, we'll call a pause on the Wildcard one. But look, Knights versus Chiefs. I'm very curious about this one.
I'm excited. I mean, look, Titans evolved last year. Chiefs were the top dog in OC. Now it's the Knights show. The new Titans on the block, looking to finally stamp their mark here on the region. We go to Villa as well, a bit of a staple of the ANZ scene, Cthulhu. I mean, off a matchup like that last one, you've got to argue, if Chiefs want to win this series, they need to do it quick. The last thing they want is any of these maps going anywhere near overtime.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, even with some of the more, well, I say some of the more, probably we're looking back about 3-4 weeks back against their matchup against the Lions, they lost Villa 8-6 in overtime. So 2 5-1 trades that came around back then. And against Knights, who arguably will be a whole lot more agile and a whole lot more angrier than the Lions. Yeah, look, there's going to be a little bit of at least concern on my end. But I mean, looking at the ban phase, Hibana, Nomad, Pulse so far. So we taken out a fair chunk of that sort of vertical explosive gameplay that Pulse will bring in. I wouldn't be surprised if Valkyrie as well will be gone. But funnily enough, it's actually Azami, an operator that in OCL we don't see a whole lot banned, but something like Operation League / Southeast Asia, they already acknowledged how powerful that Japanese operator can be.
I mean, she's so strong on a map like Villa as well. There are so many positions they reinforce, but I mean, the Hibana Nomad ban, that's interesting. Obviously, looking to enable a bit of that roam when the Knights do head over to that defense, of course. The fact that Finka was let through, another interesting pick that we see quite often banned on a map like Villa, but the Chiefs looking to kick their defense off. Aviator Games with a Goyo and a Mira in play. This could be a right battle to get onto site.
Yeah, that will be a very much of a kind of a stronghold almost play from Chiefs to try to just, well, not to try. I'm pretty certain that they would be able to hold on to quite a fair bit of a heat. But from Knights, I mean, speaking of cracking open the stronghold, but they have quite a fair bit of utility. I mean, you look at the explosive utility, Stigs and Quiz bringing in the frag grenades. There's obviously the whole utility of Zafir with the 2 stuns and the 2 impacts. The smokes from Josh. I will believe it will be either the flashbangs. No, okay, so it's a breaching charges for Juicy plus the Selma charges. So you have a really good variety of things to either throw at the site or try to open up the site with.
It's going to be interesting. We see the well-hydrated Worthy at the moment downstairs towards the kitchen. Quiz making a bit of noise towards Astro Pop in that window. Chiefs obviously have done a bit of odd work, anticipating some sort of basement lurk to come through. But from the looks of things, it's not the game plan. Knights looking to take a very linear approach to the site.
Very much so. Already, though, they do spot out a roaming mute Worthy, very much understanding the gravity of just how powerful the Knights push could be, that just decides to dip out of that for the time being. Maybe try to rendezvous with somebody like Bouncin as well. But as it stands, Knights very confidently, in a very stable manner, they just keep on chugging on. One of the Salmon charges used to just make sure that the position is no longer used and abused, but there's still quite a fair bit of things to push here by Knights.
A lot of chip damage early on. Stigs and Ethan copping some punishment. Unfortunately for the Chiefs, they don't have a Thunderbird, and for the Knights, they have the Finker in play, so Stigs unfortunately taking more punishment. Needs to get one of those nano boosts off before he goes and looks for another gunfight, because, I mean, that's the last thing you want, to lose all 3 of those adrenal surges before you get into the building.
Yeah. So the damage permanence is not going to be too much of an issue unless Stigs just falls in the early stages of that last push. Still got half a round to go, so a lot of that progress has been already made with quite a fair bit of time buffer still present for the Knights, which already shows that, you know, at least they keep it nice and paced for themselves to really have plenty of room in case some sort of a slip-up does occur. But the plant is actually already starting to happen.
They've already punched him through, but the
okay.
Nitro to deny Juicy. Traded back at the last second. But unfortunately, it still puts the diffuser on the ground. Sage on ripper of a headshot onto Bouncing. Toxic Canisters in, Sage in trouble. Shut down from the hunting vault. And this early push through with limited information. They had 3 drones in the execute. Adrenal Surge will get Sage back up. Pushes it to 3 versus 4. But the diffuser currently out of hand with the Toxic Canisters in play. Sage looking to concuss out the vault. Can he do it? Yes, he can. Josh in, getting the diffuser down. Uncontested now, too deep with the Toxic Canister, unfortunately.
Oh, the timing.
And the Knights, what a return after that initial hiccup.
Absolutely. So, yeah, look, it felt like a slight trip up, but that sort of extra time buffer did absolutely save Knights there. And, yeah, by the end of it all, it's all down to Boydie, just far too many positions to really look into. And, yeah, well done, well paced, and really solid beginning for Knights here to possibly instill some promise for us.
Sage, though, I mean, you look at the impact that he had in that round alone. The Nitro, just as Ethan dies, Sageon from this position, it was a dangerous one, rips the head off, holds it down for a I mean, without him in that position, that would not have been a Knights round. And you got to wonder, maybe, just maybe a bit of that, you know, the buff. You know, his brother's been eliminated from the competition. Now he's on for vengeance.
Yeah, look, that could be the case. I mean, always gotta get that sort of, I suppose, well, revenge for the rivalry, I guess, or one way or the other. Some sort of revenge should be instilled here, I reckon. But on the side of Chiefs, yeah, look, I gotta say, the idea was certainly there, and I definitely do rate the way how they wanted to hold it off. But I think it's just more so was due to the fact that I think that neither us nor Chiefs really expected this sort of level of aggression to come out from Knights, kind of almost taking out a bit of a page out of almost, you could say, Kraken's book. Back on the start of Bank, which did look rather confident. So here is just kind of riding the very similar wave of just, yeah, be as confident and as comfortable as you can and just go for those plays.
Bouncing, though, looking to be a bit of a rat here. Sitting just around Garage, wanting someone to push in, but no, Knights not going to give him that opportunity. I mean, the wild thing is the fact that Knights were able to go for that execute successfully with 3 drones collectively between them in a minute to play. Just maybe speaks to how they were able to catch Chiefs off the back foot.
That could be the case, yeah. I mean, that sort of early progression definitely caught them a little bit off guard, but for Chiefs, right now they have to be very cautious, not really give away too much of a ground, not to give out too many plays. A little bit of an ambitious try to rotate through the hatch by Worthy, but Sajan is just too sharp right now with the LMGE as well. Now leaving all down to, well, Digital, at least on the same floor. Bouncing could make a play with the flank, but as it stands, any sort of sound cue will basically give away the plan.
Second time's the charm there, Bouncing. Yeah. He does get it done in the end.
Got it there, yeah. Actually, right now the position is quite favorable for Bouncing to make that play, but he will have to be very snappy about it because Knights, with every second, they start getting closer and closer. The rotation from Styx could be a little bit dangerous, but in comes the swing, and prepared it was perfectly. No! No! Bouncing!
Look, you take that, I think, as a whammy, taking down the Fink. It's going to make that job that little bit harder, but an unnecessary death, to be truthful. Boydie finding Josh with a nade in hand. A second as he lines up Sagion. Could turn the tide, but no. Quiz there. Absolutely magnificent addition to this Knights roster. Has proved why he deserves to be here this stage, of course. Down to the 2 versus 2. Quiz and Juicy, yeah, well and truly back them in this matchup right now. Nade deep towards the Astro door. It's just a bit of a deterrent at the end of the day. Juicy deep into the site. Oh, he almost had the cross to try and catch out Digital, but no. The opportunity presents itself. He finds the frag. It's a bit of ring around the rosy. The AK-12 rings out, but not enough to connect. This is not an ideal situation for Juicy to be in. He doesn't know where the second player is. He's being caught. But with 29 seconds, he can go for the relocate, and Didge hits the dirt and hits the headshot.
For a brief moment, I thought that the AK-12 actually connected more than the Vector, but no, that was a good, solid play by Chiefs to just keep on holding on to their positions. Didn't over-aggress, just played their timing perfectly and forced the Knights to get a little bit more anxious about their play, about the push. So, look, well done, good response by Chiefs, and certainly feels like maybe round one was just one of those kind of still trying to figure out what was the actual game plan, those round one jitters kind of thing. So going into round 3 now, AVG is a replay from Chiefs, but the lineup hasn't per se changed really. So assuming now that it's just more so going to be just the preparation and kind of the ability to have a little bit more of that kind of a stern kind of hold just outside of the site.
I mean, the biggest problem in that last defense on the side, of course, is whether it was a momentary lapse in attention or whatever the case may be, it was the fact that they allowed Sage to push deep into the site and cut off the cross. And from there, it sort of just fell apart as he found 2 more kills after taking Ethan down. So this time, hopefully, a little bit more attention paid to the push through Aviator. This time you can see Chiefs, they're still going for that horizontal spread over to split. They want the control of Astro and Master Bedroom, but it just feels like maybe that's a lot of resources to commit to this hold.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Overcommitment to the resources sometimes can be a rather dangerous thing. Bouncing second round in a row wants to get some sort of a fun time really in the opening stages of the round, but doesn't really get a whole lot of success. Instead, nearly actually gets shot amidst all those pre-fires and returns back to the mirror window. So for the time being, Knights actually... Oh, no. I was about to say Knights get to just basically have a chill, have a relax, but I say that the Twitch drone pops open one of the mirror windows, exposing Bouncing's position. Now nearly making that sort of whole play around the statue a little bit more redundant, a little bit more dangerous. Now the rotation ability is much more dangerous and borderline impossible to really make, but Digital makes do.
Kill into Juicy, and that'll be diff down as well, you would imagine. Yeah, it looks like it outside that Astro window. That's a hell of a rotate to go pick it up. I think Sage probably the closest in proximity, still outside on his drone. But, I mean, the crazy thing is this is an aggressive spread that we're seeing from the Chiefs, and Knights have just spent the best part of 12 rounds playing into a hyper-aggressive Kraken, and we're able to deal with it. So you got to wonder maybe just how much attention Chiefs were paying to that last match.
Yeah, look, definitely. Plus, given that Chiefs didn't really get to play a whole lot of Siege just today, given the unfortunate FFs that happened, could also be one of the cases for Knights. It's been already quite a solid warm-up time as well. If they haven't done a whole lot of warm-up prior to OCS beginning, the match against Kraken was sure one hell of a warm-up as well, but as it stands, a whole lot closer, at least timeline-wise. Knights not really being allowed any more of that sort of time buffer. With Josh, though, finding the frags plus Stigs, this now starts getting taking a turn in favor of Knights.
Quiz following up the kill onto Ethan as well. It's a slightly different approach. The nano boost comes through to keep Quiz in it. Sage through the footholds to drop Didge as well. It's Boydie in the vault. Toxic canister through that game's door, but there's already one into Aviator. Josh cutting it off. Locks it down. The Knights adjust their approach, and this time it's just as successful.
Very nicely done. Knights now hitting the, the full send, really. Attacking side has been a rather solid venture for them, whether it was Bank or now Villa. Dining room and kitchen, though, they decide that, per se, you could call it the tertiary one, but now kind of gain its own sort of name, not name, but its own sort of identity within Villa, with the way how some teams really do end up approaching. With the sheer amount and abundance of vertical gameplay that could be introduced here as well, could be rather solid. But looking at the lineup, Chiefs already starting to lean into the operators like Capcan, like Thorn, like the introduction of Aruni as well, to start looking a little bit more into maybe the possibilities at least of that sort of passive damage. If not for Thorn, the Capcan 110%.
Oh dear. This could get interesting. Yeah, the trap's in play. I mean, we also see the Italian duo coming out on their own map as well on Villa with the Alibi and the Maestro. Unfortunately, we didn't see a heck of a lot of it in that last matchup on Bank. But right now, the Knights are looking to get themselves in and take some control. I mean, the pulse ban off the board, which is an opera that we're used to seeing on this kitchen defense.
Yeah. I mean, with Pulse, it would have been a completely different playfield, honestly. We would have had just even the sheer ability to just literally sit around the side and just prevent that sort of take of the master bedroom of the trophy statuary would have been huge. As it is, though, there is still, you know, opportunities for, say, later rounds to introduce somebody like Valkyrie as well and start just absolutely hammering away at those C4s. The pre-placed ones could be absolutely big, or even the introduction of Mozzie and try to yoink away a drone to do the very same thing. But look, varieties are certainly there, and I'm very much sure that both Knights and Chiefs know very much, even more than me, about all of those cheeky plays. But as it stands, interestingly enough, the counterplay actually comes around to try to deny at least one of the Selma charges, but unfortunately only one does get written off. And well, for Knights, this is yet another avenue to be opened up. But Quiz actually, oddly enough, deciding to go for a single man sort of crusade up on the second floor.
Might even just be a distraction factor at the moment. He's got one adrenal surge remaining, though. You look at the chip damage from the Chiefs has been significant onto the Knights. Sagion pushed out of the basement early. I say early, we're about to hit the halfway mark of the round. So far, just the tendrils, I suppose, that the Chiefs are putting out to try and meet the Knights and threaten that push on through. And already, I mean, look, we've got a minute 20 to play. There are no adrenal surges remaining.
Yeah, all of that healing utility completely drained, but inside of the rest of the team of Knights, there's still quite a fair bit. There's still frag grenades for Josh. There's still 2 more nades from Sajian. Speaking of whom, just falls to the Capcan traps. And I will mention this before. The passive damage is certainly there. Now another swing to come around. Ethan has a perfect drop, perfect swing there. So as it stands now, Knight's been completely crippled on that sort of idea of a push. Were the force, the grenade actually not going to be enough to do enough substantial damage to actually force Ethan out of that position. But Josh has sort of an inkling to know that, well, maybe the Aruni is still there.
Stiggs as well looking for the flank, trying to go for the pinch, but no. Josh finds the head. Unfortunately, Ethan looking the wrong way. Bouncing to remove Juicy from this equation, though, means that the diffuse on the ground. Not in a great position for him to get out of danger, though. So they might just be able to make the numbers game work. At this position with 18 seconds remaining, they've got to force the issue. Josh taking Didge down, gets caught from the back from Library, and now Stiggs alone in the 1 versus 2 without diffuser control. 9 seconds in which to make it happen. Hits the head of Boydie. He's on the hunt, needs one more. Stiggs! This is why he's the clutch king of OCE.
Jeez, the man just absolutely demolished the whole opposition just as Chiefs nearly started relaxing. Oh yeah, we got the round in our hands. Yeah, that's all good. But again, look, that could have been that second round for Chiefs. That would have been, you know, a big halt to Knights' just general progression. Because on a number of occasions comparative to the previous rounds, Knights felt a whole lot more separated playing against the Chiefs in round number 4. Whereas third, second, and first round, it was very much of a team venture. So, assuming it was more so kind of just the idea to try to just find the right pressure points, but at the end of it all, ended up risking losing out the whole round, which would have been rather upsetting. But regardless of that, that didn't happen. So third point for the Knights is all nice and all breezy. But Chiefs, that one definitely would be a bit of a tilter.
I mean, I think the wild thing is, I don't know if they actually had info on Bouncing. If he'd stayed behind that wall, they might have just been able to run the clock down. But no, doesn't back himself, goes for the run, gets caught by Stiggs. And all of a sudden, the Knights, what could have been a 2-2 scoreline, is now sitting at a 3-1.
Yeah. Rounds that would dry Worthy up. And certainly the scoreline doesn't really provide a whole lot of moisture either. But as it stands, Chiefs still trying to stick around to that sort of 2 on roam, kind of 3 close by to the side or, well, around the site sort of thing. At least when it comes down to trophy and statuary, which so far has been a bit of a kind of a a
I'm
questionable
sorry, I
venture.
just noticed Josh sitting on the window, held down mouse 1 for 110
Yeah,
rounds.
he just doesn't care at all. So was
Not
Quiz
just
actually with that
Quiz.
sort of
He
push.
takes Worthy out. And I mean, Worthy, at one point, Worthy was the go-to player on this Chiefs roster. I mean, you look at last year, the conversation was constantly Worthy, his impact in the game for the Chiefs. He's 0-5, and off the back of that, Quiz is taken 2. They're looking for a third. Didge in a lot of trouble right now. We'll get the trade back onto Quiz, but at the cost of a significant portion of health. He's going to get caught on the reload, rotating back. The Knights have absolutely stomped this round out. It's just Ethan alone. He's red stairs. They know where he is, and he is just going to walk into the hail of lead that Stiggs throws down Rage. Look at it. Again, the same thing that Josh was doing on the classical window. He just says, yeah, look, I've got a mag. He's going to peek it. I've got this.
Oh, Christ.
I don't even think he can help the Chiefs right now.
Yeah, at this point, I don't think a whole lot of things will, or a whole lot of people will be able to help Chiefs in these sort of situations. But I mean, yeah, look, that's the definition of the wonderful, quote unquote, the wonderful LMG meta. You bring LMGs, you bring the ARX. That's it, round win. But
welcome to the crunch, as some would say.
Welcome to the crunch. Yeah, but I guess I mean we were talking briefly about the the ban phase. In terms of the utility, what Knights banned out the Nomad, the Pulse. It actually works out perfectly well for Chiefs. Yeah, they look to try to deny that sort of flexible ability to have the breaches done, but in doing so, I think this is more so just them counter-stratting. Well, counter-stratting maybe the old Knights, because they seem to be very much happy to play the ace as it stands, whereas banning out something like a Finkel would have been a little bit more prevalent, at least in terms of OCS here, maybe.
Yeah, the Finker ban has been quite telling over the last couple of months when teams do opt to take it off the board, bouncing again aggressively over towards the master bedroom to try and meet the Knights
the timing.
as they prepare to enter the building. He's missed another opportunity there, unfortunately. It's just timing. There's a bit of a curse. Spots the player on the rappel. Missed opportunity. That would have been a huge pick.
Yeah. Yeah, Bouncing not really having particularly a fun time, unfortunately, there for himself. Doing his very best. Digital, though, he is enjoying himself. The Vector does, in fact, go brrr, and, well, that's Diffuser down. That's Juicy out of the equation yet again. That's your only Heart Breacher, speaking of. So now Knights will be forced to just go absolutely, well, through all the choke points, and, well, with Boy out of the equation, that's
Sticks just ego peeked Toms and killed Boydie, and he's back out the study balcony unpunished. That is horrendous. That is not something that should have happened there. Chiefs just, I mean, they're leaving their key operators out high and dry.
Absolutely. So yeah, it feels like a very disconnected play, which is rather unfortunate given that, remembering the Chiefs' legacy that was left. Sort of in predating the Sweden Major and post-Sweden Major, kind of considered one of the best OCE teams. Well, now it feels a little bit like, a bit of a fall off from the performance, but still far from, the bottom of the barrel, bottom of the leaderboard. But in terms of Villa, things been definitely a little bit rough for the defense of Chiefs. But at least if they do manage to make this, say, a 4-2, this is still very much workable. 5-1 will be definitely a rough time, and certainly a few probably words will be said during the tack pause if one will be brought out. But yeah, Knight so far just been so much more confident in the driver's seat here.
Still a 4 versus 4, but you've lost your smoke, which could be a right problem. They find the kill onto Ethan as well. Looking for the player. Tom's just misses out on the headshot, but it doesn't really matter. Worthy finally getting himself on the ball to the kill onto Josh, but he loses so much health in that effort. They know that there is still this Jaeger hit. They just can't quite clear him out. The Adrenal Surge to come through as well. One more remaining in 25 seconds. They're investing so much in just trying to clear out that top main stairs position. Digital, big kill onto Quiz, but traded back. Sage cuts deep into the site. Looking for an opportunity to set up for that defuse plant. Worthy and Bouncing are so low. Stiggs takes Bouncing out. He finds both of them to close the round. Just clinical. Just efficient. Just unstoppable, really.
Unstoppable, absolutely. And I mean, for Stigs as well, this has been just this whole year has been a huge glow up. I mean, remembering the dire straits that the kind of the roster that was the first iteration of Knights back when it was called Acme as well, where Stigs was part of, had a whole lot of promises. When Stigs departed to Fnatic, I believe. Look, whilst yes, he found his own sort of stride back in Fnatic roster as well, but with Knights, I think he finally kind of was able to find that sort of level up for himself, and it shows on a whole new level. The man has been able to absolutely, you know, overcome certain issues that were seeming to be plaguing sort of in terms of inconsistency back on Fnatic roster, back on even the Acme roster as well, which will be quite a throwback for a few viewers as well. But yeah, look, for now, Stigs has had an absolutely stellar performance. So does the whole Knights roster, honestly, with the Sagen as well sitting on an 8-pointer for himself.
Look, I'm not going to say this is the direct reason why we're here, but I mean, Cthulhu, what do the top 3 teams in OCN currently have in common? They all picked up former OCL players this year.
Yeah,
what have the Chiefs not done? Picked up an OCL player. Unfortunately, Stigs is going to pick up the L and cut his KD in half.
Ay. Rather unfortunate there for Stigs. But yes, you are correct. Definitely kind of introducing that sort of fresh blood into the fray whilst keeping things kind of in their own old ways, you could call it. For Chiefs, though, I mean, up until some of the more recent development, things were looking rather promising, so nothing was really hinting at the need for that sort of play. Boydie completely caught off on that rotation, tries to basically pull what Stigs did in the previous round, but unfortunately gets punished rather thoroughly for it. Josh as well, that perfect double play, sort of both players going for that aggression, but at the end of it all, Quiz does get punished.
I see it coming into this matchup. You know, what is it that the Chiefs need to do if they want to pick up the win here? It's, you know, avoid taking it anywhere near overtime, finish it quickly. Well, look, the Chiefs unfortunately heard that and decided to do it for themselves. Nitro out towards Ethan is not going to hit its mark. Bouncing finds himself a goo mine down in the first floor. Chiefs, if nothing else, they have drone coverage. They get info. They know where these players are. Juicy. Aggroing up onto the window. In Classical backs himself off, only to be caught by Bouncing coming up red stairs. Sage on the flank, brings it back to the 2v. We are still a minute 20 left to play. My God, Sage, what a headshot, and Didge is in the dirt.
Ay. All down to Ethan. The man, the myth, the legend. Against Josh and Sagen, who have been on an absolute ripper of a round, but yeah, all things considered, 6 pointers possibly about to be achieved here. Although, with LMG in hands, the finger boost there as well, rocking, might just be able to nail a shot, but just so many positions to be overpowered, and Ethan right now just struggling to find a good ground. Although manages to actually slip by the Legion and might just be able to find the engagement against Josh, but the Goo Mine as well, not really helping the situation either. So looking for those swings, maybe just step at a few more points as well. But as it stands, yeah, far too many angles. That pixel as well from Sagen does not help the situation either.
Tell me, you know, Sage isn't getting the +1 because Brendo got eliminated. Tell me. I mean, this is absurd. Like, this is a matchup that I would have said, this scoreline, you take it 6-1. 100% I would have said, yeah, this is Knights versus GZ or Ludovic at this stage. But Knights versus Chiefs, 6-1. I don't think Clubhouse is even going to be a factor.
Doesn't feel like that, yeah. Given that Clubhouse has been kind of a bit of a coin flip sort of venture for Chiefs, depending on who they would verse. Even then, if it does get pushed to that sort of third map, who knows how things will really evolve from here on out. Because, I mean, we're already seeing, you know, the rise and falls within the same day of a certain Kraken player who, as it is, already left his own sort of legacy, no matter what, in ANZ Siege. But yeah, with Knights and Chiefs, look, I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if, say, we finish up the first map, something across the line, 7-1, 7-2, and map number 2 to be completely flipped over on its head. But with the way how general pacing of Knights has been going, there's really not a whole lot of indication for that to happen, really.
Even with that Kraken matchup, I can kind of understand it. It's not a format that Phoenix is used to. Obviously, joining partway through the stage, he's not used to that elimination pressure. He's used to best of ones week to week, culminating in whoever you simply sit. Kind of thing. So I can understand that, but Knights and Chiefs have been playing each other for what 3-4 years now, and these different the players that we're seeing in the lobby. So it's not like this is an unfamiliar situation for either of these teams.
True.
Which is it's just baffling. Right now, there are questions that need to be answered. Unfortunately, they're not the answers that the Chiefs would like.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in general, OCS today has been a very curious sort of adventure for ourselves because, I mean, with Blizz falling to Hungry Lions, Wildcard nearly losing to Ludovica, and it was all down to half a second. Now Knights absolutely plowing through the Chiefs. It has been a very, unorthodox sort of competition so far. At least not something that I believe all of us really expect in terms of the score lines. Maybe Gus is the all-seeing father, but as it stands, Boydie will be seeing only an L, courtesy of all those frags, and it's just a flurry of kills before I even able to finish up my point.
Ethan, he just goes down, Sage, for a double. He's absolutely having a magnificent game today. And Ethan, you had, 20 health to your name, and you're still trying to hold the angle against a player who is... he's 13-2 for a reason. He is not missing his shots at the moment. And with the 4 versus 2, and what is likely going to be the final round here of Villa, Worthy and Didge need to hold it on. Worthy, they're disjointed as well. They're not in a position to play even for numbers. If one of them goes down, it's probably going to fall the other way as well. Worthy on that zombie door wants to get into the site, but there's a Saria gate in his way and a shield with a legion, with a Wemai behind it rather.
Yeah.
And he decides better over, gets flanked in. Quiz, there wasn't even a Wemai. I have completely baited myself out. It must have been Stigs on the shield. Either way, it doesn't matter. It's Didge, and he's dead. Josh just hits the nastiest one tap of the game.
Jesus. Knights are just too sharp here, Panda. And yeah, that's map number 1 all done and dusted. Chiefs are a little bit in a bit of a gutter there.
I don't know. There's only so much you can take. 3-time undisputed champion of 2021 to being 7-1 in your first map in a best of 3 against the Knights. This is a far cry from what we've come to know the Chiefs as. I mean, look, Chiefs have been to 2 majors in the last 18 months. Knights had the opportunity to go to 1, missed out, unfortunately, and then missed out the second time by 2 rounds. Look, that's not it. That's not it at all.
Yeah, look, the winds of change, I think, are calling certainly here with the way how things been going. I think it's very much long overdue for Knights to, rather sooner than later to actually hit to the major, finally. But, yeah, as it stands, Knights, oh, boy, they're looking just way too clean right now.
It speaks to maybe a growing skill disparity. Who knows? Whatever the case may be, we are going to be throwing it to a break. When we come back to the desk, we'll have a look back at what was an absolute massacre. You'll see them back soon.
If you get a chance, it's just for her.
ice cold.
An absolute shellacking, a spanking. There is no other way to put this. The Chiefs have just been handed the biggest L delivered on a silver platter. Guz, this is probably one of the more dominating performances that I've seen from two teams at this level for a while.
Yeah, the Chiefs caught napping in this first map. Of course, it was the Knights' selection to head us to Villa for first in this best of 3. But regardless of whose map choice it is, it was very dominant. Knights, as you can see in the replays, right, incredibly sharp and just continuing to catch the Chiefs in awkward, unfavorable positions. And look, I know we rag on Digital, but he should not be top fragging for this team. He is not the fragger. He is the hardest of supports that we may even have in the region at times. The fact that he's top fragging is such a red flag for the Chiefs at the moment. So we need to see them bounce back. They start on attack on Cafe up next. That can be a very tough map to attack on if you're not switched on at the very start. So the Chiefs need to shrug this result off, forget it happened, and just continue to build back into this series.
Proto, before we do talk about Cafe, is there anything you want to touch on from Villa? I know that it was quite a, I think, surprise to all of us into the fashion that it's happened in.
I mean, it was pretty much over from round 4. I mean, the Knights found a 3-1 lead. They were decisive in what they were doing, but I would like to sort of highlight that they adopted a little bit of what Kraken were bringing to them in the game on Bank. They sort of brought that hyper-aggression. They paired that with the great drone work they already have. I mean, we saw the LMG abuse coming in from Knights. I mean, Panda highlighted there were rounds where there was just mouse ones all the way through the whole box and 3 kills on the board already for Knights in the first 30 seconds. And the Chiefs had no answer to it whatsoever. It was a 5-1 half, 2 rounds subsequently after that, the game, and it was quite literally Knights consistently finding opening picks with Chiefs having absolutely nothing to show for it. So going into Cafe, we're going to have to see them tighten things up and maybe adopt a little bit of that aggression themselves, because whatever they bought on Villa just was not up to par with what the Knights had in tow.
No, it certainly is not. It's nowhere near what we expect from the Chiefs. They've got to pick it up here on Cafe. Otherwise, we will already have secured our first grand finalist. Back to Blue and Cthulhu for this matchup.
Look, I'm going to be honest. It's hard to remain positive as a Chiefs fan after a matchup like that. Even talking Matt Vito's, yeah, it was the Knights pick. No, that was the Knights map. There was no discussion about it. Cafe, I mean, you've got to hold out hope that something big has been done and coming into the prep for this matchup.
Absolutely so, yeah. Look, Cafe will have to be an absolute, just a 180 over performance for Chiefs if they even want to get close to being able to contest against the Knights at their current form. I mean, last time we got to watch Chiefs play versus Knights in OCS Stage 2. I mean, you were there, Panda. It was on Clubhouse. A 7-5 venture, which initially didn't look too well for Knights, and it kicked off pretty well for Chiefs, but at the end of it all, kind of attacking side has been pretty good, and I mean, so far that has been kind of the trend. Knights on the attack, that's where the points, that's where the proverbial dub is being procured. Whereas on the side of Chiefs, this is, well, it has been completely the opposite sort of turnout. And just quickly scrolling through some of the round, or rather match history, not a single cafe has been actually, as a matter of fact, played during OCN for Chiefs as well.
Flores and the Nook banned out immediately. Understandable given how high impact they can be on this map, of course. Chiefs' first defensive ban to come through will be the Valkyrie. Understandable, too much information available when Valkyrie is on the board. But I'm seeing a problem, Cthulhu. Finka is once again in play, the big LMG. I don't even, honestly, I'm going to be perfectly honest, I don't even know if the mirror ban was warranted after what we saw in that last map.
Honestly, I think this is just Knights wanting to put the last nail in the coffin here of Chiefs as well, given that Chiefs did try to rather thoroughly utilize the mirror pick when she was available. Yep, it looks like she won't be really present. I am quite surprised that Azami was able to get through, because on Cafe, that is basically even more of the choke points that you could generate with those keyboard barricades. But I suppose maybe that's not the actual issue here to the point, or maybe it's just kind of both teams trying to play for their own strengths and trying to just counter ban some of the picks, because the Nook ban does make sense on the side of Chiefs, and the Valkyrie as well. But it's more so the fact that the Nook received more priority over somebody like Finka or even Zoff. Well, Zoff, okay, Zafia would be a much more controversial one because of just the sheer extra utility that she does bring in. But the Finka ban would have been, at least in my head, would have been a no-brainer, but maybe something to inquire with the Knights or Chiefs, whoever does end up winning it all at the end. But look, as it stands, it's definitely, like, you can see even in terms of picks, Chiefs are feeling a little bit on the back foot, with Ethan being introduced to Monty. Starts feeling a little bit dire.
I admire your optimism here, Cthulhu. Trying to stay positive for the sake of the Chiefs.
Look, I gotta be.
Yeah, look, we can't be biased, can we? Unfortunately, the Chiefs doing a lot of that work for us, and bouncing. What a flick onto Stiggs, though. Can't quite put that one down to the crutch LMG. That was just skill. That was fragging power.
Simply built diff. But hey, look, at least getting that early pick is certainly working out quite well. Sajan getting the better of Bouncing as well will be equalizing the general sort of swing of things. But shame that Stiggs did fall in the early stages of the round, given that that would have been a big sort of boon to keep on holding on to.
Oh boy.
Oh lordy.
No shot. Juicy's going to come for the lurk. Boydie does fall as well to Quiz. They are hyper aggressive in the contest. The older, unfortunately, not quite accounting for digital up on the hatch. On the finger of all operators. That could have been a big pick onto Ethan. But still, I mean, a 3 versus 3's well and truly workable.
Oh yeah, very much so. Well,
never mind.
Divulged. Yeah, it all diverted into 1v3 rather quickly, just as you said that, Panda. Chiefs, yeah, look, unfortunately can't really find that sort of a big play. Maybe the Finker was not the crutch after all, or at least not for the Chiefs, because yeah, that all fell apart rather unfortunately. Gonna try to salvage some sort of a play, and the ping at least on one of the players is there. What will flashbangs really do if you're not really dropping down with all the information now being present? Well, yeah, there's certainly going to be some problems, but okay, swing is good. Swing is sturdy so far, at least for Worthy.
Yeah, but he's healthy. He's probably, him and Quiz are about on even terms right now. So, look, doable in a game where a headshot makes all the difference, but I'd be hesitant to say that, yeah, Worthy's got to be one through this. Maybe last year that would have been an easy call to make, but right now, no. Oh. Quiz, in fact, they go toe-to-toe and Quiz comes out on top. And look, that's kind of what we expected after watching last map. The way that the kills flurried, it was very much a Knights affair.
Absolutely so. Well, Knights kicking things off a little bit closer than what it was the start at the beginning of Villa, but regardless of that, this is sort of the defense for them. This is where they sort of are waiting for Chiefs to try to dictate the order of things, and heavy emphasis so far been on just trying really to get it through. As much as I would love to, keep up the general positivity for Chiefs, has been a rather unfortunate venture so far. But I mean, we'll look at the lineup again. Trying to stay positive about the pick of Digital on Amaru, and we got to see a couple times even in OCL as well. Amaru picks occasionally working well if you coordinate it all in tandem with the rest of the push. But surely Chiefs are not as desperate to go for those kind of plays, given that, well, basically all the other utilities actually leaning into that playstyle as well.
Yeah, look. It is hard to remain a fanboy, and look at just how heavily they're leaning into the mouse one meta, Cthulhu. You've got Finka, Amaru, Ying, and Lion all running their high capacity magazines. You got to question at some point what the hell is going on.
Yeah, there's far too many questions as to what is really happening. The E1D is about to get popped. Another Candela is coming around. Juicy actually opens up the scoreline. The drop down does not get committed to as well. 3 Candelas been thrown by Ethan, and not a single person even bothered to push, as Stiggs just decides to hit a bit of a bot walk.
Luckily, just feeding into the kills. Quiz fed bouncing as well. Luckily, the follow-up does come. Josh down towards Dark. Where are the drones? Where is the info on these players? Ethan at least will push it to the 2 versus 1, but Worthy, come on, man. It's a default camera. It's not moving. Josh clears out the cam in a 1 versus 1 gunfight. You see Worthy. No! That's the diffuser. Where's the coverage? What are the Chiefs doing right now? The Knights are just being fed opportunity after opportunity. Worthy, he does close the round, but that's not at all how this should have gone.
My lord, that got very close to just completely missing out on all of that opportunity. What has happened there to Chiefs? For a brief moment, that sort of bag would have been fumbled. Maybe this time there's going to be enough of the hydration for Worthy to keep things nice and snappy. But yeah, look, a bit of a question mark really there from Chiefs end of the round. But look, well played, well done. Keep things rolling, because at the moment they need to have something rolling for themselves, especially after what happened in Villa. Get themselves reset, go into this one just completely kind of, well, new match, new performance, new attempt. And for Knights, look at it, they did get picked apart, let's face it. It was still a relatively good pick apart, but it did start and snowball out of the fact that, well, there wasn't a whole lot of shutdown play on the red stairs either.
I wouldn't even argue that it was a pick apart. It was just the numbers game. They just swung everything with 2 players after bar that 1 pick early on that Bouncin found. Everything else was just numbers. They just made sure that they had someone extra following up on the player that died. But I mean, Cthulhu, look, if nothing else, we are going to get the fuse pick to come here in the 3rd round on the kitchen defense. Whether or not Digital can get into the building to put those fuse plucks to work is a different story. Right now, up to the roof. Look, they're just so paranoid. They are so concerned that Knights are going to go hyper aggro on them.
Yeah, I mean, hyper aggro would be kind of a really good idea here for Chiefs. Just play around that, play to just force those sort of engagements before Knights even, get the ability to decide where those engagements do end up happening. Already a nice quick entry by Bouncin, albeit I believe he just stunned himself with his own sort of utility, but regardless of that, looking to make a play around the coat hanger position could be big, and to eliminate Warden would be rather large, but unfortunately just misses out on the opportunity. But the crossfire into the site has already opened up.
The big problem is he's very much isolated. The Sonic Blast going out onto Worthy, dropping that Skylight Quiz. Hits the fadeaway, back down the white stairs, looking for a more favourable position. Bouncing taking early damage. And look at it, just the numbers game. Sage in the 1-on-1 beats out Bouncin and his LMG.
Well, that was rather unfortunate for Bouncin in terms of how he probably would have wanted his own gunfight to happen. But regardless of that, the rest of Chiefs now starting to try to make approach towards the ground floor. Worthy met with a rather difficult position that Stiggs holds so far. It is borderline, well, nearly impossible to really wedge out. So instead, get to using this, the fuse charges, start clearing out those utility positions and those hunkered down positions. The hatch is open.
Except that Juicy is working his way up for the flank. Digital, yes, he's in. They've gotten him to the site. They've got the LMGs. But do they know Juicy's on for the flank? Quiz finds the first off of the push, and Juicy's on for the flank! No! They just haven't done anything to deny. He's going to swing with the shotgun, cleans up Ethan as well. Boydie, nowhere near to be able to cover that. And Juicy's just going to go to work and defuse the plant, and it doesn't matter. I respect the attempt, but the setup wasn't there.
I'm speechless. Speechless about that one. Not a whole lot of, well, covering, not a whole lot of flank utility really dedicated. Or maybe it was just already shot out by that point. But yeah, Juicy, perfect execution on that flank. And straight the moment he got the frag, gets it defusing. Perfectly read. And now, well, Chiefs kind of left again guessing as to what needs to be done. An attempt to bring in the glass. Not sure if that is going to be the right one, but...
Like, I can only imagine Boydie was trying to cover service when they were quite clearly going for a plant just behind the bomb chassis by Freezer.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on. The lack of communication, lack of coordination, all culminating in... I'm gonna keep it real. One of the worst performances I could say we've had at the Chiefs in a while.
Yeah. Wonder what has been happening. Because, I mean, it's not just a singular sort of, you know, quote-unquote incident. I mean, two again date back. Bliss just recently fell, I believe, to Hungry Lions. Which, in its own entirety, I mean, one would expect Bliss to, you know, pop up and pop off. But, unfortunately, things didn't really pan out there. So, on the side of Knights, though, look, things been basically all average day in the office kind of thing. They still continuing to do their work. They seeming to have nailed that sort of coordination. And speaking of that coordination, yeah, Panda, you have made a pretty solid point in terms of just the disconnect within the ranks of Chiefs, in terms of them hoping or trying to find sort of their own plays, their own solo performances, but in doing so, completely undoing the general amount of just coordination that was found in that.
I mean, it's that discussion, you know, once is unfortunate, twice is unlucky, 3 times is unacceptable at this point. And so it's just the fact that we are seeing Chiefs just being dropped round after round, player after player, Ethan gone. So that's your buck who would have been looking to contest the site. And already you can see that utility being utilized by Stiggs. Does give them the avenue to drop that red hatch as well, though, but pixel angles could do them dirty here.
Absolutely so. Stiggs has a perfect position to really play around. The Kibo barricades could be very much helpful here to just establish his position. First of the gunfights does erupt, but can't really find anything. Perfect swings by Bouncin as well to open up another avenue for the push and for the foothold.
Well, they've already lost 2. Boydie's going to be absolutely denied. I believe he sprayed through the bar there. Just the pixel angle from Sage. And Quiz is going to finish off Boydie. No chance at the plant attempt. Digital on the roof alone. I could only imagine just sitting there head in hands in frustration, if not for the fact that he had to play. Big kill on the Juicy, but he's got 3 more to find. Make that 2 more to find. This is workable territory, especially that Type 89 in hand if Knights understand the risk that they face themselves, but no. Quiz doesn't care. He's going to swing it and win it. Another 3-1 start here, Cthulhu. This is... I mean, if you'd told me this is how a match would go between these two teams last year, you would have been laughed out of the community.
Exactly. Well, yeah, look, I'm very much curious, confused, concerned as to what is really happening with the Chiefs. And ever since the last major appearance, things been looking a little bit downhill, really. maybe, you know, the discussion about the roster changes somewhat soon may come around, given the quite a hefty break that we are all expecting by the conclusion of OCS as well. So, not gonna lie, things been rather dire. Just in general, just within ANZ Siege. I mean, you look at even the Twitter timeline already with Hunter just announcing his departure, whether I'm not too sure whether it's just from the roster or from Siege just in general. Number of other people taking their leave as well, so it's very uncertain times right now in ANZ, and very kind of scary times. Almost feels like a game of sudden death, really, in certain ways.
Scary if you're a Chiefs fan at the moment. We're about to have two potential back-to-back 7-1 victories for the Knights. We head to the second floor, though, in the 5th round. Dining and reading, of course. Juicy, wanting to get aggro. He went 1-7 last map, and he's decided that that was enough. Now it's his turn to step up.
Absolutely. So, already, Bush is starting to come around. Stiggs once again trying to play that sort of a solo play, but it's more so just to try to play for time, try to just force some attention onto him, so that the Chiefs will have to spend some of that extra time before the actual push to the site. Worst case scenario is Stiggs will be very much alive. What was the play there by Boyd is completely beyond me, but gets completely shot down. And yeah, look, at least Bouncing does get the better of Sajin, so at least 1 for 1 is good there. Well, 2 for 1, but as it is, Bouncing is now going to try to at least establish his own sort of play here.
Worthy brings it back to the 3-3 as Josh just gets a bit too aggro. Well, okay, Stiggs is there to answer back immediately, so it really doesn't matter for much if they're able to trade it out by the numbers. The fact that they had 7 drones available to them. What's the point of having all this attack utility if you're just not going to use it? Juicy put down, but finds the headshot onto Bouncing regardless. Digital again in the 1 versus X clutch situation. Juicy down. Stiggs will finally get him back up and into the fray. Quiz won it last time. Digital knows that he's there now. A deep stun into the site. Misses again. The shots. Quiz rotating around. It's a ring around the Rosie that is not going his way. Pistol out into Freezer. Quiz there. Quiz wins it with the pistol as well. Cthulhu, this is a 4-1 scoreline.
Yeah, look, no comment on all of this so far, Panda. I'm gonna be real. This has been so far an absolute slapping, and yeah, Chiefs, understandably so, do request a timeout. Something has gone completely, absolutely wrong there, and there's not a whole lot of ways to really pull a comeback. I mean, you look at even on the player cams as well, Worthy, the big highlight play that was for the Chiefs back in 2021, having a very much of a concerned face. So is Digital, and then there certainly is quite a fair bit of a discussion to be made within the Chiefs ranks. But look, maybe
it's not
we
like
don't get
the
to see the
Chiefs
whole picture, though.
lack the elements for success, though.
Not at all.
You just got to think, stage 1, they went to the Charlotte Major. Yeah, look, it wasn't the greatest of runs, but they still made it to the Charlotte Major.
Absolutely.
Which is, I mean, they've been to 2 majors in the last 18 months. The most representation ANZ has had internationally for a long time.
Well,
it's just, whatever the case may be, the recipe's not working currently.
Yeah, the recipe's not working out. And I mean, the other thing worth really thinking about / talking about as well is, well, theoretically, for Chiefs, unfortunately, they couldn't really make the major. This would be one of the last few ones of the competitions for them to play it out. So what stops them from just basically hitting a little bit of a kind of an exhaustion point, saying, oh, well, just, yeah, that's it, tired. Just, and kind of not really giving it their all. But in the same vein, kind of a question could be asked, well, it's OCS, there's still money on the table to be won. There's still,
if nothing else, a chance
rights
to prove that you are one of the top contenders, especially against the Knights.
Absolutely. And whilst, yes, all of this is on the board, it's there for the taking. Just, yeah, a simple sort of burnout. would be still very much understandable, I reckon, for Chiefs.
I mean, if nothing else, obviously, with no Stage 3, it gives them that opportunity to hunker down and hard focus on Apex South for Stage 3. But, I mean, this is not quite the precursor you want going into a third stage as well. Right now, Ethan, he's going to full send it into Dining with the Gara hook, gets himself up early to try and contest, clearing out cameras, but found immediately. Juicy, not going to let that one slip.
Yeah, well, already finding that pickup onto Ethan doesn't particularly bode too well, as yet another pickup for Juicy does come around in a so far very lopsided sort of venture in favor of Knights. Picking up a solid set of frags, coming to lurk around, just around hell, and might just be able to pick up a frag or two, but I say that Chiefs decide to completely circumvent that sort of position, full well acknowledging the less angles they have to really contest, the better it is. With Quiz already as well waiting on the white stairs, things would have been rather dicey, but for now, at least good pace from the attacking side.
I mean, the concerning thing, though, is Knights are freely moving around the map still. They are not being contested at all on this roam. You've got a Nomad in play. There's nothing in terms of flanks. Digital just caught looking out into space, had no clue that Juicy was there waiting. They are going to go for the reattempt onto it, but Worthy will fall. Juicy swings out, gets Boydie almost taken down by the skeleton key, but at this stage, in a 4 versus 2 with Boydie and Bouncin, the two remaining. There is a minute to play. Quiz, no one, but wins it anyway. Follows it up with the closer. Quiz having an absolute stunner of a series alongside his teammates in the Knights. Cthulhu, another 5-1 half secured.
Quiz just being the absolute staunch demon. Just being able to shut down any sort of competition left, right, and center. It has been, well, we were talking about, Chiefs this, Chiefs that. Quiz finally, finally went through that full cycle of, we just almost feels like yesterday seen him quote unquote graduate from OCL. Him and Tuhan, the deadly duo that unfortunately ended up getting separated. But in his own terms, the man just thrived. And seeing him thrive like this, it's great.
It is. It's absolutely phenomenal to see that success. You could see Chiefs tilted Ethan catching an impact grenade there from Bounce, and obviously things not going well. And I think it's almost ironic that Quiz is currently sporting the KD that he is, 911, because, look, I think the Chiefs need an ambulance.
Yeah, it do be like that. Call the ambulance, but not for me kind of thing. What the not the Chiefs said, the Chiefs were told. And the end result kind of basically shows that Juicy he does not forgive those audacity play, not at all.
Yeah, look, the Don is he's not going to let that one go lightly. You've insulted the family, well, you're sleeping 6 feet deep. Unfortunately, Didge as well copping some punishment as he's trying to open up this wall. There is no safe ground, it would seem, for the Chiefs. I mean, this is, 2 minutes to play, and you've already got Boydie off the board. Is this going to be... Yeah, okay, Boydie. The Bouncing's trying to catch out someone on the rappel, but there's no one there. This it feels like they're almost just playing on reflex now.
I mean, why not, really? With the way how things been going so well, look, might as well play on the reflex. Ethan does fall and gets finished off by Stiggs as well by the end of it all. Once again, this is posing to be a rather clinical round, but Bouncing has something to say about that. Perfect setup is there, but yet to really get rid of the drone too focused on it and fragged out as well on top of it all. The coordination that is coming around from Knight so far has been just a pleasure to watch how they play.
If he wasn't dead to one, he was dead to the other. The nade was cooked perfectly. The headshot cleaned him up. He got cleaved in two, honestly. Didge having to anchor this one out hard. Luckily, though, Worthy is able to impact the round, taking Josh out to push it back to a 2 versus 3, which is much more workable. They say Stiggs will just swing it out. 2 players, in fact, from the night. It's going wide for the kill onto Digital. Worthy, the last alive towards construction. Pushes on to Cocktail. The nade there cooked well as... no. This is not ideal. He's got a point of health to work with. The plant is down. Another nade to boot. He's going to die to that if he doesn't move. And Stig's just waiting. Knows. Preemptively holding down the angle.
That is a scary just situation, scary turnout for Chiefs. Just unfortunate mistimings, mispositions, just however you want to name them, just a series of unfortunate events here for the white and blue team. But for Knights, this has been an absolutely just stellar performance, whether it was their match just before, whether it's their match right now. I think we are reaching this sort of point. At this point, yeah, the Knights are sort of the projected sort of winners of OCS. As much as I hate to be that sort of the sound
Hungry
as
Lions,
the,
100%.
Oh, yeah, sorry, my bad.
Hungry Lions
My bad,
come out of nowhere.
My bad. Yes, Hungry Lions are there. Yeah, the Kingslayers. But
that's the one.
Yeah,
it's the underdog buff. Everyone knows
the underdog buff. Yeah, well, if Hungry Lions get the underdog buff, the Knights get the top dog buff at the moment, because they definitely looked at that sort of the final boss.
Well, one round separates Knights from the clean sweep, dropping 2 rounds in 2 maps to the Chiefs. I mean, look, it's worth remembering, I suppose, Knights were the ones that knocked Chiefs out of the last OCS, an 8-7 victory in the round of 8. But that is a far cry from what is looking like it'll be 2 7-2s, 7-1, sorry, back-to-back.
Yeah, if it all conclude in 2 7-1s, that is going to be a shocker of a scoreline. That, yeah, would definitely tell quite a convincing story of just how dominant Knights were. Sejan already opening up the scoreline again onto bounce, and only 4 more frags to reach that 7-1 scoreline. And I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that will end up being the case, as unfortunate as it is for the Chiefs. But there's still chances, there's still possibilities for them to be able to make it back, but it will be very much of an uphill battle to try to make a play.
The wild thing is, so obviously Chiefs progress to this stage, this round, and well, yeah, pistol out, Quiz does it, even without the SMG-11. So the Chiefs progress to this point because Ground Zero didn't show up. Honestly, with a showing like this, Ground Zero could have quite comfortably won today in a best-of-1 format. Right now, Ethan and Boydie alone to try and make it happen against the full force of the Knights roster. Ethan looking to try his luck against the Titan of Quiz. Spots the backer Josh, but traded out. There you go. It's Boydie. In the 1 versus 4, 1 versus 3 as he takes Stick's head off, but it's too little too late. Sagion closes it out back to back. 7-1s for the indomitable Knights.
My lord. The Knights are just too good right now, Panda. Quick, clean wrap up, and yeah, Juicy says, yeah, look, this is just how the way it was all supposed to be, kind of at the end. It feels with the absolute momentum that Knights were able to gain from their game against Kraken, against Chiefs. Yeah, look, this was a whole new level that has been achieved, and well, what's next, kind of thing is the main question for me. When do we get to see Knights finally make it to major? Because with this sort of performance, it is well overdue.
I mean, look, the Knights were looking rather impressive, even coming out of the back of last stage. It wasn't like they had a complete shutout stage. But then adding Lunar Metal to that equation, the absolute giga brain that he has. You know, I mean, a coach of that caliber is going to do nothing but improve what you bring to the table.
Oh, absolutely.
But, I mean, that we just saw another step beyond that. 2 7-1 victories on staple maps in our competition. Chiefs, look, that's rough. But look, Cthulhu, before we do send it back to the desk, I have one consolation to take away. At least it wasn't just the OCL that didn't show up today. Gentlemen, please take it away.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That is probably the roughest performance I have seen from the Chiefs to date. I've been watching them for a very long time. Proto, I don't even know how to start to dissect this, but I guess we're probably more so wanting to stay in the Knights camp than I am wanting to talk about the Chiefs at this point.
I said it was going to be a 2-0 to the Knights, no question, and indeed that is what it panned out to be. I mean, 2 back-to-back 7-1s with 5-1 halves at the split. I mean, the replays talk for themselves. Chiefs, mistake after mistake. I mean, they took the timeout at round 5, but it was needed. They were in shambles. I mean, the kitchen round here with the plant that we see in the replays, it was off the back of zero information with zero post-plant ability to hold. It was just, I don't know, a series of very, very simple mistakes that we shouldn't be seeing at this level of competitive Siege, and Knights were there to collect every single one, round after round, kill after kill. I mean, Quiz, allowed to get half the kills that he found. He shouldn't have been allowed to prosper in these positions. So Knights walk away with a very well-deserved win, but Chiefs, back to the drawing board. There was a lot that went wrong for them.
Back to the drawing board. I think it might be back to the roster sooner. Guys, this is one that leaves me speechless, and I'm sure has got you scratching your head as well as an amount of frustration building behind the scenes.
Yeah, it is concerning. The only serious threat we've seen from the Chiefs so far in this second stage, whether it be Apex South or here more locally, it's been in games where they don't necessarily matter, in the sense that perhaps their position in Apex South was already solidified, and that's actually when we saw them play well without that kind of any pressure or real expectation on them. Yet they floundered here in OCS today. Was a big disappointment, and they need to rebuild heading into stage 3. Of course, not wanting to be too negative, of course, the Knights played incredibly well, right? They got a fantastic read on how the Chiefs wanted to approach this match, which was lurking, playing off meta positions, playing ultra aggressive. And the Knights were very clued into it, punished them at basically every single turn in this match, and it was probably one of the most dominant matches we have seen for a very long time. And considering that these two should be somewhat closely matched, it was a very big surprise to see how large that margin was.
It certainly was a lot. The gap was a lot larger than I think most would have anticipated, but it's time to welcome in Juicy for an interview. And my very first question is going to be exactly that. Juicy, how is that gap so damn big? How are you that much better than the Chiefs at the moment?
Look, I think we're a bit better, but I think that was a little bit of a weakened Chiefs. So whatever going on there, it's whatever. They're having issues. I don't know exactly, but I think that's not their full strength, and obviously I think that's pretty clear. But I think we're still playing well, so nothing to take away from us as a team. I think we're clicking at the moment, so just happy with how that went.
Just talk a bit of trash, mate. Just talk a bit of trash. That's all I want from you. I just want to see a bit of dirt.
I wanted to put Digital down that second map so bad because he kept fucking killing me the first map, and I just couldn't do it. He kept killing me.
Look,
there's the trash talk.
That actually leads into my first question, Juicy. Obviously, yeah, the Chiefs are playing a bit weird, bit off meta, and just aggressive and whatnot.
Yeah.
What's the approach in that game in trying to shut that down? Because it can sometimes be dangerous in actually dealing with that.
I think you just kind of lean into it sometimes. You know, if a team wants to play aggressive, we'll play aggressive back. I think you can either go two ways. You either go super structured or just play into it. And I think we just lent into it a little bit better than they did, so we were ready for it.
And then coming into this matchup, obviously Chiefs are a team that you guys have played multiple times in the past. It's been a lot closer than obviously it was today. Were you expecting a little bit more from the Chiefs coming into this given the recent times you've played them, or was this as surprising for you as it was for us?
Not really surprising. I think we were going to win. You know, it might have been a little bit closer or whatever it may be, but it's one of those things. Like, we've been in their shoes before where, you know, we copped a bit of flack for either not trying or, like, you know, having a little bit of fun, whatever it may be. So I'm not going to throw any shade at them or whatever's going on. That's their business, and I don't want to get into that. But it was a fun game. That's what I want to say. It was just a fun game.
Seriously, one of these days you're going to unleash on broadcast like you just did a bit earlier. That was a bit of fun. Look, obviously you're our first grand finalist. Wait, hang on, you're alluding to something here, Juicy, hang on.
Not yet.
Mate, to be completely honest, I think, I said this to you in the last interview, your performance recently has been outstanding, you know, considering where you are in the team, the support player, and from what it looks like to be a very large leader in this position. So, you know, from me to you, I want to say congratulations. But obviously from here, is there anything you want to say before we move on?
Just the normal script. Thank you to my team, our support staff, and to the broadcast team, and to the fans. Thank you very much. Without you guys, it wouldn't happen, like I say.
Juicy, mate, we love you. And you know what? We'll see you in the grand final.
Lovely. Thank you, boys.
Now, before we move on, generally I type this in the Twitch chat, in the Discord chat. Dev, stop chewing with your mic in your mouth. We can all hear you. I think Juicy could hear you as well. My word, this bloke, you would not believe it. But
wait, how unhinged was that interview?
He was in. This is what I like to see from Juicy. This is a side that we don't.
Get fined. I'll pay his fine if he gets fined because that was incredible content.
Yeah,
that was worth it.
Yeah, it definitely was. But you know what's even better content than that? It is a second semi-final. We are going to go to a very short break, and on the other side, we will find out who is going to be versing the Knights in tomorrow's best of 5. Don't go anywhere.
Sometimes it's hard to remember. Was easy to love, yeah. I need an adventure that wipes out the dirt we carry with us. The way I slide through the night, drifting to the night sky. The vibe, what a vibe, kinda gets me high. I slide through the night, right along the coastline. The vibe, feel the vibe. Get me high. Slide through the night, drifting to the night sky. The vibe, what a vibe, kinda gets me high. I slide through the night, right along the coastline. The vibe, feel the vibe. Get me high. Somebody blow up the ceiling, 'cause we're back with another one. Can't get enough of this feeling. I can't sit around. Don't you wanna start over? Don't worry about a thing now. We were born for this moment, but we gotta go now. There's nothing you can't do if you want it. Dreaming day and night, yeah. Gonna get it right, yeah. There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? I wanna change it up. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Yeah. Hey. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? What's next? I wanna change it up. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next?
Changing. Changing. Cause everybody trying to tell me what to do. Changing. Butterfly alone while I am changing. Why don't you people just do it? Can't pull me out like a rabbit from a hat. Cause I'm changing. Everybody, I'm changing. My papa told me, girl, you'll be alright. Don't surrender, see it through, put up a fight. Those supposed to be close were saying you never make it. My sister said you think you're a superstar. I said watch your space or run round, yo. I wanna run around, and you said you'll never make it. Changing. Changing. Cause everybody trying to tell me what to do. Changing. Butterfly alone while I am changing. Why don't you people just do it? Can't pull me out like a rabbit from a hat. Cause I'm changing. Everybody, I'm changing. Gonna keep it moving up, and so high. Won't let nobody stand in my way. They can try. They'll be facing me dead on with my head on. You can bet on the fact that I'll be taking what's mine. I've got a grip on how this whole life thing works. It's dog eat dog, love and hate till it hurts. Compromise if you're wise, like despise others' lives. Rise above it all, love it all, and keep your spirits high. Changing. Changing. Cause everybody trying to tell me what to do. Changing. Butterfly alone while I am changing. Why don't you people just do it? Can't pull me out like a rabbit from a hat. Cause everybody trying to tell me what to do. Changing. Butterfly alone while I am changing. Why don't you people just do it? Can't pull me out like a rabbit from a hat. Cause I'm changing.
Turn your heart inside out, show your face, and let everybody see you. You're gonna tell it to the world, even when you might get hurt, but that's the price. But you feel so alive when you only just show it all. I just keep running around, but I can talk about it. It just feels like it's true, and I keep running, but I don't wanna talk about it. Let me try just a little bit of what you think might be the next thing. You wanna keep it to yourself, but you're never gonna tell someone else. And you feel so alive when you only just think about it. I just keep running around, but I can talk about it. It just feels like it's true, and I keep running, but I don't wanna talk about it. I just keep running around, but I can talk about it.
Knights have well and truly booked their spot in the grand final of OCS. 7-1, 7-1 against what was such a formidable Chiefs only a couple months ago. But that's all crumbled now in their own hands. And the matchup that we now look to is Wildcard taking on, I can't believe I'm going to say this, it's Hungry Lions, guys. Of all teams to have made it to the semi-final stage, Hungry Lions are holding on.
Already had an 8-7 victory, so both with max OT wins to get into this position. But of course, the Lions making it through against Team Bliss is the story of the day so far. A 7-3 victory to take this result. And yeah, this head-to-head could be a lot closer than perhaps we would have expected, or I guess we never expected this matchup in the first place, right?
No, not at all. The fact that we're getting it is, it's a surprise. It's not a welcomed one, though. You know,
I see what you did
it's
there.
not really that
I see what you
welcome.
did there. That's
I'm glad.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
glad.
a good one. Yeah.
I didn't want to go too far into it, but I'm glad someone got that one. Let's have a look at this head-to-head and start to talk about the specifics of this matchup. Hungry Lions coming into this, really, I think most of us had written them off, Proto. But they've certainly shown that they deserve to be here. Beating Bliss, that is a very big victory. No matter whether Bliss were playing up to their standard or not, that is a huge win for them. But for Wildcard, there's a lot of redemption storylines in here. There's just been, time and time again, so many opportunities that have been in front of them that they just continue to miss, whether it's by, an inch or a country mile.
Yeah, they definitely had that sort of off moment a little while back, and they have made somewhat of a return to form, having a relatively decent Stage 2 as a roster. Obviously, changing some things up. They finished second overall, just below the Knights. So, coming up against Hungry Lions, currently in 7th. I mean, as we said, not something that we were expecting. Whatever happened in the Bliss game happened, and here we are. So, Wildcard already having a close call today. I don't imagine it will be looking to mess around too long here, but if Hungry Lions are bringing that type of heat into this matchup, this could be one that goes the distance, dependent on whether or not the Hungry Lions victory over Bliss was a fluke or if something interesting happened elsewhere. So Wildcard are still going to have to be vigilant, I'd imagine, in this matchup.
Certainly are, but the Hungry Lions, we've spoken to Jay Kenner on a number of occasions, and it really feels like, guys, this roster play without a care in the world. Some of them are still trying to figure out what they're doing, for next year, whether they're going to still be playing, and I think that has actually given them an edge here in the OCS.
Yeah, they've been spurred on a little bit. I think they're not playing with too much pressure. The big storyline really for Hungry Lions throughout Stage 2 of OCN was their distinct sort of lack of ability to get results across the line against some of those Tier 1 teams that are competing in the likes of APAC South. Of course, they did take down the Chiefs in play day 6, but outside of that, probably not quite performing up to the sort of standard that they would set for themselves, really. So to get that victory against Bliss, super impressive, and sets them up for a potential dark horse story, I guess, here against Wildcard.
Well, one of the big parts of any story, fairy tale or that of a villain, is, of course, the nitty-gritties. The scene needs to be set, so let's have a look where we're going to be going. It plays out as so bit of a cafe banking clubhouse. Does not seem like we're going to see too much variety in the newer maps, but regardless, it is good to see the fact that we are going to be going to cafe after what we saw against the Chiefs. Maybe it's not a good thing. Maybe it is. Proto, do you have any insight on this veto and how it's played out?
I mean, Cafe will be refreshing to see, given that we didn't get to see it for very long in the Chiefs case. Maybe some more rounds would be nice, but either or. We go to Bank for the second. It's already had a good showing today, and I think Clubhouse will be a nice way to round it out should we go to 3 maps, but I don't imagine Wildcard let it go on that long. Hungry Lions will be hoping that it does go to 3, if not they take it in 2, but again, very highly doubt that scoreline. So we see Clubhouse, awesome, but I definitely think getting to actually see Cafe played is going to be nice to see.
You're backing in the underdog storyline here, guys, now that you've seen the vetoes. How are you feeling?
Look, I am a little bit nervous for Wildcard on Cafe, right? They had that super close result earlier on, and it was really only Supremacists missing out by like half a second on a clutch that made or broke that entire map. So certainly some weakness there, I think, for Hungry Lions to exploit. Personally, I am worried if it goes to the 3rd map. It's one that Hungry Lions have no info on. They haven't played it. They've banned it in basically every single veto as well. So perhaps, I mean, it's two things, right? They've either batted it or they're hiding it. I guess if we go to that third map, we'll find out which it is.
Imagine hiding strats in OCN though, you know, when you're 7th. Imagine,
never know, mate.
imagine
You never
hiding
know.
it.
You never know.
Truly, you really don't. And I guess that's probably the biggest conversation here for us, Proto, is we don't really know what to expect from Hungry Lions. Even though we've seen them week in and week out, we still are quite unsure on what to expect from them on any given play day. Coming up against Wildcard, there are opportunities here. But I don't know if you'd agree with this, but it does feel like Wildcard, they win and lose games on their own mistakes and triumphs, if that makes sense.
It definitely does, and I do think that statement has a lot of merit, given that we've seen Wildcard sort of trip over their own laces to some degree at certain times. They have the moment where it's an insane couple of play days, they absolutely stomp the competition, but then the next play day they lose it out on something pretty simple that they shouldn't be making the mistake, and they do. Wildcard are their own worst enemy at the best of times, unfortunately, based on simple mistakes. So if Hungry Lions can read into that, sort of see when that mistake is made and then capitalize and make gains, then good for them. We could see this go and be one of those interesting matchups, that dark horse run that Guz sort of aforementioned. But provided Wildcard don't trip over their own laces, they've tied their shoes up today on for, I would imagine, a pretty brisk walk through the park.
Guys, is there any merit to us talking about where Knights are at, and the fact that either of these teams, you know, like I guess if Hungry Lions wins, it doesn't matter whether it's a 2-0 or whether it's, you know, a 3-map, 8-7s the whole way through. That's the underdog storyline. But for Wildcard, do you feel like if they are unable to kind of clean this up in 2, this could be a little bit of a detriment to their campaign tomorrow?
Perhaps. I don't think the scoreline for this match is necessarily relevant to how that one's going to play out, though, because at the moment I think the Knights are just so damn good that regardless, even if Wildcard wipe the floor against Hungry Lions, I don't think it compares even remotely closely to the strength of the Knights. So I would say a close 3-mapper, if they do win it, obviously gives us some doubt heading into that match if there isn't doubt already there. But ultimately, they should be on a different level. I think they are on a different level. And if Wildcard do want to come out of the gates here and make a statement, they should be getting this done into, of course, as Proto said, they are their worst enemies. If Hungry Lions get off to even a remotely good start or find, you know, a clutch round here or there, that's when it starts to unravel for Wildcard. And it's tournaments like this where you have to be consistent and also be composed. Those mistakes are going to happen. You are playing potentially 2 massive days of Siege. Mistakes are going to happen. No team in the world is going to be perfect for that duration, but the teams that do win out are the ones that, 1, minimize them, and 2, bounce back from them quickly.
Well, we'll say this. Wildcard are going to need to bounce back after a bit of a shaky performance in their quarterfinals. They are versing Hungry Lions. We head to Cathay, and Devin Mandy will run you through all the action.
Thank you very much, Manic. Mandy, I don't think we expected the Hungry Lions to make it this far, but they do come up against the OCS champions of Stage 1 in Wildcard.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would have predicted them to go 7-3 against Bliss. That is a very dominant scoreline to have, especially against one of our top contending teams. And now taking it to Wildcard, I definitely don't think Wildcard expected to be playing these guys in the semi-final.
And Wildcard are going to start on Hungry Lions map pick, so perhaps the advantages continue to press forward for the very hungry Lions. One of the least experienced teams in the OCN, and no doubt the least experienced here in the OCS. But a chance at their very first grand final ever, should they be able to take down Wildcard, and they will kick it off on their own map pick. It is Cathay to be the site of the brawl for these two teams.
And not only their very first OCS and chance at the grind final, but probably one of the only times they're ever going to play in this best of 3 format as well, Dev. Trying to test the stamina, the longevity of this team to push through all 3 maps, or 2 if they can clean it up. Winning their map pick on the first go would be a pretty incredible run and showing of this team's prowess so far.
Ibana Band coming on through from Hungry Lions to kick it off. A Wildcard. A lot of expectation on them, being the Stage 1 champions, and a lot of concern for them, seeing as how they almost lost their opening game to Ludovica. It was a close 8-7 that earned them a spot here in the semis after that very tense quarterfinal. But we can't expect it to get too much easier here against Hungry Lions.
Taking out Hibana is a pretty interesting ban for me as well. I think that Hibana is sort of very mission critical on some of the sites on this particular map. I can think of like that top floor. You want that ranged hard breach to try and contest the freezer angles, contest the bathroom angles, that type of thing. Even getting the hatches open for that basement site can be made a little bit more difficult if you have to commit like 2 Selma charges or be in a dangerous place where you have to put down an exothermic charge for the hatch or something like that. So that's a curious one to me, and I feel like plays into the hands of the Hungry Lions. The floor rise to follow up does mean that Thatcher is left in, however, and so breaching some of these walls will be made a little bit easier.
Not every day you get to see Thatcher, and also the Valkyrie has made it on through. Used to be a staple band of Wildcard. The Azami, we can see Jakenna jumping on straight away. In fact, both the Azami and the Valkyrie making their way in. This should be pretty tough for the attacking side, I'd expect, based on the bans as they've come out, particularly because Wildcard are currently not going on that Thatcher. So Mute Jammers not going to be so easy to clear.
Not only that, but Hungry Lions, they've thrown a curveball at Wildcard straight off the bat. They're taking us to Reading and Fireplace first with an extended hold upstairs. Irene being placed on the major positions where they'll be clearing that utility and holding onto the anchor inside of Cocktail and on top White Stairs. These armies well will add another layer of complexity to this defense. That Wildcard, when they drone throughout this top floor and try and solve this problem, will be made a little more challenging and a little more creative.
I love this top floor site. It's one of my favorites, and I really like this from the Azami of Jakenna. Looks like he's waiting for the timer to start so that it can indeed obstruct some of the lines of sight that are technically outside the building. And perhaps that does make it a little bit more difficult for the attackers to get some aggressive angles on down.
And I just love how Azami makes so many more positions viable on this map. We can see Jakenna's actually going to start his way inside of Piano because he knows he can use those Keeper Berries to make a more advantageous position. That being said, Worm gets taken down to the hands of OJ on the cutoff of White Stairs, and that's a Hungry Lions player already going down.
Yeah, unfortunate one there for Worm. I sure hope he had all of his Valk cameras out, and now he can sit on them and call, hopefully, to enable some aggressive plays for Hungry Lions to even up that man count. But it looks like Wildcard are not stalling out here whatsoever. Quick on the sticks and ready to start taking top red control.
Cairo will be the first to step his way into the building. Often making the entry into Cafe can be quite challenging. There are not super clear points of entry, especially into this top floor. Dropping the hatch seems to be the way to go. Most of the Hungry Lions seem to have vacated this side of the map completely and have fallen off to their positions in top white and in Cocktail. Cairo now starting to get his way into the minibar, followed by Vinny.
On the forefront here, Vinny been a great player for Wildcard, but tends to be a little bit hot and cold. He does find the opening kill for his team. Or the second, rather. I forgot about Worm going down earlier to OJ. So that is a significant advantage already on. Half the round still to go for Wildcard.
And Zane in his position is incredibly isolated as well. He cannot fall off through the balcony next to him because that's being cut off through a window. Mazami, they will pull some support from the vertical Cairo to take down Zane. OJ can now get his way into the building. He no longer needs to be in that cutoff. And Wildcard, once again, in pole position to take this round.
That temptation from Mazami already found one pick by getting aggro here on pillars. It's going to be so much more difficult now that the numbers advantage has been squarely put in favor of Wildcard, and top floor control has been completely seceded here for Hungry Lions. In fact, it looks like the round may indeed be won already, unless we can see an ace and a 1 versus 4 here from the Iruni.
Mazami's position is not known yet to Wildcard. They haven't droned out that position on the exit door. Milo to find the final kill and Wildcard to pick up the first round of the series.
Too easy at the end of it. Okay. Valiant effort there. Mazami, not sure where exactly he managed to get into that position from, but nonetheless, it goes begging. The opening round for Wildcard on this attacking side. Their choice of starting on the attack seems to pay off. A lot of people may perhaps question why you would go attack first on Cafe. I certainly did coming into this game. I thought, why would you do that, Wildcard? Hungry Lions map to boot. And yet they're proving that there are no slouches here on the attacking side. Very dominant round.
Dominant and methodical is the way I would put that round. They really took it step by step, extremely cautious, not even taking their gunfights in the building yet. We saw the first and second kill both be on cutoffs essentially. Vinny was able to eventually get into the building and find that second kill actually, but only because they forced a Hungry Lions player out of position from all those strange repels and cutoff positions that they didn't feel comfortable anymore. Now Hungry Lions will go onto that top floor, and I can only imagine that Wildcard are feeling pretty comfortable in their formula at the moment of playing on those repels and seeing what mistakes they can capitalize on the Hungry Lions. Once again, we can see the Azami coming into play here inside of Piano, making some positions pretty exciting and viable. I love the way that Azami works on this side.
Yeah, and how about the Castle Azami combo as well?
Yeah.
You want bulletproof utility? We've got a plenty, cutting off lines of sight, manipulating the construction of this map. I love the innovation from the Lions here.
Absolutely. It's just such a fortress that Azami can build inside of Piano, don't you think so? All of those windows, suddenly the fights can be more easily isolated. You can take the 1v1v1s rather than be sitting in a crossfire because of those keeper barriers. Wildcard, though, they've decided to start their attack straight onto Piano. We can see a couple people hopping on those repels. One is even on the white hallway repel as well to see if any players will be falling back from inside of Piano.
Oh, perfectly timed C4 there from Mazami, and a big player to take down the primary droner and the only hard breach that Wildcard have. Fortunately, Cairo is able to even up the numbers, but it might not matter at this point. That is such a devastating opening.
And that is such the danger of putting that breach charge on that hatch as well, right? Often you can have plays that sit directly under it, contest it early, and hold on to as much map control as possible. And Mazami with an excellent read. There's no Hibana, so you can't use the 2x Kairos to get that open. Sledge has gone off somewhere else on a rappel, and so the only way they could get it open is with a breach charge, and a perfectly timed C4 will collect him the first kill. Not only that, but because it's the hard breacher, Red Wall cannot be opened anymore, and Jakenna's even safer inside of Piano.
Consolation for Wildcard. A good job clearing the castle barricade and enabling the entry from OJ, clearing out the position in shot. But Neptune, unafraid and unwilling to forfeit his position, aggressive in Piano. Hungry Lions, knowing that the hard breacher has been killed, puts a lot of safety behind this player inside of Piano. But OJ on for the first kill, looking for the position. And that Syria gate to bar his way. Mazami aggressive underneath the hatch. Traded back, but he found another one.
Huge 2 picks from Mazami. You wouldn't expect the SMG-11 to take that fight onto the Skylight and win it. Now leaving Vinny and Cairo to pick up the pieces. Cairo will hop into White Hallway, try and see what he can find, but taken down by Worm, leaving Vinny in the 1-on-3.
Surely not doable now. Bit of time to work with, but still such solid positioning from the Hungry Lions. That diffuser on the roof as well. A desperate nade, and it looks like this round has already been writ for Wildcard. They started strong in their opener, but Hungry Lions have shown that they are here to play on Cafe, and they are very much ready to go.
And to give all the merit to the Hungry Lions as well, they played that perfectly. As soon as Mazami knew that he'd taken down the hard breacher, Neptune, I accidentally said Jakenna, but Neptune actually was the one inside of Piano, and he immediately capitalized on this position. He knew he didn't have to leave because there was only one point of entry that he really had to contest, and that was that double door. Not only that, but Mazami even doubled down on that position because that was the only way that Neptune could be contested, and played at the position at the top of the new balcony, swinging that double door to make sure that Neptune couldn't be taken down, along with a crossfire inside a bathroom. Hungry Lions took all the right steps they needed. They read that wildcard attack perfectly and were able to take out the round without giving them too much respect. Now they'll go back down to reading and to 5th place. Last time it wasn't so successful for them, but off the back of that round win, I think they're trying to figure out the wildcard formula. It's starting to come together for the Hungry Lions.
If you replay that round and cover up all of the team and character or player names, I'd believe the Hungry Lions was a team like Knights, a team of that pedigree. With the level of depth in their strategy, like you said, the way that they played into their advantages after taking down the hard breacher, that's the mark of a great team. Hungry Lions, not usually associated with being a great team in the context of OCN. They're not one of the top teams, and yet they've made here the top 4 in OCS, and are a decent shot in for making that grand final as well. And to take down the reigning champs to do it would be even more of an impressive feat.
And I have to agree with you on that one. The Hungry Lions just seem to show an advancement in progress that we haven't seen from a lot of the teams that have come from the OCL or making their debut in this stage. For example, we say for Ground Zero a lot that they're often a little too passive of a team. Hang on a second though, Jakenna, what is this?
Not
okay,
passive,
he falls back. That could have been
that.
a little bit dangerous. Yeah. I was going to say, there's a lot of teams in this sort of lower echelon of OCN where we often comment that they give too much respect to some of the higher teams. They fall off their roams a little bit too early and they don't capitalize on the mistakes. Whereas a more experienced team will stick around, they'll play their ground and contest the map as much as possible. It's the downfall of Ground Zero. It's why it's the same thing with Ludovica as well. It's also kind of the same with Kraken and their inexperience at times too. But the Hungry Lions, they really read into the game so well. Jakenna even still holding onto this position because he knows his keeper barrier is protecting him from the rappel that is cutting off Pixel.
Falls back in perfect timing as well. Another keeper barrier to isolate some of these long angles and force the play from Wildcard. Forfeiting some control, but this is a damn sight better than Hungry Lions' previous defense of this reading bomb site where they lost 2 early kills. Now it's an even 5-on-5 with half the round still to go, and Hungry Lions full comfortable control of Cocktail.
A minute and 20 seconds left in the round as well for Wildcard. This time they haven't been given away any of the free picks like they were in the previous attempt of this attack. Cairo though, he takes the fight onto Cocktail and is able to take down Zane, the first player going down once again on the side of the Hungry Lions.
Kiba enables re-aggression from Worm here. And the potential for a trade. OJ goes down. And as that Kiba is finally taken down, it is a fallback from the Hungry Lions. Jakenna making full use of the newest operator in the pool, and Wildcard not allowed to take control with an advantage.
A C4 to take Cairo down, but he can pick himself up with the adrenaline surge. Wildcard now in the 4-on-4, but with much less time than they did in the previous attempt of this attack. Vertical can start being made from Vinny, but the site is mostly vacated, except for Neptune sitting here in the hallway. Hungry Lions, they have a much better grip of the rounds than the last time they were defending this.
8 players alive in the server and not a lot of time left. This is when the game becomes a matter of tiny margins, of tiny mistakes. And Hungry Lions are playing it so well, forfeiting control of the site, looking to play retake. Where is it from Wildcard? The execute to come through. Pat forcing that diffuser down. Good cover now from Wildcard as they force this advantage on through. Mazami once again, the last player, once again forced to 1v4. And it ain't happening. Wildcard, redemption there. And a good cleanup at the end of the round.
That came down to the last few seconds of the round to get the bomb on the ground, but Wildcard read perfectly into the retake plan of the Hungry Lions. They situated one of their players outside of that exit door on the on the second floor, knowing that there would be some players rotating through the pillar, trying to retake onto the position that Pat was playing in. Same thing with Vinny. He was up on the vertical, making sure that that player in the hallway was not going to be able to enter back into the site and kill Pat as he was getting the plant down. And eventually Wildcard, reading into that from the Hungry Lions, was just able to take them down one by one. Mazami was left in the 1 versus 3, and that was just such an impossible post plant for him to win. And Wildcard show why they're pretty happy to start on the attack here on Cafe. They know each step, and not only that, but they're one step ahead of the Hungry Lions.
Yeah, the Lions have now gone to that reading fireplace bomb site twice and lost it both times. Even in that round just past where it looked like they had a pretty decent shoe-in, Wildcard showed what they can do in those late round explosive executes, forcing that diffuser down and covering to a T. But now Hungry Lions, they are going to change it up. It's down to Kitchen now. We haven't seen this as of yet, and so Wildcard will be tested in a new way, but as will the Hungry Lions, with Wildcard bringing it quite an unusual and potentially deadly operator lineup with that Monty and the Ying to boot.
Curious one from Wildcard. I wonder what their plan is with this. I can only imagine they must be trying to get in somewhere sneaky. See a few drones and a grenade goes out into Bakery. Each Wildcard player loitering around that Bakery side of the map, but it doesn't seem like they're going to go for anything just yet. The rest of the Hungry Lions, though, like you said, seem to be pretty spread thin, some on the roam, only 2 left on the site, and it does seem like Bakery is going to be the first point of contest.
Is there potential for a hard hit here from Wildcard? Oh, look at this angle from Worm. Once again, the Azami being utilized well by the Hungry Lions. Is Wildcard able to crack this defense, this little setup behind the cupcake stand? Zane, that was a run out from reception, taking down Milo. The player meant to be shutting down any run outs and aggression, but now Worm holding on to his position. He falls on back, sees that Montaigne, decides better he doesn't over-aggress, but Mazami from behind the cupcake stand, a C4 over the top, and Pat has been taken down. The deadly Ying will sit out the round, and this Montaigne completely ineffectual.
And that is twice that a C4 has connected onto Pat from Mazami as well. He must be feeling a bit of kryptonite there on his side. The Monty now left all on his lonesome inside of Bakery. Vinny and Cairo deciding to rotate off and try another avenue into the building instead. Bakery is well and truly being held down by the Hungry Lions. This is their territory and they are not going to give it up.
Oh, Cairo, though, starting to bring it back. Mazami and Worm tempted to try and 2v1 this Montaigne. He is alone, but it's so difficult to win this fight without a C4. And Vinny is evening up this advantage. 2 on 3 now, but one of those two is a Montaigne. Odei's going to have to make himself useful as Vinny steps up once again.
And now, Worm in a very precarious position, stuck between a rock and a hard place, quite literally. Vinny on one crossfire and a Monty in your face. Now trying to take the 2-on-1 duel. Where is his teammate? Where is Neptune? Worm has just gone down. Now Neptune in the 1 versus 2.
Wildcard know about it as well, but Neptune, he's the perfect operator to counter the Monty. See you later. The Oryx came in just the nick of time.
Wow, you really said it just in the nick of time. Worm was in that 2 versus 1 tussle for such a long time, holding out in his position inside of prep. It got a little dicey there. Vinny was almost able to bring that one back for Wildcard, but thank goodness the dash of the Oryx is able to clean up that round for the Hungry Lions. Now we're in the 2-on-2, and Hungry Lions are able to go back onto that top floor site, which they were pretty comfortable to play the last time they defended it.
But it did all start with that C4 on the hatch onto Pat, and I have no illusions. There's no way Pat's going for that breaching charge again.
No.
Whether it be a sledgehammer from OJ, perhaps a bit safer, the skeleton key from Vinny, someone else needs to deal with that hatch to try and preserve that hard breach.
I'd agree with you. If I was Pat, I'd be going, get me away from this guy. Mazami just has absolutely, he's got my number. He knows exactly where I am. I would not want to be fighting Mazami playing under that new hatch balcony. It's such a fun position to play. It's so aggressive and really suits the way that the Hungry Lions are holding on to this bomb site, playing such an aggressive position inside of Piano. They're really all on the same page and supporting each other in every way that they possibly can. They're repeating the same strategy as well. I don't see why not. It worked out well for them. Neptune looking for a cheeky spawn pick as well onto that park spawn, but not connecting with anybody in Wildcard.
But at least it does put a little bit of fear back in the hearts of Wildcard, who have been falling victim to some of this aggression. Early run out last round from Zane, took down Milo. Now Hungry Lions have, once again, this really nice castle Azami setup around Piano and around Shop. But Wildcard, they dealt with it pretty handily. They just couldn't quite deal with the fact that they had no hard breach left. They couldn't break into Piano itself.
Mazami, once again, the first point of contest going into this attack. 2 wildcard players on the red hatch starting to drone things out, but those mute jammers making it very pesky to try and figure out whether Mazami is actually sitting in this box, what's supporting him, where is he, because last time he was so elusive playing around this new balcony. He'll actually fall off the hatch in fear of the flashbangs coming through. He might be cleared out, and suddenly that position is made vacant for wildcard, but do they know?
Drone went in but got muted by the jammer. Now Neptune in the main power position remaining for Hungry Lions. As soon as that castle barricade goes down, as soon as that hard breach goes out onto the top red wall, he will be feeling the heat.
An impact to go through to try and clear one of the Selma charges. Vinny will actually find the kill onto Jacana, who tried to re-aggress into Cigar, the position that Mazami had just fallen off from. A keeper barrier to try and patch up this Selma hole as well, only covers half of it, but Cairo to pick up yet another kill onto Mazami.
It is a very different story to the previous defense of this bomb site for the Hungry Lions. Falling to pieces now is this defense, and Vinny finds yet another pick with Zane going down. The cutoff from the window. Vinny once again waltzes straight on into sight. And it is again Worm having to step up. Does find 2, but that is all he's going to get. Wildcard back in style. They do take the lead.
Caution is the name of the game for Wildcard there. You alluded it from the start. You knew that Pat was not going to go for that breach for the hatch. He sent over Vinny with that skeleton key instead. And from there, all that caution continued to compound. They didn't drop the hatch until they knew that Mazami was clear of his position, until they knew that he had dropped the hatch as well. They didn't want to make their way into Piano even. They kept that castle barricade closed for as long as possible and forced Jakenna in where he was, and instead using the avenue of that new balcony because they knew that no one was there to find that pick onto Pixel instead. And Wildcard really taking it to the positions that Hungry Lions were able to be forced out of, that the Hungry Lions had given up earlier because they didn't want to take the fights onto how crafty that setup was in Piano. And that's just such a cautious and careful way about going around that defense. Perfectly played from Wildcard.
And at this point, we're looking at Wildcard guaranteed 3 attacks. Potentially gunning for a 4-2 split on their attacking side. We're starting to see why it was Wildcard's choice to pick attacking start here on Cafe, despite many people believing this map to be incredibly defender-sided, particularly with that Azami and the Valkyrie making it through that ban phase. I've got to wonder, is there a chance for Hungry Lions to get back in it if they don't win this round?
The Hungry Lions, they won't want to be giving up their confidence that they're currently going in. I don't think what they're doing is all too wrong, to be honest, Dev. I feel like at this point, if they dial it back and give Wildcard the respect and space, we've seen what Wildcard can do when they're given free real estate. They can do way, way, way too much. So the way they're playing now, holding on to as much map control as they possibly can, I want to just say Neptune and Jakenna being the 2 main players that have been holding on to positions more forwards as they possibly can, has been the good formula against Wildcard. It does force them to try something else and play something new. And once again, they're doing the same thing again. They're not rattled yet by this Wildcard attack. And I think it's the right thing to go and a way for them to get back into this matchup.
But if the prior round taught us anything, it is that Hungry Lions cannot afford to lose control of Cigar Shop. They cannot afford to lose control of Piano. This time, Wildcard have that Thatcher here, the EMP, ring on out. Mute jammers and ADS device disabled. And that makes life a hell of a lot easier for Wildcard, though I do think someone just jumped the drone directly into a breach and lost it. Water under the bridge.
Small miscalculation. Ooh, a grenade from below almost takes down Neptune. OJ has no idea how low he's just put him. Worm as well, coming in for the clutch, the flank to try and protect his teammate. Does he find the angle? He does,
God.
taking down OJ, protecting his teammate.
Pivotal pick for Worm. No longer is he just the player last left alive. He has an impact in that mid-round, and Mazami in the power position here. Must hold on with the pump and the shotgun, but Pat's on for the entry. Gets his first kill of the game. But what an impactful one it was.
Now a minute left to go though, Dev, and they have very little control compared to what they had last time Wildcard. Neptune though, with that Selma charge going down the Keeper barrier, is forced out of position, and once again Wildcard capitalizing on that cutoff and finding a kill. Now we're left though in the 4 versus 3 Wildcard side, 50 seconds left to go. That's enough time for them to figure out what they want to do next if they're not too slow about it.
And just have a look at this control for Wildcard. They got so much of the map, so many of these power positions already taken out. And it may well come to a bunch of 1v1s. Hungry Lions need to land some of these long shots, whittle down the numbers, get it back onto their side, because Wildcard are edging our way closer to finishing off this half with a dominant scoreline. Jakenna can try and bring something back. He finally gets his first kill of the game, but Cairo, he's in the building. It's all onto Worm and Jakenna, but they step up. Milo, the last one left in a 1v2, can't land the shot that he needs to. Caught directly in the crossfire. The pistol is not gonna be enough. And the Hungry Lions are falling back, do manage to finish off the half, 3 rounds apiece.
perfectly played from the players of the Hungry Lions. They knew that the wildcard players were going to start to collapse, and they found the timings they needed on that wildcard entry. I was about to praise wildcard, actually. There was a player inside of Cocktail moving into bar through that rotate, and he was being pinched by 3 people. There was Milo on the balcony, OJ on the rappel, and someone else walking in through long bar. He was dead to rights for sure, and I thought, okay, wildcard have the number of Hungry Lions. They know exactly how to clear these positions very cautiously. But then all of a sudden, a bunch of other Hungry Lions players come around from other positions, like we saw Pixel inside of Freezer, and found some excellent timing onto those wildcard players trying to make their entry and kill out that teammate. I think that's the story of the entire Hungry Lions defense. Every time one of their teammates seemed like they were in a bit of a pickle, another teammate came along and was able to save them. We saw that with Worm downstairs, and we saw that again in that late round execute.
Isn't that just the most admirable thing about this Hungry Lions roster? We've had questions on, how much they put into OCN in terms of, they're not a wild card or a Chiefs or a Knights. They're not a big org name. They are the Hungry Lions. But they are certainly hungry. You can't discount that. They can be coming up against wildcard, getting outclassed, getting vertinated from below. Their strategy is hard counted. And yet there's always something in it for them. There's always a way back in. That is what makes this roster special.
I gotta say, Dev, I think we were saying this before. These guys are one of my favorites. The way they play is really fluent. They have excellent teamwork, and that's why they're able to take it to teams like Wildcard and just play such a great game. That's why they're able to pick up their win against the Chiefs, right? These guys are formidable, and you should definitely not count them out. Wildcard, though, they're playing something very similar to what the Hungry Lions were playing. This seems to be the formula here nowadays on Cafe. You need to hold as much as you can, and before you fall off and give away some real estate to the attack, you can no longer play those comfortable positions behind shields with 3 or my discs and a Jaeger. That's not the Cafe of old. That is definitely the Cafe of old. The Cafe of new is to hold as much as you possibly can, be aggressive, especially with Wamai taken off the board, and Wildcard know that, and they're playing this as well.
Playing behind deployable shields, Mandy? Pff, that's so 2020. These days we have a zombie. We got these crazy Castle Rooney strats, but of course, that just staying in does make it so much easier for Wildcard to just wipe the paintbrush across that strat and quickly chuck some hard breach in, drone past these mute jammers, and it looks like they will have to hold on. Hungry Lions seemingly aware of how to deal with this strategy that they themselves played.
I would say the Hungry Lions are looking a little bit more stagnant than Wildcard were on their particular attack, though. We haven't seen a lot of utility go through. I think we've just seen the first bit now go through with an ADS. A C4 from Pat to try and deny that push coming down from the red hatch drop, but nothing to be connected from the Hungry Lions, and that's quite vastly different to what Wildcard were able to find when they attacked this bomb site.
Look at the caution with which Hungry Lions play this. Oh no! Long angle, Cairo punished for deploying his utility. And now Worm to repel on into Piano. That's good map control, but Pat, he's still alive. In shop, is the castle barricade up? It's got to be, surely. Look at the drop here from the Hungry Lions. Pat's going to try and hold on, whips out the shotgun, but no! A missed opportunity goes begging. Wildcard now far on the back foot. Vinny and Milo to try and step it up, but it's just not going to happen. Look at Hungry Lions charging on through here. They're raw. 4v1 now, and Vinny is going to have to pull off a miracle. And I just can't see it happening. The Hungry Lions have plenty of time to get the job done. There's one for Vinny, but traded back. The Hungry Lions are here to play.
And that was just some perfect teamwork and reading once again on the side of the Hungry Lions. As soon as Worm took down Cairo, that is your player that is supporting Pat inside of Cigar, right? Pat is now all on his lonesome, unless he drops the hatch, of course, to play in that position. There is no one supporting him anymore. And so that's when Worm knew, okay, I'm just going to rappel in here. Let's have teammates drop the hatch and try and collapse in on him, because we only have to isolate that one fight now that we've taken down his support line, which is exactly what the Hungry Lions played when they were defending it as well, right? They were all about that support network that they had. And for Wildcard, as soon as they took down the connecting part of that support, they went straight in for it and capitalized on that position. Not only that, but some players trying to swing off that Heaven balcony to look for the trade. Neptune was ready for that on the Finker as well. There's just the Hungry Lions were so ready for what Wildcard were bringing to the table.
continue to be impressed by this team. It's honestly, I don't know what it is. They just somehow have a level of spirit and ferocity that you just wouldn't expect from a team which is so inexperienced. And it sounds like I'm ragging on them when we say that, but like, you look at these names. I mean, you see them in ranked, but you don't see them in comp a lot. You don't see them in OCN very often. I mean, when I'm trying to think back, who was the first of these players to get into OCN? And which team was that for? All of them, this is their debut year, right? Like, none of them have played before.
Yeah, I think so as well. Maybe Jakenna or Zane from... Not sure. It was such a long time ago that these players came... not so long ago. Recent that these players came in.
And yet what they're capable of is nothing short of extraordinary, especially when we see teams like Ludovica put to the side, teams like Chiefs, with so much experience, so much pedigree. Hungry Lions are just hungrier than these other teams, these other players. And they're currently leading.
Now, this is something a little bit different as well. Hungry Lions, they're going for a full bakery-centric take. They've just got the Kaid Claw off of the wall, and now Thermite to follow. What will come of it? Is this... a trick, though. Oh, no, they can't put another grenade in because the Kiba barrier.
Very clever work there from Wildcard, but flashes and another nade to go on through should enable the exothermic breach. Bit of a juggle from Mizami. Hesitation from the Hungry Lions.
But what will come of this control that they have in Bakery? Are they just going to send it straight into the site with a bunch of grenades, smokes, and flashbangs? Or do they have to get control of some of the other parts of this ground floor? We can see now Neptune deciding to go up onto that top floor instead, try to contest the vertical, while some other players get control into reception. Zane taking the fight with Cairo, taking a lick of damage, but nothing has come of it.
There's OJ to open up the engagements. Nice trade there. OJ's got another one in his sights, and Wildcard, they might not be heading super aggressive, but they are holding on. Neptune trying to go above, trying to hunt down this smoke player. But he's all alone now in a 1 versus 4. He may be able to isolate at least one of these fights, but doesn't mean it's going to get any easier. Pat holding on with the smoke. Come on, Neptune. Has he got the read? He does. Takes down Pat. That's one. A lot of hurt. A lot of time. And no diffuser caught on camera as well. Not an easy task.
And unfortunately, the Hungry Lions... minimal take doesn't really work out in their favor. Perhaps too minimal, I would say. They give away too many positions for Wildcard to just be able to play those long lines of sight, the long angles. And with the keeper barriers up, they're just fighting some angles that they probably don't know are there. Something a little bit more creative. And there's just not really a way for them to get into that bomb site cleanly without sending in some drones through or giving away your life. And not only that, they didn't get any control horizontally in some of the other power positions as well. There was a crossfire being held from inside of Check. Zane tried to contest that. Unfortunately, he lost the gunfight in a pinch that he was in since he had to entry all on his lonesome, right? As Hungry Lions, I feel like they bit off a bit more than they could chew by only taking Bakery.
Yeah, and I've got to wonder, a lot of those mid-round picks that, you know, Cairo and OJ had, what was the catalyst for those? Was it just holding good angles? Or was it perhaps on the back of some of these cheeky little Valk cams that we saw thrown out? A Wildcard also had the Azami fortifying some nice positions on site. Sometimes it's as simple as these anchors find a nice pick from a nice angle. And that means the round. That means it's even between these two teams. 4 rounds apiece. But one thing I'm curious of, Wildcard now going to reading Fireplace. Hungry Lions tried this bomb site time and time again and just could not put up a decent defense. Is Wildcard going to be able to prove something?
This particular bomb site seems to have come into fashion recently on Cafe. It used to be a tertiary site, but now we see a lot of teams are actually picking it as their secondary or primary sites now. I like it. It's my favorite bomb site on this map, so I don't mind seeing that from the teams. It makes me happy. And especially with the addition of Azami as well, it makes this Scarlet position, this is exactly what I was going to talk about, much more scary. Oh, what's going on here? Cairo, he tried to do a cheeky run out from inside of the mining door. Didn't come of anything though. Worm is able to pick himself back up. But with, like I was going to say, with this Azami, it does make all these anchors a little more creative on that top floor. But Hungry Lions have a bit of a unique approach to this. They have sent the Nook down on that ground floor below without Wildcard having any idea.
And that's just perfect when you've got a numbers advantage as well, when you can live drone this Nook up the stairs. But Pillar's a bit of a death trap. He has so many angles Neptune's going to be exposed to should he walk up these brown stairs here. So it's just watching his back. He needs the rest of his team to get in, take a bit of map control, put some pressure onto Wildcard before he makes his way forward. Because if he just dies untraded, it'd be such a big waste. But there's the drone and the push-up for Neptune. Could well waltz straight into sight.
Timing is everything here for the Hungry Lions. Neptune making his way into what is a completely vacant bomb site. A player will rotate up top of white. Two players now on the bomb site. Rotates being covered by Neptune. He takes the fight. Jackenna as well. Now in a pinch. Neptune throws a nade in. Wildcard, they're starting to collapse back on the site.
But will it work? As Jackenna can finally take down that elusive Jaeger, but not without an attempt at a trade from Milo. No! No! Jackenna finally traded back by OJ, but not after it. He found 4 kills. A 2v1 now for the Hungry Lions, and OJ's got a clutch, but he does have the ability to rotate above. Fakes it, and backs on down again. Bit of damage, but not enough. Gas canisters, but not much time left. He's got to isolate these 1v1s. Wildcard will rest their hopes on this single player. And Hungry Lions know exactly how to play this one player outside. A breach open. He's going to have to bait this out, but there's just no way this one works. He fakes it, finds the first pick. No. That's OJ for you, but the trade is ready. And Hungry Lions keeping pace here, making Wildcard work for it.
What an interesting attack from the Hungry Lions. Not only did Cairo give his life away, but because they were able to collect on that man advantage straight away, playing the trades going into the bomb site. They knew that they were a man up. There can only be so many anchor positions that Wildcard are holding onto, and with Cairo jumping out of that second floor, there can only be so many people on that second floor, right? Most of your players are going to be holding up inside a cocktail, inside of piano. That's a long, long way away from the site, and the one player that was holding on close to the site was all the way down white stairs, had a sort of idea that someone was coming up from the basement, but the wrong timing, as Jackenna was able to find his way straight into the bomb site on that Nook. That is just such an incredible play from the Hungry Lions. Creativity is the name of this game, and it goes to show even on their attack half.
Yeah, you gotta appreciate their gusto. They just, hey, there's a chance here. We might be able to sneak in this site. Go for it, no hesitation. When you find an opening pick by taking down the top fragger of the whole server in Cairo, who fails his spawn peek, I mean, he got an injure onto the Finker, but what's an injure onto a Finker? It doesn't really mean much if you can't lock in that kill. She'll res herself, she'll heal back up over the course of the round. Oh, that's unfortunate. Azami can be a fickle thing sometimes. Those Kiva barriers don't always deploy correctly. Really depends on the angle that you deploy it. But now a bit of pressure on for Wildcard. This may be Hungry Lions' pick, but Wildcard are by no stretch the favorites in this tournament, the defending champions of OCS.
And Wildcard are once again going to re-attempt this top floor hold. Cairo, he's playing this a little more cautiously this time, knowing that there may be a Hungry Lions player on those rappels. That's why this keeper barrier is here this time, protecting him from the rappel that Worm was able to find the pick from last time. The rest of the Hungry Lions shaping up on these rappels, getting their hatch open. Thatcher is in play for them, so if they want to get these drones in, now is the time. The EMP goes out onto Pat's mute jammers and a Selma to follow through. So the Hungry Lions, they're making their progress already into the building.
Oh my god, the double impact! I am lost for words! What did we just watch? 2 impacts, 2 kills. Or was it from the same one? Mandy, I've never seen anything like it.
Okay, Cairo, you went from 1 round of playing this position to be taken out, and then Cairo went, I took that personally, and decides to throw 2 impact grenades at that window instead, going, you are not taking me down from this window, I will take you to the grave. And instead now, the Hungry Lions being left at the man deficit. Duquesne has made his way in as Pat has given up his position inside of Cigar instead, and Wildcard playing to their advantage, not giving away any more of their lives because they know they still have 5 up.
Desperate now from Hungry Lions. Mazami trying to sneak on up into bathroom. Bit of sound cover from the EMP, but is it going to be enough? He's got nice aggressive position, but Wildcard not exposing. Neptune going from below does have the nades to make this work. Oh, Mazami spotted, but sees the player as well, playing at the tops. Neptune's going to try and go for a nade. Will it be heard? This could thread the needle perfectly, but it doesn't. And Mazami goes down. It goes from bad to worse now for the Hungry Lions. And this may be a flawless round to tie it up once again for Wildcard.
Oh, a wallbang though from Neptune. I had no idea how he knew that was there. But once again, Wildcard, just these guys are so disciplined when they...
Oh
okay,
my
that
God.
being said,
They're
never mind, don't do that when I'm talking about discipline. I was going to say, they are so disciplined in 1 versus 3. They're all holding such passive angles on that top floor. They knew that there were Hungry Lions players crawling through the building slowly. They knew that Mazami is crawling his way through that white hallway into bathroom, but they refused to peek him, especially because Mazami has that 2x on the thatch as well. It's a little more one-sided once you can see into that defense a little more clearly, but Wildcard using their man advantage to triple swing onto Mazami, not giving away their picks and playing extremely passive until the end where they all ran at Neptune and almost lost 2 or 3 of their lives. But aside from that, they play very disciplined in that man advantage. They don't hold onto the space that they need anymore. They know that they can give up Cigar because Hungry Lions, well, what are they going to do with 3 people? Not much.
That's why these opening picks are so impactful. Every round I've managed to catch who got the opening pick. It's been converted to a round win. That's why it's oh so important every moment of the round, and being careful if you're attacking, wary of spawn peaks, wary of this counter aggression, wary of these lurks from the defenders. But which of these teams will be the first to find their way onto map point here? It's Hungry Lions pick. You'd expect they would be favored. Now they're going down again, attacking this kitchen bomb site where they struggled on their previous attempt.
Once again, a similar setup as well coming from the side of Wildcard. Not too much has changed in terms of operator lineup, and I can't imagine much has changed in terms of positions either. The 2 electric claws going on the going on the wall of the bakery breach, reading into the fact that Hungry Lions do like taking bakery. Once again, this team shaping up around the small bakery, around the big bakery. Oh, a player already in. This is quick from the Hungry Lions.
Once again, seemingly rushing the site, not quite. Doesn't overextend as of yet. Ooh. Excellent use of an impact to counter out the exothermic charge. Baiting out now, making sure the electric claw won't be able to destroy this exothermic, but Pat, he's disconnected. And Kara's had his head taken off. Neptune in an advanced position, wall breach open.
A bullet in between the eyes for Cairo, and the internet for Pat unfortunately leaves Wildcard down in the 2-on-5. This time, Hungry Lions not hesitating to make their push in. Mazami now getting the bomb down. Wildcard left in the retake situation, but it seems impossible.
Vinny's going to have to win this at the very least, and he does not. Milo trapped and condemned to doing the dishes here. A dominant round for the Hungry Lions as they find map point here. We will need to get Pat back in the server for what could be the final round of this map. Hungry Lions poised to convert their map pick.
While the Hungry Lions were cooking up their attack, the rest of Wildcard were doing the dishes in the back instead. Not able to stop the onslaught of the Hungry Lions. This time, they made the momentum work in their favor straight away for that bakery attack. There was no hesitation whatsoever. No, okay, we're going to loiter around on this wall and play with the keeper barrier for a little bit, but they went straight in for it.
Sorry, I'm a bit distracted by Worm using this technical pause to go and pat his dog. I mean, is there anything more wholesome than that? Guys, we have a small tech pause, so I'm going to go pat the dog. BRB. Isn't that the best?
That is the best.
I want Hungry Lions to win solely based on that. Worm, is my new fave. Can we get Doggo Cam? Is that like a little greyhound? That's so cute.
That's very cute. The good luck doggo.
Oh, you can see the Hungry Lions fan club cheering from the couch. Is it a happy birthday for Zane? Recent birthday, perhaps? I always feel a bit, I don't know, what's the word? Like we're kind of peeking into people's lives sometimes when we get to see these cameras. It's often people's bedrooms. You know, you judge people by what's going on in there. We're lucky we've got the green screen, so we get to see how messy our rooms are.
Oh gosh, yeah, that would be a bit of a horror for the stream. I don't think that's allowed. These guys, though, they seem like they're having a pretty good time. Hungry Lions, they don't look rattled at all. They look like they're having a good time, especially off the back of that round. That swings a lot of momentum into their way. Not only are they on match point, but they took match point very dominantly as well. Now going into what could possibly be the final round if Hungry Lions want to close this out in regulation, and Wildcard will choose to go back to that kitchen and cooking bomb site once again.
Perhaps attributing that round in large part to Pat's disconnect. Of course, playing the smoke, when you need to burn some time, that's the smoke that you need. And when he disconnects, it's so much more difficult to play around. Wildcard also made the change of bringing Cairo's Valkyrie instead of that Legion of the past. And Wildcard will need to convert this round to push OT. Not looking to afford Hungry Lions an advantage here, but perhaps Wildcard not quite so favored as we would have expected coming into today. They didn't start too crash hot in their opening game, almost lost out. An 8-7 victory over Ludovica. Hungry Lions on the opposite have already exceeded expectations by taking down Bliss 7-3, looking to continue that momentum into the semis.
Well, Wildcard are trying something a little bit more different this time. They're reading into the fact that Hungry Lions keep going for this bakery attack relentlessly over and over again, and now they are holding onto it with the combination of Milo's ADSs, the Kiba barriers, and even Vinny with a gun up inside of bakery itself, contesting any angles that might need to be played here. Now the Hungry Lions, they're faced with a much greater challenge right up in their face. Oh, Vinny getting really aggressive on these angles as well, looking for a pick. Cairo to double down on it too, trying to find the timing on Worm holding the grenade, but the shots don't connect.
But this util stack from Wildcard has panned out. ADSs. Surya Gates, a C4 now from Cairo baited out. Doesn't win the fight though.
Ooh.
What a pivotal moment here for the Hungry Lions. Milo to try and claw on to what he can. And that breach now is exposed. And up for Hungry Lions for the taking of 4 versus 3 as they move in.
Kiba barrier to try and patch up the wall, but Jakenna takes down OJ on the wide swing. Milo to go down as well, and this is looking like a Hungry Lions win. Dev, this is looking like a big win for the Hungry Lions, unless Pat has anything to say about it.
Disconnected in the previous defense, and now he's got to step up for the team and push them into overtime. Hungry Lions have been perfection today, and they continue. That good half comes out in the chat. And the Lions convert their map pick. They are 1 map away from knocking out the reigning champs.
And they look absolutely ecstatic once again in the player cams. They cannot believe themselves. They've just taken down 1 map off of Wildcard. If this was a season, that would be all 3 points going to the name, but this is the best of 3 series. Now they're going to go into map 2 with that momentum in their favor. Although on Wildcard's pick, that's a big stream of confidence for the Hungry Lions.
Big dub for them going into map 2. It's not going to be easy. It's Wildcard's pick, of course, but a glimmer of hope on the horizon and a massive confidence booster. You look at the names on the Hungry Lions side, not a lot of experience in comp, not a lot of experience in OCN. All of them rookies to this level of Siege this year. On the other side, you've got Wildcard, legends, all of them, and they are now pressed. The defending champions will have to make a comeback on map 2, which will be coming up just after this.
Change it.
Somebody blow up the ceiling, cause we're back with another one. Can't get enough of this feeling. I can't sit around. Don't you wanna start over? Don't worry about a thing now. We were born for this moment, but we gotta go now. There's nothing you can't do if you want it. Dreaming day and night, yeah. Gonna get it right, yeah. There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? I wanna change it up. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Yeah. Hey. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? What's next? I wanna change it up, yeah. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Oh, na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next?
Well, a big result for the Hungry Lions, taking their map pick here on Cafe. 1-0 up in the series and a chance to make the grand final for the OCS. Wildcard on the back foot and need to respond. Fortunately for them, of course, it is the best of 3, so they will get that chance to respond. But what was largely a back and forth game on Cafe. Literally, it was only one team that was actually able to get back-to-back round wins. Guz and obviously Proto joining me here on the desk, but Wildcard could not string together 2 rounds in a row for the entire map.
No. It was a bit of a weird one, right? Overall, a very chaotic Cafe, and as we were talking a little bit just before we went live, probably some of the more creative Cafe we've seen in a while, particularly on the defense. A lot of those setups were on the fly, especially with the Azami not being banned out, opened up a lot more opportunities for power positions to be held. And I'm sure, as we've seen scattered throughout the replays, there were a lot of peculiar moments throughout this map. The Oryx on the Monty, the util game strong for both teams. And yeah, Hungry Lions just edging out on their map pick, and I'm sure they'll have a lot of confidence now flowing that they're able to get the result over the line before overtime ensued.
The last time these two teams played was back in Playday 2 of the Oceanic Nationals. It was a 7-3 victory to Wildcard on Villa. Big turnaround there for the Hungry Lions, a team that went the entire stage of OCM Proto and did not get a regulation win, only 2 overtime wins. Talk about a big moment there against Wildcard to get that win in regulation. Really shows a team that is clearly on the rise.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the performance we've just seen from the Hungry Lions, in game number 1, not indicative of their placing on the leaderboard, I think, at the end of their OCN stage. I mean, finishing in 7th to take down 2nd place in 7-5 fashion. Yes, on their map pick at the end of the day, you do have to take that in consideration. Cafe's where they wanted to be, but even still, I mean, Wildcard looking as good as they have this stage, to lose to Hungry Lions is a big upset. And as was highlighted, I mean, a 3-3 half, Hungry Lions looking amazing, and then going forward from that to close it out in 7-5. It was a really, really good matchup. Probably the best we've seen today on the mainstream, if I'm being completely honest. I mean, the level of siege from Hungry Lions to come out compared to what we saw from them in the main OCN stage was impeccable.
Yeah, it hasn't been a clean day at all for Wildcard so far. 8-7 over Ludovica, just barely scraping over the line there, and then losing their first map of this series, though. Fortunately, though, Bank is where we'll be heading for our next map in this series. It's Wildcard's map pick. They must win it. We go back over to Devin Mandy.
Thank you, Jake. Nice to see you back, and nice to see Hungry Lions come out of the gate swinging, taking their first map here in the series. Looking to make it a nice 2-0, but it's not going to be easy. Wildcard are quite a formidable team on Bank. Mandy, is there an actual shot in that Hungry Lions could be going to the grand final?
I think there is definitely a shot in that they have, but I wouldn't put it past Wildcard to take back their map pick here. I'm going to call it now. I reckon we've got to go the distance to sort out who's going to be in this grand final, Dev, because I don't think it stops here.
Well, all day long it has been the battle of the rookies and the battle of the vets. Well, now we go to the veterans map pick. Wildcard love a bit of Bank, but of course there are some robbers in town, and Hungry Lions will be looking to thieve away a second grand final from Wildcard here in the Oceanic Championship Series.
Going straight into the ban phase, Hungry Lions starting out on the defense once again. Bank is one of those maps that's sort of at a 50-50 mark right now, at least in my opinion, Dev. You're free to disagree. In terms of attacker and defender, I feel like all 4 bomb sites being viable does make it quite tricky sometimes for the attack to figure out what to do next. Nook actually being the first to taken off the board for the Hungry Lions. Fair enough. Bank is a huge map, but how are you going to keep track of a Nook?
Funnily enough, it was actually Hungry Lions who attempted the Nook and had decent success with it. Previously on Cafe, it wasn't Wildcard. But also the Thatcher, who was in on Cafe, is now out of the game again. We're going to see those hatches able to be protected. Unlike what we saw on map 1. Is Wildcard going to get rid of the Azami? That's the big question for me. Both teams use it to full effect on map 1, and indeed, it is gone.
This is a very interesting matchup so far in terms of bans. Not only has Hibana been left in, which is such an important operator on this map. You have Hibana to open up Kanto, to open up your hatches. There are so many long lines of sight, but Azami being banned out takes away a lot of that flexibility that Hungry Lions were able to use when they were defending. And I think this is exactly the right play to go for if you're on the side of Wildcard. Some of those Azami barriers were so pesky, they were so creative, and that's not what Wildcard are willing to deal with now. They're willing to play a good old game of Bank. Mirror might be up, yes. Pulse is still up. You've got other things to deal with, like your Goyos, that type of thing for that bottom floor. But at least the Azami is gone.
Here's a fun fact. Not a single one of the operators banned in map 1 is banned here on map 2. We have 4 brand new bans coming on in, changing the landscape a little bit. Hungry Lions going to go first up to Kitchen and, well, I guess it's called Staff Room Open Area. I'll be correct about it. And bringing this castle once again. The Azami might be out, but we're seeing this castle have such a high pick rate in this series. Both teams really leaning into that site reconstruction.
And I feel like that's exactly the way to go here onto Staff Room and Open Area. What Hungry Lions are going for here is a very extended hold across as much of the map as they can. Not only are they extending above upstairs, but they're also extending horizontally as well. We can see some of them hopping their way into Archives and Tellers. Rotations are being made here as well. And so holding onto those castle barricades to block off lines of sight that you don't want to be killed from is just so important. And that's why we can see the castle barricade here on the double, making sure that your lobby cutoff is not going to come in and kill the player inside the hallway. Same for the one here in this top floor to make sure that at least someone can stick and lounge for a little bit longer. They're really spreading themselves thin on this defense, and I wonder how Wildcard are going to pick them apart.
These strats, Mandy, it's not like they're reinventing the rulebook or anything, but this is a pretty advanced level strategy. And Hungry Lions, we were talking in the break, Mandy, about... Am I wrong in saying this team, they said that they didn't scrim? Well, am I going crazy? Was that a different team?
Yeah.
But they certainly look like they...
team.
It looks like they're scrim, it looks like they're dry run, it looks like they're there. They got, an analyst team of 10 different people all putting it together. They know what they're doing, and guess what? They got the gun skill to boot as well.
Mazami to take down Cairo. Once again, Cairo dying on this opening entry. He hasn't been as successful as we would like to see him, especially when some of the other wildcard players are not really stepping up to the plate. Not only that, but Pat going down a very aggressive push into that bottom square stairs. And now wildcard left at the man disadvantage.
Yeah, and on top of that, one of their main hard breaches has gone down. Already's got OJ for backup. You've also got your main vert player gone down in Cairo. Vinny can finally get one back for his team. And a bit of an opening as well. An avenue onto site now through the admin office. But a troublesome one. Not a lot of map control here for Wildcard. As Vinny's really feeling that pressure. Players above him pressuring. Still, oh, here it goes from OJ. What is this play from Wildcard and Milo to collapse at the same time? What a turnaround from the veterans. They step up and now Jekena is not going to stand a chance. What a play in the 3v5, not losing a single player.
And that was so ingenious from the final 3 players of Wildcard. They went for this 3-pronged attack that really threw off the way that Hungry Lions were playing. Instead of Vinny trying to regroup with his teammates, he said, okay, I actually do have some cams and lobby. Someone sit on this for when those top floor players fall off. I'm going to go get control inside of Tellers. That in combination of OJ and Milo, all 3 of them at the same time, hitting the site to take down the 2 anchors, forcing the roamers to come back and play the gunfights on the retake, was just masterfully played from Wildcard, even in the man's advantage. And it showed us why they picked this map as well, right? They know this map to a T. They know how to come back from it, even when they don't have all their resources.
And it takes some serious skill to come back in a 3-on-5 like that. Wildcard showing their composure, but they're going to have to do a little bit of a roam clear here. As we can see Worm on the Oryx. Troublesome operator to try and hunt down. Nice reinforcements as well. What will the clear be like from Wildcard? Where was that drone? Was that near the main stairs? Pre-placed drones can be a huge advantage, but yeah, it is in fact Milo top main stairs. That's a huge amount of info for Wildcard to play off.
Ooh, cheeky drone for Wildcard. See how quickly they can make their way into this building and do the map clear, because there are indeed 3 floors to clear through the map if you want to finally get to the basement and start burning that utility that is the Goyo, and 2 C4s being in play as well. And so there's a lot for Wildcard to go through, as well as the smoke of Mazami. Neptune to take the early engagement onto Milo as well, taking him down. And once again, Wildcard with the opening death.
An unfortunate one for Milo as well, but that's why you got to be careful. Can't simply stick your head in a window because it may well get tapped. Neptune has an escape route and he drops on down. Worm, though, ready to re-peek that. OJ wins the fight, though. Pivotal one as well. Taking down that Oryx, no longer having to worry about the players jumping up hatches.
And Worm didn't seem to be on the same page as Neptune there. Instead of falling off like Neptune did, he actually went for the re-peek instead, and that gives one back to Wildcard, a way back into this round. The mid-round now starts to ensue for Wildcard. They have to drone out through this ground floor, but a lot of Goyo canisters utility being dedicated to this push through the mid-round. Neptune will pop these now, knowing that there may be plays pushing him from this hatch drop and delaying even more time on the side of Wildcard.
There you go. Exactly as you said it. A quick click and then falling back. But Cairo from, believe it or not, in garage. What an advanced position he has found. But Vinny goes down on the main stairs. Look at this angle for Cairo. Such a pivotal position he finds himself in. Covering all of the red hallway and all of that lockers area. But he's going to have to fall back.
Now we're going down slowly into this late round. 3 smoke canisters on the side of Mazami. And I can only imagine some Goyo canisters left from Jekena on the bomb side, trying to protect the plant that is about to come out on the server side. We can see Pat now rotating his way down, the first Goyo canister to be popped, but still 3 smoke canisters to go and only 45 seconds left. This will have to be explosive from Wildcard.
A bit of time delay on the Vulcan canister, but the Ossa is here and ready to hold the long angle with the shield behind the server rack. Still the fire is waiting to subside, and Cairo's taking so much damage from it. The C4 to go over, doesn't find anything. Cairo, the tiniest margins by which he is still alive, and Pat's going to have to rotate out. It's Pat to plant the diffuser, and his Hungry Lions to hold on. Zane has the impact to deny this plant. OJ may well have to just drop. He may have to send it. Trying to cover the plant, which has not gone down yet. Pat's going to have to stick it all the way to dead 0-0. OJ on for the drop, finds one. And the second! Mazami times it just not right. Coming on through open area, he's now spotted out OJ and found the trade. 1v2, no gases left remaining. Hatches open, and the ability for Wildcard to play behind this shield. Cairo may be low, but it's going to be so tough to land that one crucial bullet that Mazami needs. He's just baiting it out, and Cairo is not going to give him the satisfaction, Pat, to finally lock that round in for Wildcard. What an explosive end.
OJ with the most pivotal play possible, dropping that hatch, finding the timing, and once again we can see Wildcard even in a spot where it looks disadvantageous. Even when the smoke canisters are going out, Cairo's being burnt trying to put down his OCS shield to go for the plant. Wildcard are creative, they come up with another in, and that just goes to show that all these players, even as a team, they work so well together. That's why this team is put together in the way it is. It's so dynamic. But not only that, they have individual players that are able to make plays like that and bring them back in. We saw it in the last round. We saw it in this round as well. And from OJ, what an excellently timed play. And Mazami just missing the timing on the flank. That could have saved Hungry Lions in that round.
Yeah, I mean, he turned the corner just the moment that OJ dropped down the hatch and found 2 kills. Had Mazami been a slight moment earlier, I mean, I'm not even sure if OJ had a camera watching his flank there for Wildcard to call off. It could have been round over an even scoreline, but now Wildcard on their attacking side, furthering this lead 2-0 at the minute. Map 1 showed that the attacking side for both of these teams can be so prolific. We have had an attacker-sided series so far, and Wildcard continuing that trend.
I just want to make a quick point here, Dev. Slightly derailed, but the problem-solving skill from Wildcard is probably some of the best that we've seen in this region, and that's why I love watching this team over and over again, because they have a way of approaching their game that is kind of unlike any other team in this league, if you ask me. A lot of other teams, they have a formula and they stick with it and it works, right? But Wildcard, they have a way of playing the game, but they realize that their formula is a little readable, and now they're trying to play these counter-stratting, counter-IGLing, and that's what these new players bring into this roster instead. Wait, hang on a second. What is going on, though? Wildcard players repelling in straight away?
Is that a player in sight or in square? It is in sight after all. Neptune, though, to take it down. It's a bloodbath, and nobody from Wildcard is allowed to survive. The last one left is Vinny. 1 versus 5. His position spotted. Jakenna not going to give him the respect. We'll take these fights. Vinny with a nice long nade, but just too cooked. Jakenna sprays him on down, loses the fight, but at this point, will it matter? Yokai spotted and taken down for Vinny. What a round, though, for Hungry Lions. Whether that was a rush or something else for Wildcard, it did not work, and the Hungry Lions were so ready for it.
And I'm so sad they did that as well, because I was just praising them for their mid-round problem-solving skills. And then they went ahead and did that, and I have no idea what happened either. It just seems like they absolutely went it for that top floor, and it didn't work out for them in the end. Now Vinny in a 1 versus 4, it just seems like he's going to take some time off, have a chat to his team, have a yarn, because Hungry Lions have well and truly won out this round.
The KD a little bit for Vinny. It's already looking pretty good. There's nearly no world in which he actually wins this. Is that a play in electrical? This is cheeky. Oh no, why are you peeking him? Don't give him the chance. Fortunately, it doesn't matter at the end, but Hungry Lions can finally get themselves in the game, break that momentum of Wildcard.
Or if that was a little bit rough for Wildcard. I'm not a fan of what they tried to do there after all the praise that I gave them as well. Feels like they're listening to me and they're going, all right, we're going to make you look a little bit silly, but that's okay. Hungry Lions finally getting their way back into this game. 1 round on the board. They'll be pretty happy with that. Their extended hold upstairs does work out for them in the end. The combination of that castle setup in the top floor, making some of those rooms a little more powerful, a little safer, and preventing the Hungry Lions players from being exposed to repels and able to isolate those fights, eventually working out for them, denying the entry. Now they'll take us into this top floor instead, playing a pretty similar castle setup to going out on those repels on the north side, and the rest of the setup looks pretty standard for what we see nowadays on the top floor.
Wildcard just making sure that they don't get too complacent here. Not sure whether that was a rush or something else, but it didn't work, and Wildcard need to be ultra careful to not let Hungry Lions in this game. Because this setup's actually looking very similar to the previous round, despite it being a completely different bomb site. Wildcard may not be allowed to get away with that direct hit.
Uh-oh, and Jakenna looking for perhaps an early jump out here on the castle. Seems primed and ready, but he will not go for it. Just hop on the cam, see what Wildcard are getting up to. 3 Wildcard players on the North Repels straight away. I can only imagine that there are some controls, some cams and lobby going out as well to stop Karu from being killed from that position. He'll be immediately greeted by these 2 castle barricades, preventing the player inside of Lounge from being killed on the Repel. And so far, the Hungry Lions defense seems to be pretty safe.
For how long, though? Wildcard shaping up with a heavy Repel setup. Means at a moment's notice, they may set up for an execute. You've got the Capitao, the fire, the smoke, flashes in abundance, claymores to prevent jump outs. Wildcard have all the ingredients here for this kind of explosive execute that they enjoy so much. They're going to need to make sure it's free. Joining up the site. Finding these positions, Jakenna, the most vulnerable player, but protected by a castle barricade for now. For how long, I wonder? Will Wildcard deal with these big castle barricades protecting half of the bomb site?
Hang on a second though, this is one of my favorite things that Wildcard do, and that's utilize the Capitao. So we can see Pat and Milo doubling down, looking at that janitor position. We can see an exfoliating bolt to go in, and it even takes down Mazami as well. This is my favorite thing that Wildcard do on Bank right now. They always impress me with some kind of new attack strategy on this site. They were the first to pioneer that OSA shield strategy to go into that top floor, and now they've brought out something brand new. Mazami would not have expected that, and now, like you said, Jakenna, the next point of contest.
What do you do about it if you're the Hungry Lions? 2 players now left remaining. Wildcard have all the information that they could possibly want. And now it's just on Neptune. Another drone to spot his position. The flashbang. Insult added to injury here as he is full white, bottom of the stairs. And he's not just got to climb these stairs, got to climb all the way back into this round in a 1 versus 5. Excellence displayed from Wildcard. And OJ to close it. What a round.
And now I can maybe finally make my point about Wildcard with their problem-solving skills and the creativity that they bring into the game when they don't all decide to repel in the North Repels while there are still 2 castle barricades. It's pretty excellent on the side of Wildcard. They bring in some innovation that we never see on Bank. We haven't seen anything like that to try and clear out that janitor position. That's just a stroke of genius that I love seeing from this team. And like I said, problem-solving that Hungry Lions aren't ready for. And that's been the story of the 3 rounds that Wildcard have been able to win, is catching the Hungry Lions with an idea that they aren't tuned into just yet. So far, Hungry Lions have been pretty good at that. They were amazing at that in the last series, but coming into Bank, it just feels like Wildcard have got that one up. They know the architecture, the steps, and the fluid way that Bank plays just a little bit better than Hungry Lions do.
And it's leading to some really convincing attacks, which it's going to leave Hungry Lions in the dust. When we switch the halves, what is Hungry Lions going to have on their side? 2 rounds? If they're lucky at this point, the even 3-3 apiece is just not looking likely at this point at all. Wildcard have had this game under lock and key. Their drone work, immaculate, always having their best foot forward. Hungry Lions back downstairs. They didn't win this the previous time. They attempted it. Wildcard with that OSA were perfection, and now they've got an even bigger shield marching their way to the bomb site.
The rest of Hungry Lions once again playing a relatively extended roam here on this basement defense, playing into the Oryx once again as the rest of Wildcard shape their way around the building. Milo will be the first hopping on those North Repels, but actually Wildcard trying something different. Milo making his way over to dirt. All of the Wildcard players actually making their way over to dirt.
Wow.
But OJ, what is Wildcard going for here?
And how will it use this Montaigne? That is the question on my mind. Impact from Zane to take down the first Rotero from the Flores. And wow, very early pop of the Vulcan canister to delay time, to prevent Wildcard from getting away with an early and cheeky rush. But OJ, regardless, finds Jakenna. Where was that pick? Aggressive in electrical and caught out. That's a C4 down as well. And a big Hungry Lions player to take out so early on. What is the play now for Wildcard? Stacking up in server behind this Monty.
So well word from Wildcard. They knew that Hungry Lions were looking for that extended roam, and rather than going for the roam clear with that Monty, they simply play the cutoff with OJ inside Electrical, knowing that his teammates might be hit from the back. Now this wall is soft even. Going into server, they can utilize that buck, get open any long lines of sight, any positions to plant in that they need to, and using that Monty to protect them from any utility that might come flying through is a stroke of genius once again from Wildcard. Something new, Rotero drones even to clear out any of that utility, and I can only imagine that now that utility's been burnt out so much earlier, Dev, they can start getting this plant down much more easily.
So many options here for Wildcard, so much flank watch. That's OJ's entire job here. Leaving that server hatch closed, but a wall bang. What? How did Neptune know? He read it perfectly, and now Hungry Lions perhaps have a way back in it. A lot of damage taken by Pat here, and the flank watch is dead.
That being said, Mazami this time has only got 2 smoke canisters in his pockets, although a C4 is still left for Neptune. The plant will start to go down. Pat to cover.
Oh no!
But he will go down to the smoke canister. Oh no.
And now it is the cue for Neptune to put this pressure on from Blue. He doesn't go down, he takes out Cairo! A big player to take out! And a big pick of C4 over the top. Vinny does look in the kill! 2v3, but time is ticking away. No gas canisters left for Mazami, but it might not matter. Wildcard have got to force this plant down. It's Vinny caught in the smoke. He's just going to have to stick it, and the cover will come down to Milo, but he can't get it done. There's just too much. And the Hungry Lions get back in the game.
The Hungry Lions to eventually make quick work of that retake. They use the utility to their advantage as much as possible, timing those smoke babes, timing that Goyo canister to prevent the push of Wildcard. It all started with that smoke, with that Goyo canister that was inside of dirt, preventing Wildcard from coming in to the building too quickly. And on top of that, we saw all of the Hungry Lions players off the back of Chikena dying, unfortunately, consolidating their anchors into the site and knowing that they just simply had to play the crossfires onto Wildcard, that they were going to have to go for this plant, and it was just about finding the picks and winning those gunfights and looking for that timing as they're burning the utility. And masterfully played from OJ on the cutoff, but wow, what incredible gun skill to take him down eventually in that mid-round from Neptune. Really opened up that round for the Hungry Lions. And it's just the neural network that they've got going is so good against Wildcard at the moment.
And even when Wildcard have a nice idea, a cheeky strategy, Hungry Lions are good at adapting and making the best of a bad situation. And with that, now they've got a chance at tying this up 3-3, Mandy. The first round that Hungry Lions got was on this very bomb site, this open area staff. And they might be able to repeat it here. To tie it up after this series has been so attacker-sided, that would set up Hungry Lions for a dominant second half and a chance at locking in this victory, eliminating the reigning champs 2-0.
This is such an exciting game to watch, Dev. I just love the way that both these teams are playing. No plan has ever gone to plan for either of these teams, but they're so flexible about it. Vinny, though, he's actually going to find the opening pick from outside of lobby. This is a position that he's pretty happy with playing. OJ has actually made his way very quickly into tellers as well, and all of a sudden, Wildcard, they're up to 2-man advantage on the Hungry Lions. Oh, it's straight into sight.
No hesitation from Wildcard as they send it all the way in. Pat's got that diffuser, but where's he going to plant it? Starts getting it on down. But there is a position from Mazami and some potential here. It doesn't know that diffuser's going down. The fright! When that sound starts to ring out, a 5v1. Neptune desperately tangling here, but Wildcard put the Hungry Lions back in their place and lock in a 4-2 half.
And I feel like that's just going to double down on the point that I was about to make. No plan has ever quite gone to plan for either teams. It always goes one way, and then someone, like for example, on the Hungry Lions, their defense suddenly doesn't work against the attack that Wildcard are doing, and they have to adapt. They have to change the way that they're going. Same thing with Wildcard. When their formula feels like it doesn't work, they have to change it up. That last round, they tried to play the slow utility game. Although they got into dirt early, it didn't work out for them. This time, they said, all right, Hungry Lions are going to be very backwards in the pace. Let's turn it up. Let's do something a little bit more quickly that they won't be ready for. Let's not give them any time to make those adaptations and get straight into the building. And masterfully played from Wildcard, capitalizing on that pacing, on that timing. Now going into their defense half, 4-2 up is looking very promising to take the round.
Doesn't it tell you a lot about Wildcard that they can change their playstyle completely at the flip of a switch? You go from the slowest Montaigne execute you've ever seen to a full-blown rush to close out the half. That is Wildcard. Exactly. That is this new iteration of Wildcard, which has so much more depth and so much more versatility and firepower than those in the past. But Hungry Lions have proven that they can go toe-to-toe with the best here. They already bested Wildcard on Map 1. Map 2 has been a bit more difficult so far, but now they're on the attack. This, in theory, should be where they bear some more fruit.
Wildcard, though, once again, leaning into this extended roam seems to be the popular hold to do now for this basement. No one just sits there on the site anymore and waiting for the attackers to come. Everyone takes as much map control as they can, even if they're the defenders. Hungry Lions, though, they will make swift way into the building. Neptune to be the first on the entry, making his way through that top floor. All of Wildcard, though, they've vacated their way into that ground floor, inside of staff room open area, waiting for the onslaught of the Hungry Lions.
Great time management here by the Hungry Lions. But will they clear the full map? How long will Wildcard loiter? Looks like that's actually it. That's all they've got. Fallen back to site. Is OJ still in open area? He is. Just waiting on for the hatch. I think Vinny's fallen back, but it's just OJ, and he drops the hatch now too. Only 1 minute and 10 seconds wasted by this roam from Wildcard, so they better have a banging site set up. Otherwise, Hungry Lions will have a distinct advantage.
Pat will be the first point of contest if the Hungry Lions want to go for a regular server push. Mazami seems to have some idea that Pat is playing. He's trained his gun on his line of sight as the rest of the Hungry Lions will start to put their utility to this side of the map. Jakenna's got the skeleton key prepped as well. They're ready to take this fight onto Pat.
Oh, another nade to go through and the skeleton key out for Jakenna. Will it get him? No, Pat! He's got it in the Warden. The smart glasses to protect from all flashes, and the shotgun to pump any player who dares peek him. Another magnet thrown on through by Milo. Pat trying to bait out the spot. He's not going to get baited by the Gemini, not this time. Another player to shoot his last magnet. Pat will play for his life here. A nade to go on through, but he gets another one! Pat worth his weight in gold. Hell in a cell to deny another flash and all the damage he could ask for. Finally taken down. But just look at the HP. There's no chance Hungry Lions make their way through this.
The HP, the fire on the ground is what Hungry Lions will have to push through. Want to drop the hatch, but Milo is too good for that. Good for a second, even possibly a third. Zane left on a sliver of HP, cannot cross his way through the fire, and it's all over for the Hungry Lions.
Oh no! And the missed explosive from Zane as well. Milo looking to finish it. Cairo getting a bit hungry, and he will close. Wildcard, what a dominating opening onto their defensive side, thanks to two players, Milo and Pat.
Wow, I can't believe what they've just pulled out the bag as well, Dev. We criticized their roam. We said that roam was not fruitful. They only wasted about a minute. That's about what you'd waste if you were just doing, I don't know, regular setup. Anyway, bank is so big. But Pat being able to hold on to this power position, Wildcard investing their resources into that mid to late round instead pays off for them so well. Even if we criticized it, even if we doubted them, they put all those doubts to shame. Pat playing that Warden perfectly on the top of the blue stairs to shut down the Hungry Lions. No matter what tricks they had up their sleeve, Exa, skeleton key, not there. Flashbangs, doesn't matter, you're Warden. Wildcard were ready for it.
And suddenly the context of this game has flipped a little bit. 5-2, it's quite a lead. One round away from map point here for Wildcard. And getting closer to pushing us to map 3. Wildcard have been hard pressed. That's one thing we can take away from this series for sure, regardless of the result. Wildcard have been the ones under the pump. Hungry Lions won their opening map. But now here on Bank, it looks like Wildcard may just be too good to take down.
And now Wildcard will take us to the staff room and open area bomb site. The tertiary site for many teams playing an extended hold into that top floor shield will go down inside of reception. Big long lines of sight as well for Cairo with that 1.5x scope on the Wamai to hold on to the entry that will come from top score, and that's exactly where Worm is making his way into, falling into the hands, the strategy of Wildcard already. Can Cairo contest this? This is looking pretty scary for the Hungry Lions.
Look at the hesitation. Pushed back into their shells, Hungry Lions. Exuded confidence on Cafe. Here on map 2, not quite the same. Unsure, making this play. Looking to take some map control, top down. Starting to pressure that side. A jump out from Cairo, punished, but Zane swiftly taken down. Wildcard step up massively. They reply with 2 kills of their own.
Although mostly forfeiting the top floor now, Wildcard still holding on to that man advantage diffuser on the ground. And most importantly, no more hard breach. Mazami, one of the players to go down on the side of the Hungry Lions, does mean that so many avenues into the bomb site have suddenly been closed off. Jekena, that was a very close shot, but does not connect.
Mouse right over the head, just needed a left click, but didn't quite have it.
Uh-oh.
Right around the corner. Neptune, oh no, Pat! He gets one, but immediately traded on back. He will at least claim his prize before being defeated, though. Leaving Wildcard still in that numbers advantage. Worm tangling with this rotation. As Neptune tries to scope out the site, sees the echo. What's he got? Minute and a couple of nades to work with.
And all of Wildcard sitting pretty happily on the site now, not willing to give their lives away to the players of the Hungry Lions. They seem to be pretty lost for direction here. No way in, no hard breach. To get their way in, open any walls, no lines of sight can be made. They have to funnel through these 2 doorways to go into the site. And they'll actually regroup up together as well, try and play the refrags, but numbers are not in their favor.
Map control, good entry, but the trade there from Vinny, perfect. On for a second, but Worm gets it. Worm with a double kill to keep Hungry Lions in the game. That LMG certainly does go brr.
What an incredible double up from the side of the Hungry Lions. The numbers were not in their advantage for the trades. They were banking on the fact that one of them would win that opening engagement. One of them had to take down 2. And of course, it works out perfectly. The LMG to spray down the defense of Wildcard. It's double down from Hungry Lions that I never thought was going to work. Does. And now we're at a 5-3. They're starting to claw their way back into this game, Dev. This is very exciting.
It is. Wildcard still retain a 2-point lead, though. Just 1 away from match point. But if you can see Hungry Lions get away with a 2v3 like that, surely the doubt starts to creep in for Wildcard. They've got to retain themselves here on their defense. They started strong with Lockers CCTV, but that's still locked up. Now rotating once again, going top floor. Wildcard had plenty of strength on their attack of this side, but Hungry Lions, you just can't count them out, ever.
Absolutely not. These players back themselves in. I'll tell you what, Dev, these guys do not give up. They are relentless no matter what the disadvantage is. And it's so unlike any other team that we've seen going into their debut. No team has looked this confident in their first ever season. I'm going to go out and say that, Dev. I just think it's ridiculous what these guys have been able to pull off in their first ever season as a team of 5.
Isn't it just unreal the consistency that this roster tends to have as well? Like, you look at a team like Kraken we saw earlier today, absolutely insane in their opening game against Dynasty. Moving forward, fell to pieces against the Knights. Now, of course, very different calibers of teams, but even individual players couldn't perform under that extra step up. Now, Hungry Lions, every single game, they give it 120%.
Now the Hungry Lions will start to make their way into this top floor. Mute Jammer will protect Vinny from his current position, but taken down by a nade. Cairo, he gets taken down on the angle that he's normally so proficient at. Vinny, though,
good trade,
he's good
though.
for the trade.
Thankfully, though, because Wildcard need that. Losing Cairo, losing their impact player who's been a bit quiet this game. To see what Worm can do with that LMG. Closely training that long line of sight now. As Hungry Lions get to work edging on forward. Here's Jakenna. He's got a long angle of his own. But fighting with that Echo is going to be tough. Worm stepping on forward. Another multi-kill with the LMG. Can anybody stop this man?
Apparently not. None of the wildcard players can stop him. It seems like he's happy to reload his gun.
Oh, no.
Pat will take down Mazami, though, and that is a pivotal pick on the side of wildcard. That is your kit going down and your thermite. That's your way in, but it doesn't matter if Worm is able to get the one tap onto OJ anyway. Pat will get the trade, but left in the 1 versus 2 situation. SMG 11 in hand. Can he bring it back?
He's already found 2 of them. He's found the diffuser. And he may well have heard the rappel in. Is there information on site? Look at all the wildcard players on those Yokai drones, calling out the positions. Pat has everything he needs, all the ingredients for this clutch to happen, for this miracle. And now he will wait. He will bide his time. The yellow pings every bit of information he could possibly want. The pressure mounts upon Zane. He sees the Yokai straight above him. Maybe he didn't see it. There you go. Call out from a teammate, no doubt. 25 seconds. Continues to slip away. And he will have to check every single corner. But Pat, he is in the advantage here. Here comes Zane round the corner. Pat's on for it as well.
Oh.
Pat with an enormous clutch to send wildcard onto match points.
My goodness gracious me, that came very close for wildcard, but thank goodness Pat was there with that SMG-11 playing inside of Janitor. They were able to play the trade so proficiently. Unfortunately, Cairo going down. Worm with a huge play going in through stock will take down 3 players from this position. But thank goodness for Pat, the hero of this round, to bring wildcard back into this game. Jakenna will call the tactical timeout for Hungry Lions, but maybe a little bit too late. Not looking so good for them. Now at match point on wildcard's map pick.
The potential for a 7-3 here from wildcard as they go back down to the bomb site where they did it the best, where it was all on Pat, who has had a phenomenal game. And it's not just about kills, it's about impact. A clutch like that, not only does it shut out Hungry Lions and put them back, gets wildcard on a match point. You think about everything Pat did on the Warden, in the blue stairs, on the previous time wildcard defended this site, and it won them the round. Doesn't often get a lot of love, Pat, as a support player, but he has been phenomenal this game.
And now once again, wildcard feel fairly confident in this roam that they are holding onto, extending all the way up into that top floor and falling back. But like we saw last time, their investment is in that late game. They have those Goyo canisters. Hang on a second.
What?
A dirt rush?
Seemingly,
that didn't work out so well.
Certainly did not. Pat has been on fire, trusting that shotgun. It's 90% trust. That shot he is. Oh, it was the information from a drone. Baited the player. Pat puts down his shield. The sound cue, no doubt, heard by the player in dirt. Pat can't quite land enough bullets, though, to finish the job. The player has been down, though, and Pat knows about it. He calls out to his team. But likewise, both players have been taken out. Now, Kara is going to gas it up and look for this revive.
Revive will come out as well for wildcard. Unfortunate for Zane, he was being picked up by that finger just as Vinny took him down, being stuck in that animation, and now Hungry Lions left at the man disadvantage. They'll have to claw their way back into this game, into this series if they want to. Mazami trying to take the fight onto Pat. Does he know? Does he know that Pat is trained on his line of sight right now?
Neptune tempted. Oh my god, what a shot! Pat goes down as well. Mazami on for an entry. As soon as his flame subsides, it will be back in action for Hungry Lions. Cairo only having 1 gas grenade left, only 1 C4 remaining for wildcard. Means there is a serious shot for Hungry Lions.
And what was an investment for the late round has now become an investment into the mid round, as only one more smoke babe remains for Cairo. They can start to get this plant down, bait out that final piece of utility with 1 minute and 10 seconds left to go. If they can read into this, if they can start getting that plant down early, but not if Cairo will take down Neptune first.
Getting numbers back on their side means everything here for Wildcard. The last gas canister to go out. A nade to reply doesn't find the kill it was looking for. Wildcard still have some Vulcan canisters to set up for plant denial here. Mazami knows it. Mazami's worried about it, and there it comes on through. Tempted. Can he get a plant down? He wonders. Tempting fate, but no, it's not possible.
A perfectly placed canister, but the final one, and when that subsides, Mazami will have a chance. Now, we've seen what this LMG can do, Dev. Can Worm do it again? Can he find 3 when the plant is going down to protect Mazami and bring back the game for the Hungry Lions?
It's going to be all on Worm to cover. The C4 goes out, perfectly baited though. Now Mazami goes again, Worm to cover. Does land the first, but 2 more players to go. And he's left all alone. Match point for Wildcard as they send us 4th. Onto map number 3. The defending champs are not done yet.
Absolutely not. They've shown us why they took us to bank, why they are the pros and we are not, because every single time that we doubted Wildcard, they brought something new, they brought something exciting, and what an excellent game of bank we've seen from them. So much innovation, excitement, and a player that we don't always see go big, the support players of Pat and OJ, to clean up this game for Wildcard. A huge win for them.
Big one for Pat, no doubt, and a game full of clutches on the tail end as well. Both sides getting their own. What a show from Worm as well on the Finker. He really knows how to use that LMG. But Pat was certainly the star of the show here, and Wildcard pushing us to map 3 means they have still a chance to go and visit Knights in the grand final. I think both of these teams will have a rough time cut out for them in that grand final. But first, of course, we need to find out which one will progress forward. And to do that, we'll have a break and then be back for map 3.
Jones lane. And I put that on my own name. Couldn't get this way with no pain.
Very difficult to separate these two teams here for the semi-final of the OCS. Wildcard, they bite back against the Hungry Lions on Bank. They take the map, their map, and now we head to the final map for the semi-final to see who is going to take on the Knights in the grand final tomorrow. Guys, obviously, much better performance from Wildcard. Obviously, the Hungry Lions just couldn't keep up with them.
First half, right, but they had the lead on the attacking half, and for the most part looked very much switched on, and I guess putting behind them the first map, and then Hungry Lions on the back foot, obviously put up a really good fight. Worm in particular here, I think in round 9 was a good shining example of that, really keeping him and the team in the match, at least momentarily, and look, of course, it did eventually fall apart. That's the replay we're getting to now, but yeah, Wildcard just too good, but the fight from Hungry Lions can't be overlooked.
It wasn't a bad effort in the end. 7-3 really, I think, actually maybe even overblows it a little bit, Proto, because there was a couple of rounds where I felt like Hungry Lions could have easily come away with another round or two, maybe a 7-5 loss, 7-4 loss, could have been a little bit more indicative of the way that map played out. I think going into the final game, going into the final map of Clubhouse, you still probably are left with wondering who's actually going to win. One map to the Lions, one map to Wildcard. We couldn't ask for a better finish.
Yeah, definitely. It's been a match so far. The only match today, actually, that's gone to the full 3 maps in the best of 3s that we have seen. And Hungry Lions, as you said, that map, the score definitely not showing to what that match truly was in its entirety. The Hungry Lions were definitely fighting for it. They wanted to end it in 2, but unfortunately, Wildcard, a little bit more experience on one of the older maps being reintroduced into the competitive pool, definitely looking a little bit more comfortable with it. So going forward into map number 3, it's one that Hungry Lions will be more familiar with, so I definitely think we will see them bring that scoreline up, possibly even walk away with a victory, maybe even an overtime here if they play as good as they did in map 1.
Guys, Proto kind of mentioning the word experience there, I can't help but feel like that's going to be the difference maker going over to Clubhouse, is Wildcard have this experience that maybe the Hungry Lions don't have.
Yeah, exactly right, and I mean that's reflected in terms of just the data we have available as well. This is equally the most banned map for Hungry Lions this year alongside Theme Park, so they simply haven't, one, played it, and it's one that they have banned out a lot. And as we alluded to a couple of hours ago now, right, in the veto, it's one of two things, right? They're either hiding it, which would be a huge brain strategy if they have, or 2, it's a map they're not particularly strong on, or they haven't been throughout the stage. So now is a good opportunity for them to step up. I still would just favour Wildcard in, especially the momentum I think they gathered during Bank, but it's still anyone's game. I think that the first map showed us that when Hungry Lions are switched on and are looking comfortable, they can make Wildcard look a little bit second rate.
Are you in agreement with that, Proto, that Wildcard's still the favourites to close this one out, but Hungry Lions could very well also steal it away?
Yeah, definitely in agreement with that statement. Wildcard experience will be the deciding factor for Club here, and I mean, if Hungry Lions come out the gate swinging, sure, it could be an upset, but given that experience, given we've talked about it and outlined everything that is basically the win condition, Wildcard, in theory, should be the team that closes it out here.
Well, so far it's been a fantastic semi-final, a little bit better than probably the last one that we had. Certainly a lot closer, and it's going the distance. Hopefully, in this final map of Clubhouse, we can go one better, maybe an OT grandstand finish. For now, though, of course, we go back over to your wonderful casters to bring this one home.
Wildcard looking to take the trophy home for a second time here in OCS, but we're only in the semi-finals and they've got to make it. They've got to earn their spot in that grand final before they can even think about taking that trophy once again. Hungry Lions not looking to give them a free pass against the Knights in that grand final. Hungry Lions are here to stay, but Wildcard up one map. A lot of questions raised about Clubhouse. This is a map that Hungry Lions don't play, and a map that we rarely see Wildcard on either, so the stage is set for a banging map 3.
I think that this map 3 is going to be a big test of the map pool of both of these teams. If the Hungry Lions spent the entire stage only preparing their veto for best of ones, maybe this is a little bit far out of reach for them. On the side of Wildcard though, they've been together for a pretty long time. Their strap book goes far and wide, and I can only imagine that they've got something up their sleeve for Clubhouse.
Surely going to need to. Last time Wildcard played this map, it was against the Game and Gladiators, Indonesian roster, who's now booked their spot at Berlin. Wildcard lost 7-1. The time before that, it was actually in the previous Stage 1 OCS Grand Final, and a 7-0 victory over Bliss was the result. So going from a 7-0 to a 1-7, quite the distinction. Hungry Lions, though, it's been their first ban every playday bar one, or it was their second ban. So not a favoured map by either team.
Thatcher and Hibana to be taken out on the side of the attack, meaning that Maverick will be the play for Hungry Lions, trying to open up any of these walls. Azami once again taken out, this time though by the Hungry Lions. Does take away some of that versatility from the defense, but we'll have to see, does Valkyrie stay in or is it taken out? Does Kaid stay in? There could be a lot of iterations and permutations for how this defense pans out now that Azami is gone.
The Kaid as well taken out, making that Thatcher ban bit less of a troublesome side for the attacking side. Got a lot of tools for both attack and defense for all of these rounds. The mirror is still in for that bedroom defense. You've got a slew of attacking operators, like seeing Worm on the Finker still. It's pretty rare that you see that Finker banned out, but some teams like to do it. And with that extra little boon on the attacking side, gives another slimmer hope for whoever starts on that attack, which of course will be the Hungry Lions, as Wildcard go down into the basement to kick off this map 3.
To the depths of the basement we go, and Cairo, playing that Valkyrie, will set his cams up onto this ground floor, looking to get a read into the play that Hungry Lions might be going for, what kind of execute they will be doing. Even extending out all the way into this top floor, rearing the kennels wall, preventing that early entry to come in, and challenging the Hungry Lions with a setup that is multifaceted, multi-leveled, before they can even reach the basement.
So the onus will be on Hungry Lions for that map clear then, won't it? With this Valkyrie up, with Cairo's cameras, enables a bit more of that roam. It enables the adaptations mid-round from the defense to meet the attack wherever they decide to enter the map. What's OJ doing? A bit of a rotation here in gym, hatch open. Hungry Lions won't have much of a choice. They're going to have to deal with these roamers.
So far, the defense of Wildcard pretty spread thin, holding on to as much map control as they can, but Worm will actually find the first pick on a cutoff. That is Vinny trying to make his way back down the main stairs. Unfortunately, the first pick goes to the side of the Hungry Lions. But the rest of the Wildcard players still roaming up above.
We might not even see the full impact of that early death of Vinny until the late round, where his magnets will be dearly wanted by Wildcard. Here's a bit of counter aggro from Cairo. The timing is just not there for Neptune. The most awkward of timing as he clicked that ability button. It was the exact moment that he got peaked. Now Cairo is being hunted down. But he is quite the player in these Hell in a Cell positions. Is he going to get caught off? An impact to go out. A long angle. Taking even more damage, but the Finker on the attacking side will keep those defending players on this line of sight as strong as possible. Is Cairo able to get back? No, caught out. Just barely. The advantage further now for Hungry Lions.
And Worm once again take down the second player of Wildcard, cutting off from inside of bar, this time knowing that he was stuck inside of Strip Club, needed a way to cut him off from getting back to the anchors on the site. Now let's start to make their way to work on this kitchen hatch. A Selma, 2 Selmas go down to open it up, and no impact trick to follow. Vertical as well for Jakena, and the Hungry Lions look pretty comfortable looking for this execute. They've got the man advantage up, they have the tools they need to get into the bomb site, and now it's about making this execute work for them.
How much time are they going to waste? Worm's moving in through dirt. Powerful position. Pat was spotted, and Pat goes back to take this fight. We've seen Worm hit some pretty nuts shots. He has nades as well. Oh, the trade! The two players exchange blows, and neither left alive. The execute to come through now, and Wildcard will have to try and deny this plant. Baited out now in the C4. It's not there, and there's nothing left for Wildcard. Good closeout, the double left-right from Jakenna. And Hungry Lions kick off Clubhouse with a round win.
What a methodical clear once again from the Hungry Lions that all compounded once that cutoff kill came through. They knew that the roam of Wildcard would have to start falling back to the side, and once Neptune had died inside of Strip Club, they consolidated all of their plays to killing Cairo. Everyone was on the same page to further that man advantage and not give away the progress that they'd already made in that early round. And all that compounding success eventually meant that Wildcard, we saw Patty had to go for that hero play inside of Dirt, because otherwise he was going to be pinched out and wouldn't have been able to help the execute in the late round. Unfortunately, the trade not working out in his way and overwhelming the site with a man advantage, the Hungry Lions can easily take that first round onto Clubhouse. Wildcard, though, they'll be happy to repeat it one more time.
Give it another crack, and the first moment of signaling whether Wildcard is going to be able to have any more success this round is going to be those opening picks. You shouldn't have any caught out rotating back to site. You shouldn't have even Cairo just being a one and done player like that. Wildcard need a bit more in this early round. Otherwise, it's too easy for Hungry Lions to run away with it.
Small operator change up for Cairo. He's decided to hop onto the Vigil instead of the Valkyrie. Trying to be more elusive from those drones as Hungry Lions, once again, quite a similar approach going into the map. Worm will start off on this cutoff position, but Wildcard will be more aware of it this time. Jakenna opening up the Logi hatch as well. And once again, the Hungry Lions starting out on a pretty split kind of push, split prong to push onto this map. But Milo, he's playing very aggressive in stock right now.
Dangerous position to play. What's he going to be able to get for it? Does have the hatch open. Shoots a drone. Doesn't drop off yet. Goes for the peek and never even saw him. Worm taken out. Going for another one now, Milo. Dancing around in stock, but it looks like both of these roamers will indeed fall back. Milo hasn't yet, and there you have it. One pick and falling back to site.
Now the rest of Wildcard pretty happy to sit on the site. This time they have got the man advantage, bar Cairo, who I have no idea where he is. Sitting in gem, of course, is Cairo on the Vigil. Naturally. In his habitat. And the rest of the Hungry Lions will have to pick up the pieces. Thriving. Now we can see Zane making his way through Dirt as well. This is a bit cheeky. A drone as well will spot out some of the anchors. Can he make anything of it, though?
Don't know if he can wallbang that position. Mazami goes for the drop. Could this plant go down? There's more than a minute left, but the Vulcan canister is everything Wildcard needed. And now Neptune will be on flank watch duty as Cairo has got an inkling and starts the duel. Difficult position now for the Hungry Lions. Hungry Lions still trying to hunt this roamer with Wildcard. Plenty of side presence as well. Jakenna coming in from the backside may well be able to finish off Cairo. Finally, it's about time. And another one as Hungry Lions can recompose a 2v5 back to a 2v3.
Nade to follow through, but only 40 seconds left to go, and the kit is cold on the ground inside of the site. We saw Mazami drop the hatch, but the Goyu canister was to his demise.
And now, a nade! And the entry from Jakenna to recollect the diffuser. He moves on forward, and Neptune is there. It's now a 1v1. Milo started it, and he's going to have to finish it off as well. 1v2 now as the player gets picked up. Neptune to cover, Jakenna to force this diffuser down. But what has Milo got? An impact? Not quite there, and the 2 versus 5 for Hungry Lions. What a dream play.
I just cannot believe what these guys have been able to pull off time and time again against these big, hotshot teams. It's just absolutely insane, the composure that the Hungry Lions have got when they're at the man disadvantage, when they need a problem solve, and using those LMGs to perfection every single time they leverage them to find multi-kills over and over again. We saw it in Bank when Worm was on the Finker, making his way into Staff Room and Open. We saw it so many times from Neptune as well on that Finker now, on that Zofia as well, to make his way into the bomb site, spraying it down, finding multi-kills has just been absolutely insane. It's so hard to get that refrag if you're on the side of Wildcard. Now they're going to give it up. They're going to do Gym and Bedroom instead, which is honestly fair enough. It hasn't worked for you twice. Why go there again?
Yeah, a bit scary for Wildcard, trying that same bomb site twice in a row, it not working. I'm pretty sure that was a 2v5 too from Hungry Lions. How does Wildcard let that slip between their fingers? The round is basically won in a 5v2. And yet, Hungry Lions turned it into a 2v0. And continuing the spirit that we know them for, that we have been continually impressed by. Oh, look at that from Cairo, that is BM. Might not be able to shoot the drone, but he can certainly mute it through the wall.
Love that cheeky stuff from Cairo. He's had a pretty quiet one so far, and so, you know what, sometimes you got to pull out the little petty things like that, you know? the small victories, that's what you need. Anyway, now Hungry Lions start to make their way into this Gym and Bedroom site, immediately hopping up and getting that Logi hatch open, looking for any wildcard players that might be rotating their way back to the site. And need to follow through from Jakenna. Caught by the Umai disc straight away, but the Hungry Lions, they're making pretty quick work here. They're going to go for the wall immediately. They're not going to waste their time with this roam clear, and will just hit the site head on. Neptune, though, does he know that Cairo is in bar?
Separated by just a barricade. Droned out now is Cairo, but not really viable here for Neptune to try and get this kill. He's looking up through the hatch. Could also be caught on the bar camera as well. Bit of a standstill as Cairo is allowed to retreat back up the main stairs, and Neptune none the wiser.
Hungry Lions will start to get their way onto this jacuzzi wall. Worm, he's got to find a timing and will hop straight in. No way! What was that wall bang?
Hungry for more now, Worm always on for it with the LMG.
Oh,
does manage to trade, but now Wildcard falling to pieces. It's just Cairo left once again with the hopes of Wildcard on his shoulders. 2 rounds straight for Hungry Lions, looking to make it 3. Diffuser down in Gym. What's Cairo got here?
1 versus 2 situation. But Hungry Lions have no idea where Cairo is. He's given away his position though. Jumping out. Now they know where he is. Crossfire being established by the Hungry Lions. 1 outside the window, 1 coming through that main stairs Logi side. Can Cairo isolate the 1 versus 1s?
Droned out once again. Rear end Rosie here as Neptune sneaks on through the backside. Cairo walks into this wire. He may well be heard. No one at breach. Neptune's rotated now to Con. Cairo is playing this so well. A slippery snake making his way around the bomb site. But he is outnumbered. Outgunned. SMG-11 in hand. Might be good for a kill. He's got information from the Valkyrie cameras. His teammates were watching before. Not sure if they're watching any longer. And that plant, he listens. And the case is open. He starts to hold an angle. He's making his way forward. Is the cover there? He lets the plant go down. And he takes a hell of a lot of damage from Neptune, who will close it as well. Hungry Lions. Round after round, they are making Clubhouse their own.
A sneak attack, says the Hungry Lions, onto Wildcard through that mid-rounds. 3 players were able to find the timing. We saw the first Worm. What on earth was this shot? What on earth? He didn't even see him. Just a wallbang spray to come through. Eventually, Jakenna as well dropping through that Logi hatch. Zane with a cutoff on main stairs. All things compounding. 3 bits of timing to take down the Wildcard players. To deconstruct all those anchor positions on the site all at the same time simultaneously. And Hungry Lions have continued to surprise us. Not only, well, I suppose, can Wildcard change the pace? We saw that on Bank. But Hungry Lions can do it too. They know how to find opportunistic timings just as well as Wildcard do. And now 3 up on the attack just shows so much worry for Wildcard.
And Deflation from Wildcard visibly as their tactical timeout comes to an end and we get back into play. Didn't see a lot of talking going on in that tactical timeout. What is going wrong here for Wildcard? Is it a matter of energy, a matter of momentum, or is it a strategy? Because it really doesn't feel like it's strategy. This is just Wildcard not performing to their level. They're letting Hungry Lions find these openings, get into these rounds, even when they shouldn't. Wildcard cannot let this slip away.
Now, in those tactical timeouts, they can also talk to their coach. So I can only imagine that Hotshot would have had a little something to say to these players. They're not looking too hot in the server right now. And it does seem like Wildcard will change their formula ever so slightly going into this basement hold. Although there are Rios going out on that top floor, the operators that they have brought would indicate to me that they're looking for a more anchor-centric hold, although you still need to contest the roam somewhat. Those were my discs, those Jaeger ADSs, the shotguns opening up triple. Those are all signs to me that they're focusing more on that anchor hold and waiting for Hungry Lions to come to them instead. Caution seems to be the approach that Wildcard have changed into.
And it seems like the approach for Hungry Lions is a rush. Three players sending it down blue. And Pat to find the first one, but traded immediately back. It's a bloodbath in blue. And I think that may be on the trot for the quickest round of Rainbow Six you have ever seen. Wildcard can easily repel that rush.
So anyway, I was going on about how they were investing into the late round. There was no late round. That was a straight rush coming out from the Hungry Lions. There was no mid-round. There was nothing. Hungry Lions, they went straight for it.
It was a 24-second round.
That's insane. That is incredible. Look,
24
Hungry Lions,
seconds.
I gave them some credit, Deb. I did say the Hungry Lions, they changed up the pace in that last round and they were able to catch out Wildcard. Maybe not like that. Maybe slightly miscalculated from the Hungry Lions. Wildcard were definitely ready for that one off the back of the timeout.
So the first kill came out at 2 minutes and 40 left on the clock. And by 4 seconds later, the round was over.
That's insane.
Isn't that just unreal? 4 seconds. Well, that was quite something. Hungry Lions have given Wildcard a way back in this. But is it possible still for Wildcard to win this half? Is it possible to get back to 3 rounds apiece? Time will tell, because I mean, that you can almost write off that round. If you're Hungry Lions, you say, well, we tried something, it didn't work, back to business as usual.
Well, Wildcard, they've brought out something a little bit different once again. We have the mirror, Dev, on the middle of the kennel's wall. I love it when teams do this. This is so exciting. Hungry Lions, though, looks like they're going to go for a garage take. The first exothermic charge will be dedicated to that garage wall. And the second, I can only imagine, we'll have to go into that kennel's wall, because for Zane to go off and get this trick on this wall would look a little bit terrifying from his perspective, I can only imagine.
I mean, there's no way that you can Maverick this wall. Surely not. Zane's going for it. Daring. Window is open as well. Has he got cover? Oh, window is open now. Looked open already, but there you go. Could well be peeked by Vinny on rafters. If Zane can open up this wall with the Maverick, it would save so much utility. Not needing that thermite, you've got the exothermics for the construction wall or the cash wall. It's tough here, really awkward scenario for Zane.
It's so finicky. Not only is there a mirror on the wall, but you can see on the other side the wall's also cheesed up too. And he's got to do this upside down on the rappel. It's just so disorientating. If he's able to get this open, that would be incredible.
No,
I think he's got it.
So
oh no.
No, he's missed so much on the bottom. You can see it from this side. Look at that. Swiss cheese indeed. Oh, but he got it!
He got it! Ooh, not the cleanest hole though. That mirror in the way does make a little bit more finicky to hold the angle. Mazzani as well going down on the garage entry. Jacana not winning out that gunfight to Milo either, pushing down the red stairs. What an odd round this has been.
It has, but Neptune has brought it back, taking down Vinny. Worm's back on his feet. 2 players down in lounge, 1 taken out. The wall bang from Worm. And he's avidly watching for this re-aggression from Milo as well. Neptune has found his second in the round, forcing Milo to make a play. It's not happening. What a strat from Wildcard and what a reply from Hungry Lions. Looking poised to come away with the fourth round. Ooh. What a C4 from OJ, but he takes almost as much damage himself. 1v3, shotgun in hand, but plenty of time for Hungry Lions to get that diffuser planted.
Ooh, Worm, a second nade to follow through, and that connects perfectly onto OJ, taking the round for the Hungry Lions. That was a little dicey there on the breach, but Neptune actually made that work for two, those angles there. And it all pays off in the end, and Hungry Lions are able to take a round win against Wildcard, now 4-1 up on Wildcard's defending half.
This is really scary for Wildcard. They've taken their tactical pause, and they can win one round, but not string together a second. And now, best case scenario, you go into your attacking side with only 2 rounds in the pocket, and the necessity to win 5 attacks to close it before overtime, and 4 to just stay alive. Hungry Lions are looking poised. They've been prowling through this OCS bracket, and now they are set up very nicely to make their grand final debut. Mandy, what would you have said if I had told you yesterday that we'd see Hungry Lions in the grand final of OCS?
Shock and horror. That is all shock and horror.
I don't believe anyone who tells me that.
That would have been pretty... It is pretty incredible. Not taking anything away from them, what they've been able to do. Taking down Bliss, those guys are meant to be like the BO1 Kings, right? That's what we always yarn on about them, and yet rounded out by the Hungry Lions in the best of 1 part of this OCS championship. That is insane.
And what's more than that, Bliss, the runners-up of Stage 1's OCS, Wildcard, the champions of Stage 1 OCS. Hungry Lions could make the grand final, taking down both of last stage's finalists. There's no better fashion to do it, and even if the Knights game would be too much for them to handle, I wouldn't put it past them. Anything can happen. When you press go and these guys are in the server, anything is possible.
Neptune starting out in dirt, though. Maybe met by Kairu, who is also sitting in the basement. Oh, no. Has he seen him?
Oh, no.
I don't think he knows that he's there. Kairu, he's just sitting in the corner. Neptune has no idea what's going on. Kairu, he'll take down Neptune. The first pick of the round goes to Wildcard. Exactly what they're looking for. To finally find maybe one more round win for their defense.
And you know what? That's the X factor for Hungry Lions as well. That's that little lurker pushing in from the offside, going for those vertical nades. Big player to take down. Neptune himself, 2.0 KD in the server right now, this map.
The rest of the Hungry Lions, a little bit stagnant currently on this progress. We've got the wall open as of now. Jaken is just making his way over to open it up. A run-in hole as well, so makes the entry nice and easy. Grenade to follow, but all the Hungry Lions players are consolidated currently on this push. Another one to try and clear out that bathroom position, but that wall still hasn't been read off. There is a rotate there that any wildcard player could swing from. A second to follow, and it actually does connect Worm to claw one back for the Hungry Lions.
And then Worm clicks the button, says go. They jump into sight, they force their way through, looking for a 5th now. Can spray down Vinny, finish him off, but not before the trade comes through. Jakena, though, to reply, taking down the aggressive Pat on the window, looking for another now. Spots out a player in sight. Mazami dancing around the top of these main stairs. Keenly waiting with bated breath, but Jakena gets gifted another pick. And OJ has to clutch 1 versus 2. Wow. It is not going to happen. Hungry Lions up 5-1. And just 2 rounds away from making a grand final.
And once again, an explosive mid-round on the side of the Hungry Lions. As soon as they found an in, they wasted no time. They gave no chance for Wildcard to regress, to adapt, change their positions, anything like that. They were on the ball straight away. They didn't want to give them any opportunity at all. And every single time that they've done that in that mid-round, it has always converted to a round win. And that has been the success so far of the Hungry Lions attack, bar that one small miscalculation of running down blue and ending the round in 20 seconds. Now they're going to go onto their defending half, and I've got pretty high hopes for the Hungry Lions so far.
It's so grim for Wildcard to think, like you said, the only round that Wildcard have won was the 24-second round where Hungry Lions went for that fruitless rush. That is all Wildcard have. Nothing else. They had one round where they managed to get a 5 versus 2 advantage on this very bomb site, Church and Arsenal, and yet Hungry Lions clutched it. Now, as the side switches, Wildcard deflated, pushed back into their shells. Now they're the ones who have to take this initiative. They're the ones without the comfort blanket of thinking, okay, we're the defense, we can sit on site, we can wait. No, they have to make a move now.
Neptune looking for a cheeky spawn peek to open up the defending half for the Hungry Lions. Doesn't seem like any wildcard players are going to fall to it though, as all of them have shaped around another. Oh, hang on a second though, Worm. He's gotten aggressive on the garage door and just taken down Vinny.
Oh, it's just going from bad to worse here. For Wildcard, Hungry Lions have well and truly broken the veterans. It is out with the old and in with the new. Cairo desperate, looking for a lurk down main stairs. But desperation will not serve Wildcard on this night. Hungry Lions, match point awaits them.
Cairo down the bottom of main stairs looking for an in, possibly a pick to bring Wildcard back into this round, but it seems pretty dire. Plenty of time though on their side, so if they want to make something work, a little problem solving coming from Wildcard, they can, but do they have the resources to do it? OJ has only got 3 Selma charges, so only 1 hatch can be opened. First gets dedicated to the kitchen. Doesn't get impact trick, but Mazami. That's your hard breach player going down. No hatches are going to be opened. 2 versus 5 now for Cairo and for Milo.
It's got to be over now for Wildcard. Match point about to stare them in the face. We've seen Hungry Lions pull off a 2v5 from this position, but there's absolutely no shot that Wildcard can do the same. Hungry Lions just have to sit back and wait. Wildcard not even able to open up this hatch. It's going to be desperation. There's nothing going for it. A couple of grenades through the floor. What's that going to get you? Nothing.
And now the rest of the Hungry Lions playing very disciplined. No one, except for Worm actually takes the fight. He is so confident in himself right now. Now all the Hungry Lions players deciding to aggress onto the final player of Milo, Jakenna, to take him down. And the Hungry Lions now on match point, series point. This is incredible from them.
1 round away from a grand final, and it is starting to sink in. They are oozing confidence. You can see it in the way that they hunted down that final player at the end of that flawless round. Hungry Lions about to take down the reigning champions after defeating the runners-up from Stage 1. 7-3 victory over Bliss in the quarterfinals. Here in the semis, it was a hard-fought first 2 maps, but here on map 3, it has been Hungry Lions every day of the week. Wildcard have been absent. They haven't even been in the server. And here are the Hungry Lions, and they are hungrier than ever.
Hungry Lions must be on an incredible confidence roll at the moment. Not only did they take down the Chiefs inside of OCN in overtime of all things, but now they've taken down Bliss and they have a chance to take down Wildcard, not just in a best of 1, but in a best of 3 fashion. These guys are experienced. These guys are veterans. If there's any time that I thought Wildcard was going to thrive and do well, it was here. But the Hungry Lions are here to play. It's everything to play for them. They have nothing to lose going into this grand final, and I can only imagine in their comms right now, 1 more round, guys, just 1 more round. We're in the grand final.
1 more round to get in that grand final, and all the prize money that goes with it as well. Big opportunity now for the Hungry Lions, the best opportunity any of these players have ever had. Some of these players on Wildcard have been major winners, local champions. And Hungry Lions are a bunch of humble young gunners. Rookies who have shown that there is no reason to take any match lightly here in the OCS. The Hungry Lions, orgless they may be, but they are so hungry.
Now holding on to Gym and Bedroom, we can see Neptune holding aggressively on the cash side wildcard, supposedly looking for a roam clear, the first exothermic charge dedicated to that Kennel's wall. Karo and Milo, the first two in the building, making their way up the red stairs, trying to pinch out any players here in cash, but met by no one. Neptune trying to take the fight. He's being pinched out. Will get away with his life though.
Wildcard done a bit of damage, but unable to draw first blood, which they sorely need at this juncture. Where is the push from Wildcard as well? Has the breach been open? What is the next step? Because there's so many more steps to be taken. Full breach now for Wildcard, but Hungry Lions feeling so unpressured, just waiting for the storm to come.
Wildcard looking to capitalize on any mistakes that Hungry Lions might be making. Anyone out of position that Wildcard might be able to catch out is what they're looking for right now. Mazami takes an aggressive peek onto that window, but does not connect the shots. But Wildcard, they're not being given anything. No Hungry Lions players giving away their position, doing anything aggressive. It's all Hungry Lions. 50 seconds left.
Visible frustration from the Wildcard gamers as they hold on best they can. But they're the ones who have to make a move here. Hungry Lions sitting pretty on the site with just 30 seconds left in it for Wildcard. Staring down the barrel of elimination from the OCS. Hungry Lions, their first grand final. They could have it in just 20 seconds. Mazama to hold on. Can he get the second one? Lands enough shots. They're edging closer and closer. They can just taste it. Wildcard are done. And the Lions are hungrier than ever. Speechless. They cannot believe it. Hungry Lions to the OCS Grand Final.
They cannot believe it. I cannot believe it, but I do see it. That is Hungry Lions to take down Wildcard and send them straight into the ground. But look at Jakenna. Look at him go. He's like, oh my goodness, I can't believe what we have just done. What they have just done is immense. It is incredible. They've shown us what a team that's just so advanced, the things that they've brought into this game. They played like a team with a fleshed out strat book. They played like a team that was fluent, like a team that had been together for years. You know what I mean? They just had that much prowess to them, and the network that they were able to bring into this game has just taken down the Wildcard, just a slap in the face really. 7-1. That is amazing.
Never have I seen a team hungrier than these Lions. They are unbelievable. What a bunch of rookies can do to the reigning champions, to absolute veterans, to an APAC South team, no less. A year ago, most people watching the stream right now may not have heard of a lot of these players on Hungry Lions. 6 months ago, a lot of them didn't even play comp. And here they are in the OCS Grand Final, fighting for some serious money, and I have no doubt they will be stoked when we get them on for the interview. But before that, back to Jake on the desk.
Just me? Just you know what? We don't need you to. I can just say it from here. But no, what a result in the end from the Hungry Lions. Far too good. 7-1 scoreline. Boy, I mean, look, there's winning Guz, and then there's winning in that fashion as well, isn't there? And that's, in some ways, a little bit disappointing for Wildcard, but you've got to give all the plaudits to the Hungry Lions.
Yeah, wow, what a simply amazing result, and I think Dev framed it perfectly right at the end. The Hungry Lions basically heading into the year where I feel like nobody's is a bit of a BM term, but I mean, if we want to be real, that probably is the term that was right. A real lack of experience heading into this stage, but they've grown, they've improved, and it seems like they have a bit of best of 3 form about them. Obviously, they got beaten down in the second map, but they came out of the gate so strong here on Clubhouse. It's something they've struggled with throughout the stage, was mounting early rounds in a lot of their matchups, and they've kind of often lost matches in the first half, but they won it here in the first half. Wildcard were made to look very, very second rate, and I think they got very tilted very early on and simply could not recover.
Proto, we know what Wildcard is capable of. When they play at their best, they're a very, very good team, but is this a combination of both Hungry Lions playing really well and Wildcard just having an absolutely poor performance there in Clubhouse?
I definitely think it does culminate to a little bit of both. Hungry Lions, very, very capable players, mechanically very gifted, and definitely having a very good play day. But at the same time, I said it at the start, Wildcard are the ones that sort of trip themselves up in the dire moments, and we definitely saw that on Clubhouse. I mean, going down 5-1 on the half, starting on defense. Look, not what you want to be happening. The only round that Wildcard won was a failed rush from Hungry Lions. And for that to be the only round that Wildcard picked up on Clubhouse it's not on. Yeah. A failed rush, and that's the only round you find on a competitive Rainbow Six staple at a team that has been playing for so long. I definitely think mental may have got to them after that second map. Something was definitely afloat for Wildcard because, I mean, tripping over and falling that hard, a 7-1 is one thing, but yeah, that's a huge loss for them, unfortunately.
We'll get a little bit more insight here now from Jake Kennett coming in for an interview fresh off of that semi-final win against Wildcard. Congratulations, Jake. A massive performance. Oh, I've gone black apparently. Jeez. I'll just keep talking anyway. Congratulations on the victory. Obviously massive. There you go. I'm back now. You've taken down Team Bliss. You've taken down Wildcard. Talk about a dream run for you guys for OCS.
I mean, yeah, we're probably as shocked as you guys, to be honest, that we're winning games. But it feels very, very good, so I can't complain.
Yeah, just talk us through it a little bit, Jake, because obviously I think throughout the stage you guys struggled in particular to sort of mount rounds in a lot of those games, but I mean clearly in the third map was a great example where you came out of the gates really strong. Was that more so you guys just on a heater, Wildcard playing badly, a bit of both?
I'll be completely honest, like I'm not sure. We sort of just loaded into the lobby and started shooting people when we were coming out on top for most of these rounds. We definitely threw a lot on bank. That map could have gone our way, but we played very, very awful. But I feel like for the other two maps, I'm not quite sure, to be honest. I'll have to go look at the VOD back and see how we were winning rounds, but I don't know, we were all on today shooting, and yeah, we ended up winning somehow.
In terms of anything else, aside from obviously the mechanical factor, was there anything else that was specifically pracked or put in behind the scenes before you came into today's play day, or was it just show up on the day and start shooting?
We haven't played a scrim in 2 weeks, so it was definitely show up on the day.
Yeah, all right,
and the prep work that went into that game was zero. Like, we didn't prep for that game at all. Clubhouse, even though the score was 7-1, we have not played that map at all. We insta-banned it all season. And that was literally the first time we had ever played that map as a 5-man. We've never scrimmed it once. So we sort of just went into it, decided to shoot people, and yeah, we've won 7-1.
Take it.
Well, if it makes you feel somewhat better, I feel like the majority of the teams probably coming into today have been on somewhat of a mini break since the end of Stage 2, so it's not really that surprising, I guess. But obviously getting these results, getting yourself into a grand final tomorrow, does it change the outlook maybe for you guys as a team moving forward? It's like, hey, we not only can we compete, but we can win, and we can win well.
Oh, absolutely. I know that Nep, Maz, and I really want to take it a lot more seriously next stage, and if anything, it just shows that like we can hang with the top teams, and like the fact that we're in an OCS final is incredible. So yeah, it definitely shows that our potential.
It does. You took down the grand finalists from last stage. Now you're in a grand final yourself. I'll give you the floor if you want to have any shout outs here.
Oh, just shout out to my teammates. Like, it's actually incredible that we've come all the way to the final. Like, this morning we expected to FF because people wanted to go clubbing. So, like,
there's still time. You finished early. You can go celebrate.
It feels absolutely incredible right now. And shout out to you guys, of course.
Check the start time here for tomorrow. I think you can go clubbing, have a bit of fun, and get some sleep for tomorrow. Best of luck, obviously, in the grand final, mate, in the OCS tomorrow. Wish you the best of luck, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks, guys. Have a good night.
All smiles for the Hungry Lions. Maybe some fist pumping later tonight, guys. But look, truthfully speaking, for a lot of teams, at the end of Stage 2, you do need a little bit of a break. You do need a breather coming into OCS. There's going to be some teams that maybe came in and prepped, but I feel like the large majority obviously did a lot of their preparation really at the start of Stage 2, went through, played that, and are playing this tournament off the back of Stage 2, which says a lot for the Hungry Lions moving forward of what they're actually capable of.
I mean, geez, if that is the first time they've ever played club as a 5-man, wow, I imagine they put a bit of practice into it. Glad we got some insight there, because referring back to the feed, I'm like, it's one of two things, right? They've either not played it and saved it, or they've prepped it. There was actually a third option, which was they've never ever touched it with a 10-foot pole, and they'll 7-1 the previous champs. So, yeah, absolutely insane. And regardless of what happens, I think tomorrow they can be very proud. And I think this is honestly what OCS and local Siege should be about, right? Teams coming in, improving from nobodies to somebodies, and I think that's really important for the scene. And obviously they didn't win a single round against the Knights in the regular stage, so tomorrow might be a stumping, who knows? But from what we've seen today, they're obviously flowing with confidence, and I'm sure they'll be throwing everything they have at Knights tomorrow.
They'll probably be feeling that they should have actually played the grand final tonight, and off the back of all that momentum. All right, let's go and have a look at the bracket and see things, how things have shaped up after the first day. Of course, we got through, well, 90% of it, because the grand final is tomorrow between Knights and Hungry Lions. A lot of forfeits at the start of the day, unfortunately, Proto, which is a bit disappointing. But ultimately, when you do look at that bracket, you get the names coming through that you expected.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything there that is sort of out in the ordinary. The only possible change that I reckon we may have seen would have been Circular Spheres making their way at least to the quarterfinals. But as we know, unfortunate forfeit from them. So regardless of the outcome of OCL, see you later in the first round, from the quarterfinals onwards, largely what we expected, aside from, as again, a couple of upsets, Team Bliss losing out to Hungry Lions, but that's sort of where that storyline develops into the God Run. They've made it into the finals now. They've taken down Bliss, they've taken down Wildcard, but I guess the question is now, can they take down the Knights?
It's the most disappointing result, though, Guz. Knights Chiefs 7-1, 7-1. I can't think of anything more disappointing than that.
Yeah, obviously there is some recency bias in the fact that Wildcard just got slumped 7-1, but yeah, looking back, that was most certainly the most disappointing result of the weekend, and I guess caps off a pretty subpar stage for the Chiefs. Obviously going to be undertaking some rebuilding, but I think just the convergence of those two storylines of the Knights and Hungry Lions, right? Fresh off the back of two relatively dominant performances, Knights obviously slightly more so, but to see them go toe-to-toe tomorrow, best of 5, it's not every day of the week you see that either, should be a lot of fun.
The Knights' form in recent times has been impeccable. I think they're the best team in the region at the moment, Proto, and it's hard to see the Hungry Lions being able to take them down. But I can't believe I'm about to say this, but if there's anyone to do it, it maybe is actually the Hungry Lions. The way that they're playing, they have full confidence. Obviously, they just take it one round at a time. They've got the skill clearly. What is your expectation for tomorrow? Realistically, in the grand final, can you see the Hungry Lions going the distance, getting the win, or maybe just getting a map?
Realistically speaking, based on if they're going to come into it with the same mindset, show up, shoot people, probably see them maybe walk away with one map. I don't think we see them win it, given that I would concur. Knights probably are the best team in our region at the moment, but a map, I think, is on the table for Hungry Lions, given what they've shown us today, provided they can keep that momentum built up from tonight and carry it into tomorrow. Because if they don't, Knights probably walk away with it in a pretty quick wash. But regardless of that fact, we can't really call it just yet, provided that they did qualify for the finals. I mean, anything is afoot.
Guys, I'll quickly get your final thoughts going into tomorrow. Your thoughts on the grand final matchup. Who have you got?
Look, I don't think... there's obviously room for improvement for Hungry Lions. I don't think they can do any worse than they did throughout the regular stage. They're going to get at least one round in this best of 5, right? So there's always room for improvement. But in terms of being realistic, I think the Knights showed today they can shut down the Pug style, the rank style. They completely demolished the Chiefs who tried to do that, and the teams before them. So I don't think if Hungry Lions adopt the exact same sort of persona tomorrow, it is going to work, because the Knights, they'll give away a couple rounds, but then they'll tune in and shut it down. So maybe a map, I think, would be the best outcome here for Hungry Lions, and I don't think a win is probably going to be on the cards.
Well, the Hungry Lions, the new Lions on the block, taking on the OCN Stage 2 champions in the Pittsburgh Knights. They are, of course, a team that is going to be very, very difficult to take down tomorrow. That is, of course, when that grand final will be played, so make sure you hit that follow button. Stay tuned tomorrow on all of the socials, and you do not want to miss that grand final here to close out OCS for Stage 2. The Knights, Hungry Lions, tomorrow will do battle. 4 versus 4, no Sealy this time. Great shot from Elements. Advantage Kraken once again. Oh, there's a player on Trophy Stands though. Does he realize it? Shooting him outside that window. He swings anyway. Phoenix is on another level, and he almost hits that shot as well. Sealy, Phoenix now. He also gets aggressive. Easy ping. Well, yes! Series is done to him.
Of course, the transfer to come through. Just this is why he won as well. Things not at all going the way that Knights want it to, but Josh will win out against Seppi, looking for more spots. The player 2. It is going to come down to the 1 versus 2. And he has made all the difference. Takes Elements to take these shots. Quiz just tucked in. Swing for 1, swing for 2. Looking for the flank, trying to go for the pinch, but no. Josh finds the head. User control 9 seconds in which to make it happen. Hits the head of Boydie. He's on the hunt. Needs one more. Stings. Coming up red stairs. Sage on the flank, brings it back to the 2. We are still a minute 20 left to play. Off to the push, and Juicy's on for the flank. No, they just haven't done anything to deny. He's going to swing with the shotgun, cleans up Ethan. There is a minute to play. Quiz, no one, but wins it anyway. Follows it up with the closer.
Oh, perfectly timed C4 there. Unsee, see you later. The Oryx came in just the nick of time. Stick it all the way to dead 0-0. OJ on for the drop, finds 1.
On the ground is what Hungry Lions will have to push through. Want to drop the hatch, but Milo is too good for that. Good for a second even.
Fighting with that Echo is going to be tough. Worm stepping on forward. Another multi-kill with the
hit going down, and your Thermite. That's your way in, but it doesn't matter if Worm is able to get that.
Left for wild card. Good closeout, a double left-right from Jakenna. And Hungry Lions
start to get their way onto this jacuzzi wall. Worm, he's going to find a timing and will hop straight in. No way! What was that wall bang?
Hungry for more now. Worm always on for it with the LMG.
My head on, you can bet on the fact that I'll be taking what's mine. I got a grip on how this whole life thing works. It's dog eat dog, love and hate till it hurts. From the minds, if the wise, like the spines, others like rise above it all, love it all, and keep your spirits high. Changing. Changing. Cause everybody trying to tell me what to do. Changing. Butterfly alone, I am changing. Why don't you people just do that?
us what to do. We do what we want. Yeah, nobody can tell us what to do. We do what we want, nothing to prove. Yeah, nobody can tell us what to do. 'Cause we do what we want. We do what we
Somebody blow up the ceiling, 'cause we're back with another one. Can't get enough of this feeling. I can't sit around. Don't you wanna start over? Don't worry about a thing now. We were born for this moment, but we gotta go now. There's nothing you can't do if you want it. Dreaming day and night, yeah. Gonna get it right, yeah. There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? I wanna change it up. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Yeah. Hey. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? What's next? I wanna change it up, yeah. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? What's next? Oh, na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next?
Hey baby, won't you come with me? I got money like it grows right off the trees. I said no, I won't go. Hey darling, won't you join our clan? We're gonna fix you up, take you to the promised land.